Tonight, my friend, you are not merely closing your eyes to rest. You are entering a sacred chamber, the hidden workshop of your destiny. As your body grows still, your mind remains open, alert, receptive. It is listening, it is waiting, and it will obey the very last voice it hears before sleep. Let that voice be mine. Let it be the voice of purpose, of power, of infinite intelligence speaking through you and to you. What you are about to experience is not ordinary sleep. It is creation. It is transformation. It is the silent rebuilding of the self. Your dreams tonight will not be random. They will be architecture, blueprints drawn by the invisible hand of your subconscious mind, guided by the definiteness of your desire. As you listen to my words, let your breathing slow. Inhale deeply through the nose. Exhale gently through the mouth. And with each breath, release the noise of the day, the chatter, the worry, the confusion, for none of it belongs in the temple of your becoming. Now imagine yourself standing at the threshold of your own mind. Behind you lies the world you have known, its doubts, its fears, its habits, its endless noise. Before you there is only silence and light. Step forward. With this single step, you leave behind the limited version of yourself and begin the journey toward mastery. I have often said, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. But what most men fail to realize is that belief is born in silence, in the still chamber between waking and sleep. It is here, in this quiet state, that thought becomes law. As you drift, I speak not to your intellect, but to your inner architect, the silent builder who never sleeps. He listens, he obeys, he constructs the life you command through repetition, faith, and feeling. So tonight, as the world fades away, I invite you to let go. Let go of the need to know how. Let go of the weight of your past failures. Let go of the voice that says it cannot be done. For that voice is not yours. It is the echo of the timid and the untrained. Instead, let this truth rise within you. You are not a beggar in the kingdom of wealth. You are its rightful architect. You do not chase riches. You magnetize them. You do not seek permission. You issue commands. You are about to recondition your entire inner world to plant seeds of prosperity so deep that not even doubt can uproot them. Each phrase you hear tonight is a seed. Each repetition is water. Each night you listen is sunlight. And soon, without effort, without strain, the harvest shall appear, not as magic, but as law. Now feel your body sink deeper into comfort. Let your head grow heavy upon the pillow. Let your hands unclench, your feet relax. Your breath becomes slow, rhythmic, like the tide. You are safe. You are guided. You are being watched over by the infinite intelligence that governs all things, the same intelligence that grows the trees, moves the stars, and keeps your heart beating without command. It is this force that you will now partner with. It will take your thought and give it form. It will take your desire and give it motion. It will take your faith and give it power. Before we begin our deeper journey tonight, I want you to make a simple but powerful decision. If you truly wish to learn to your fullest while you sleep, if you are ready to absorb every truth, every law, every vibration of success that these words carry, then declare it. Go to the comments and write, "I am ready to learn." Do not treat this lightly. When you make a conscious declaration, even in writing, your subconscious takes it as a sacred command. It begins to open itself wider, to listen more deeply, to record every lesson with greater clarity. By writing those words, you are not talking to me, you are speaking directly to your inner mind. You are saying, "I am awake, I am willing, and I am ready to grow." And from that moment forward, the learning will begin in earnest, not only while you listen, but throughout the entire night. For faith, my friend, is not belief without reason. It is belief backed by repetition. It is the hand that reaches beyond the visible and molds the unseen. And so as you rest, I ask you one simple question. What do you desire? Do not answer vaguely. Do not say, "I wish to be happy," or "I wish to be rich." Be definite. See it, name it, claim it. A home filled with light and laughter, a business that serves and prospers, freedom from debt, health, strength, independence. Whatever it is, hold it gently in your mind's eye. See it as though it already exists. Hear the sounds that accompany it. Feel the peace that comes with its presence, and most importantly, believe that it belongs to you. For if you can see it clearly and feel it deeply, it has already begun its journey toward you. From this night forward, you will fall asleep, not as a wanderer, but as a creator, not as a man of wishful thinking, but as a man of decision. And the decision is this: you shall no longer live as a servant of fear. You shall live as a commander of thought. You shall no longer hope for wealth. You shall think wealth, speak wealth, feel wealth, until it becomes as natural as your breath. Now, as your eyelids grow heavier, let these words settle deep within. I am the master of my destiny. My thoughts are my servants. My mind is the fertile field where every seed of wealth takes root. I plant faith tonight, and tomorrow I will reap abundance. Rest easy, my friend. Your mind is no longer drifting. It is building. The invisible workshop has opened its doors, and what it constructs tonight shall be the foundation of your fortune. Fall asleep not as one who escapes the day, but as one who begins the creation of a new one. You are entering the kingdom of your own making, and there all things are possible. Now that your body has surrendered to stillness and your breath moves in quiet rhythm, your mind becomes fertile ground. This is the sacred law of mental fertility, the state in which thought takes root and becomes form. The subconscious mind does not sleep as the body sleeps. While your limbs rest, it labors. It organizes, arranges, and constructs according to the blueprints handed to it by your conscious thought. It does not question, it does not argue, it obeys, and it obeys whatever you give it repeatedly and with emotion. This is the secret I have taught for decades, that repetition is the mother of belief, and belief is the mother of reality. If you retire each night rehearsing fear, the subconscious multiplies fear. If you drift into slumber repeating words of gratitude, the subconscious multiplies gratitude. It does not discriminate between poison or medicine, between ruin or wealth. It only grows what you plant. So tonight, and every night henceforth, you shall plant deliberately. Let your mind be the field, let these words be the seed, and let faith be the sunlight that awakens growth. You will listen not once, not twice, but again and again, until these truths cease to feel foreign and become the very fabric of your being. Do not seek instant harvest. The laws of growth are patient, but they are sure. Close your eyes more deeply now. Let your awareness sink into the quiet. You may feel as though you are floating, weightless, suspended between worlds. That is the gateway to your inner kingdom, the moment when the conscious guard steps aside and the subconscious receives its instruction. I will now speak directly to that hidden builder within you. You need not strain to listen. You need only relax and allow the words to move through you, like water through soil. You are not drifting. You are constructing. You are not wishing. You are commanding. You are not hoping for wealth. You are establishing its foundation. Feel these words as more than sound. Let them vibrate through your chest. Let them sink into your very bones. You are programming the instrument that shapes your world. Every repetition drives the seed deeper. Every night you return to this state, the roots grow stronger. I have called this cosmic habit force, the invisible rhythm of nature that makes permanent whatever you repeat. The same force that turns a daily practice into mastery, that turns a single spark into flame, will turn your repeated thought into tangible wealth. The average man prays for change while repeating the same thoughts that keep him bound. You will not be average. You will condition your inner life as a sculptor conditions clay, molding, pressing, refining, until it reflects the image of power and abundance. Now I ask you to affirm quietly with me. Let your lips move faintly, or speak within if you prefer, but mean every word. I am calm, focused, and receptive. My mind is a fertile field. I plant wealth, purpose, and peace. Every word I repeat shapes my destiny. My subconscious accepts these commands and acts upon them faithfully. Pause. Breathe. Feel your chest expand with certainty. Your subconscious, that tireless worker beneath the surface, has heard you. It is already at work. It will continue long after this voice fades, assembling people, ideas, and circumstances that match your inner command. Remember, my friend, this is not superstition. It is law as exact as gravity, as impartial as the sunrise. You are the sender. The universe is the receiver. The vibration you hold within becomes the message life answers. Tonight you are broadcasting faith, not fear. You are transmitting confidence, not confusion. And the universe, obedient as ever, will echo it back in kind. From this night forward, you will not permit idle thought before sleep. You will not rehearse failure or entertain complaint. You will speak only words that deserve to be made flesh, for what you think upon before rest will become the mold of your awakening. Now let the mind drift gently toward stillness. You may see images, lights, colors, faint movements. Do not resist them. They are the signs that the door between the conscious and the subconscious is opening. Soon you will walk through it into a vision more real than waking life, the realm I call the Temple of Wealth. But before we enter, let one final repetition prepare the soil. I am at peace. I am abundant. I am the source of my prosperity. I give thanks for the wealth that is already mine. Hold the feeling of gratitude, not as a performance, but as truth. For gratitude is the language of abundance, and the subconscious understands it more deeply than words. Now rest, my friend. Breathe once more, slowly in, slowly out. Let go of all effort. Your mind knows what to do. Soon you will stand before the golden gates of your own creation. There, the symbols of your inner wealth await you. The fears that once chained you will dissolve. The light of your higher self will meet you face to face, and you will remember, you were never poor. You were never small. You were simply asleep to your own power. Tonight, you awaken, and the world will never be the same. You've been told that money is numbers, that wealth is built through long hours, clever plans, and perfect timing. You've been taught to chase, to hustle, to grind. But I am here to tell you, you've been trained wrong. Wealth is not a product of action alone. It is the echo of energy, the outer result of an inner broadcast. The rich are not lucky. They are aligned. They have mastered what I call the invisible field. And that field, my friend, is your aura. Before a word leaves your mouth, your aura speaks. Before you enter a room, your aura has already negotiated your worth. Before you ask, it already decides what you'll receive. You do not attract what you want. You attract what your field believes it deserves. Most people live in contradiction. They speak abundance, but vibrate fear. They post confidence, but breathe doubt. They act as if they are ready, yet their energy whispers, I am not enough. And the universe responds to the whisper, not the performance. I learned this truth long ago. I studied men who built empires from nothing, who turned failure into fortune. And what I discovered was not luck, not chance, not even talent. It was vibration, a frequency of conviction so strong that life had no choice but to match it. You may think you're poor because you lack resources, but I tell you, you are poor because your aura has been trained to repel abundance. It carries the static of guilt, the noise of fear, the residue of limitation, and until that signal is purified, no amount of work will change your outcome. Money listens. It listens to your self-talk, to your posture, to the energy you bring into a room. It doesn't respond to your begging, it responds to your being. You do not chase wealth, you become wealth. And then naturally it follows. So I ask you, before we begin, what are you broadcasting right now? Does your aura reflect fear or freedom, scarcity or certainty? Because if your energy is apologizing for your potential, the world will mirror that apology. But if your aura begins to hum with gratitude, with expectancy, with power, everything changes. Doors open. People listen. Opportunities appear. Why? Because your aura announces you before your words ever could. In this lesson, I will teach you how to train your aura, to magnetize wealth, to amplify confidence, to align your emotions with your destiny, not someday, not through luck, but through mastery. You are about to remember what the world made you forget. You are not chasing abundance. Abundance is chasing you. All you have to do is tune your frequency to receive it. Now, let's begin. Before we go any further, take a moment to set your intention. Type in the comments, I attract wealth. It's not just a sentence, it's a declaration to the universe. When you write it, you're signaling your mind and your energy field to open, to align, to receive. Do it with certainty and feel it as truth. My aura is magnetic. Money is drawn to me. I am ready to receive. Most people believe that wealth is the product of labor. They are convinced that success belongs to the hardest worker, the one who rises earliest, stays up latest, and never rests. But if that were true, the fields and the factories would be filled with millionaires. And yet they are not. I tell you the truth. Wealth does not answer to toil. It answers to tone. It does not respond to your effort. It responds to your energy. You don't get paid for what you do. You get paid for what you vibrate. Every man, every woman walks through this world surrounded by a field, an invisible atmosphere of thought and emotion. That atmosphere is your aura. It is the silent language your soul speaks before your lips ever move. It carries your convictions, your doubts, your hidden self-beliefs, and it announces them to life itself. Your aura is the sum total of your inner state. It is your emotional climate. If you live in the weather of fear, no seed of prosperity can take root in your soil. If you dwell in gratitude, you will find flowers blooming where others see only dust. Understand this well. Thoughts alone are weak. A man may repeat 1,000 affirmations and still remain bound by poverty, for words without feeling are like arrows without a bow. They travel no distance. They pierce no target. It is emotion that gives life to thought. It is feeling that transforms imagination into magnetism, and magnetism is the true currency of wealth. I once met a man who came to me discouraged. He said, "Mr. Hill, I repeat my affirmations every morning. I am rich. I am successful. I am powerful, yet nothing happens." I asked him, "When you speak those words, do you believe them?" He lowered his eyes and whispered, "No, I feel like a liar." There was the answer. His voice declared abundance, but his heart declared lack, and life, ever faithful, obeyed the deeper declaration. The universe does not respond to your sentences. It responds to your state. It listens not to your ambition, but to your atmosphere. For your aura cannot lie. It reveals the truth of your belief long before you speak it. So what is this science I call aura training? It is the deliberate cultivation of your emotional vibration until it matches the frequency of wealth itself. It is not superstition. It is law. The law of resonance, which states that every vibration calls unto itself that which is like unto it. If your aura carries the tone of fear, it summons delay and difficulty. If it radiates peace, it gathers opportunity. If it glows with gratitude, it attracts generosity. You are never neutral. You are always broadcasting, always training your aura by what you feel and repeat. Every sigh of worry teaches your field to expect struggle. Every word of gratitude instructs it to expect grace. There are men who speak little, yet command attention. There are women who enter a room and shift its atmosphere without a word. This is no mystery. It is the power of a trained aura. Their presence says, "I am safe. I am worthy. I am enough." And the world bends to that certainty. So I ask you again, what is the condition of your aura? Does it tremble with fear or hum with faith? Does it leak doubt or radiate direction? Because your aura is not fixed, it is formed. It is shaped by every thought you dwell upon, every feeling you indulge, every vision you rehearse. You are always training it, consciously or unconsciously. Therefore, train it with intention. Guard your emotions as you would your fortune, for they are of equal value. And remember this above all else. You do not attract what you wish for. You attract what you are. You do not earn wealth through labor alone. You magnetize it through alignment. You don't get paid for effort. You get paid for frequency. And when your frequency becomes peace, gratitude, and confidence, wealth will find you the way a river finds the sea, naturally, inevitably, without struggle. Before a man can attract wealth, he must first remove what repels it. And what repels it is not ignorance, nor lack of skill. It is emotional noise. Most people live surrounded by invisible static, guilt for wanting more, fear of losing what little they have, shame for desiring success. These feelings cloud the aura like smoke in a clear room. And as long as the air is thick with doubt, no light of prosperity can enter. Your aura is not only the reflection of your thoughts, it is the record of your emotions. Every fear leaves a trace. Every worry leaves a shadow. Every unhealed memory sends out a faint, trembling vibration that says, I am not yet safe to receive. That is why I teach what I call the emotional frequency reset, the art of cleansing your field so that your energy becomes clear, calm, and receptive to abundance. Because wealth, like sunlight, cannot flow where the windows of the soul are clouded. The first step is awareness. You must learn to stop several times each day and ask yourself, what am I broadcasting right now? Do not answer with logic. Answer with feeling. Scan your body as you would the pages of a book. Notice your breath. Is it shallow or deep? Notice your chest. Is it open or tight? Notice your jaw, your stomach, your hands. Are they relaxed or clenched? For your body is the first language your aura understands. When you are tense, it hears, I am not safe. When you are calm, it hears, I trust life. And the field around you adjusts accordingly. You see, emotion is not just a visitor. It is an architect. Every time you hold a feeling for more than a moment, it begins to shape the magnetic mold around you. Hold fear long enough, and you will build a fortress of limitation. Hold gratitude long enough, and you will construct a palace of opportunity. So let us begin the first exercise in aura training, the cleansing of the emotional field. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Let the air move through you like a tide returning home. As you exhale, imagine that your breath carries away every thought that does not belong to your abundance. Again, breathe in, calm, full, steady. Exhale, release. Let the weight leave your body. Let the mind quiet itself like dust settling after a storm. Now, picture above your head a gentle sphere of golden light. It glows softly, like the morning sun breaking through clouds. That light is the vibration of wealth, calm, confident, certain. It has no doubt, no rush, no fear. It simply is. As you breathe, imagine that light descending slowly. It touches the crown of your head and begins to pour through you. A golden waterfall washing away all that is heavy. You feel it move through your mind, clearing the clutter of anxiety. It passes down your throat, softening every word you've ever spoken in fear. It fills your chest, expanding it, reminding you what freedom feels like. You might feel warmth spreading across your shoulders, a tingling in your hands, a stillness in your heart. That is your aura responding, opening, clearing, aligning. With every breath, the light grows stronger. It moves down through your stomach, dissolving guilt. It moves through your spine, straightening you, anchoring you. It moves through your legs, grounding you in stability. It flows out through the soles of your feet, carrying away the dust of doubt and planting seeds of calm power beneath you. Now imagine that the air around you begins to shimmer faintly, golden, radiant, alive. That is your aura, newly cleansed, breathing with you. It hums softly, like the earth after rain, still, pure, ready. As this light surrounds you, repeat these words in the quiet of your mind. I am not chasing money. I am remembering that it has always been chasing me. Say it again, slowly. I am not chasing money. I am remembering it has always been chasing me. Feel the truth of that statement. Settle into your bones. You are not the beggar at the gates of destiny. You are the gate itself, and wealth has been waiting for you to open. Let your breath flow easily now. Each inhale brings in more light. Each exhale releases what is no longer needed. The golden glow around you strengthens. Steady, bright, it hums with the sound of readiness. Now notice how your body feels. Lighter, taller, freer. Notice how your thoughts have softened, how your breath feels smoother, how your heart no longer clenches. This is what a clean aura feels like. This is emotional wealth. Remember this sensation, for you must return to it often. Train yourself to come back here throughout your day when you feel doubt creeping in, when anxiety whispers, when guilt pretends to be humility. Stop, breathe, and recall this light. Ask yourself, what am I broadcasting right now? And then without resistance, choose again. For aura training is not a single act. It is a discipline. It is emotional hygiene. Just as you would not wear the same garments forever without washing them, you must not carry the same emotion without renewing it. Your aura must be kept clean, polished by gratitude, strengthened by peace, and fed by certainty. And when you do this, when your emotional tone becomes one of calm assurance, you will notice the world responding differently. People will look at you and say, You seem lighter. Opportunities will find you without struggle, and your own reflection will change, because your energy has remembered who it is. Breathe once more. Let the golden light settle around you, sealing this moment. You are no longer the seeker. You are the signal. You are no longer asking for abundance. You are broadcasting it. And from this state, my friend, everything begins to move in your favor. Stand still for a moment. Let your breath become slow and steady. Inhale deeply and exhale completely. Again, inhale and release. With every breath, you are arriving more fully into yourself. Not the self of yesterday, not the self of effort or worry, but the self that knows it was born to prosper. Now imagine that you are standing before a great mirror. It rises from the floor to the ceiling, tall and ancient, framed in gold. The glass is clear, but what it reflects is not your body. It reflects your energy. It shows the unseen. It shows your aura. At first, the reflection may appear faint, a dim light flickering around you. But as you stand in silence, breathing slowly, you begin to see the truth of your nature emerging. A soft golden radiance begins to glow around your form. Tender at first, like candlelight, then stronger, brighter, fuller, until the entire space hums with warmth. You are not watching the light. You are the light. It moves as you move, expands as you exhale, and deepens as you believe. Notice where you feel it first. Perhaps in the center of your chest, where gratitude lives. Perhaps in your stomach, where confidence is born. Perhaps in your throat, where truth waits to be spoken. Wherever you feel that warmth, let it spread. It travels through your arms into your hands. Your hands, instruments of creation. It flows through your spine, aligning every vertebra like keys in a symphony of certainty. It pools gently in your abdomen, the golden core of power, and it rises, flowing through your chest, until you can feel your heart pulsing with it. Calm, steady, commanding, this is the aura of wealth, not the greed of the mind, but the confidence of the soul. It does not shout, it glows. Now, look again at the reflection before you. The light around your body has thickened, radiant like sunlight on polished metal. You can feel it pressing softly against the air, forming an invisible boundary between you and the noise of the world. Nothing hostile can cross it. Nothing fearful can enter it. Your aura has become your sanctuary. Breathe. Feel the expansion in your chest as the energy deepens. Inhale, the light brightens. Exhale, the light expands. Inhale, it grows warmer. Exhale, it spreads further, filling the entire room. Now speak quietly but with conviction. My aura is gold. Pause. Feel the truth settle. My energy is wealth. Again, let the warmth answer you. My presence is prosperity. Say it once more, slower this time, so the words sink beneath thought and into vibration. My aura is gold. My energy is wealth. My presence is prosperity. The mirror in front of you begins to shimmer, but it is no longer a reflection, it is a portal. Through it, you glimpse a world that responds differently to you now. In this world, your footsteps carry confidence. The floor beneath you feels stable, welcoming. Every person you pass looks at you with respect, not because of what you wear or what you own, but because of what they feel when you enter. The room brightens as you walk in. Conversations pause, not from intimidation, but recognition. They sense something, a calm authority, a quiet magnetism. They feel safer near you, inspired around you, uplifted by your mere presence. You do not ask for attention. It arrives naturally. You do not chase opportunity. Opportunity looks for you. Money recognizes you before you ever reach for it. You have become the embodiment of wealth's vibration, steady, graceful, inevitable. Now imagine extending your hand into the air before you. As you do, faint golden lines ripple outward from your palm. They travel through the air like threads of light, touching everything around you. The walls, the ground, the very atmosphere. Everything they touch brightens. Everything they reach returns to you multiplied. You feel your entire body tingling with aliveness, every cell singing the same note of abundance. Your mind is clear. Your shoulders are light. Your breath is deep and natural. You no longer have to force confidence. You simply radiate it. The mirror before you now glows so brightly that you can no longer distinguish where you end and where the light begins. You have become one with it. Your aura no longer surrounds you. It is you. Pause here. Breathe deeply. Inhale through the nose. Hold. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Again. Let your breathing guide the rhythm of your energy. With every inhale, say silently to yourself, I receive. With every exhale, say silently, I release. Inhale, I receive. Exhale, I release. Receive abundance. Release resistance. Receive peace. Release fear. Now feel your aura stretching outward beyond the limits of the room, past walls, past ceilings, past all boundaries. It expands until it fills the horizon itself. The entire earth glows faintly gold, pulsing in time with your heartbeat. That is the magnitude of your being. That is the power that was never lost, only forgotten. Stay here a little longer. Let this vision breathe you. Let this golden current remind you that you are not trying to become wealthy. You are remembering that wealth is already your natural state. It was written in your energy long before it appeared in your hands. Whisper softly now, with reverence, I am the frequency of wealth. I am the calm of prosperity. I am the embodiment of abundance. And as those words ripple through your energy, feel them echo back from the world itself, as if existence is repeating them to you, confirming their truth. Breathe. Feel the air vibrate differently now, thicker, softer, almost sacred. This is the state of magnetic calm. This is the golden aura. Carry this feeling into the rest of your day. When you speak, let this tone live in your words. When you walk, let this steadiness move through your steps. When you think, let this light remain behind your eyes. And when doubt tries to return, close your eyes for a moment and whisper again, my aura is gold, my energy is wealth, my presence is prosperity, because once you have felt this truth, you can never go back to living as less than it. There comes a time when philosophy must meet reality, when an idea is no longer theory, but evidence. And the evidence of aura training is written in the lives of those who dared to believe it. Let me tell you their stories. The first story is called The Broken Entrepreneur. His name was James Whittaker, a man once known for his confidence, his clarity, his vision. He built his company from nothing, just a borrowed desk, a single phone line, and an unshakable belief that success was inevitable. But over the years, as competition grew and markets shifted, that belief began to fade. A few poor investments, a partner's betrayal, a series of debts he didn't see coming, and suddenly James found himself in an empty office, surrounded by silence and unpaid bills. He would sit for hours staring at the phone, waiting for opportunities that never called. He tried new strategies, he read new books, he worked longer hours, but every plan collapsed like dust in his hands. One night, exhausted, he heard something on the radio, a recording of one of my old lectures about the aura of wealth. He almost turned it off, but something in those words stopped him. You don't attract what you chase, you attract what you are. He thought about that for days. And then something inside him shifted. He decided that if the world would no longer listen to him, he would begin by listening to himself. Every morning before dawn, he stood in front of a mirror in his empty office. He would breathe deeply, visualize a golden light rising around him, and whisper, my aura is gold, my energy is wealth, my presence is prosperity. At first it felt foolish. The silence mocked him, but he kept going, day after day, week after week. Until one morning, he noticed something strange. When he looked into that mirror, the man who stared back no longer looked broken. There was calm behind his eyes. There was certainty in his breath. There was a light in his face that no bankruptcy could dim. And then the world began to respond. Within days, a former client reached out of nowhere to reconnect. Within weeks, new partnerships appeared, each one more aligned than the last. Within months, James had rebuilt what he lost, but stronger, cleaner, freer. When I later asked him what changed, he said this, I didn't change my business plan. I changed my broadcast, and the world finally heard me again. The second story is called The Mother of Gratitude. Her name was Evelyn Grace, a single mother with 2 children and a heart heavy with guilt. She worked long nights cleaning offices, often returning home as the sun was rising. Her days were filled with exhaustion, her thoughts with worry. Every paycheck vanished before the next arrived. And though she dreamed of abundance, What she felt most deeply was unworthiness. One evening, she stumbled upon an online recording of the emotional frequency reset. She listened while folding laundry, half skeptical, half desperate. But something in the tone, something quiet yet certain, reached her. That night, she decided to try. After putting her children to sleep, she sat on the floor, closed her eyes, and breathed. For the first time in years, she wasn't planning or fixing or fearing, she was simply feeling. She imagined the golden light descending over her, washing away the guilt that had lived in her chest for too long. She whispered softly, "I am safe. I am worthy. I am ready." Tears fell, not from pain, but from release. She practiced this every night, 5 minutes, sometimes 10. Now to Money, the heaviness began to lift. She noticed that her mornings felt lighter, that her laughter came more easily. Her children said she smelled like sunshine, and then without forcing it, life began to rearrange itself. Her supervisor, who had barely spoken to her before, called her into the office. He told her they were promoting her to team lead, steady hours, better pay, more respect. A few weeks later, her sister offered to help her start an online business. Money began to flow, not as a flood, but as a gentle, constant stream. She wrote me a letter months later. It said, "I thought I had to earn my worth, but I only needed to remember it. Once my heart forgave itself, life forgave me too." Her story remains one of my favorites, not because she made millions, but because she made peace. And peace, my friend, is the soil from which every fortune grows. The third story is called The Skeptic Who Believed. His name was Ethan Moore, 29 years old, an accountant who trusted only numbers. He believed in spreadsheets, logic, and hard data. He did not believe in energy, auras, or anything that couldn't be measured. But one afternoon during a lunch break, a colleague showed him a short clip of aura visualization training. He laughed, but something about the calmness in the speaker's voice stayed with him. He decided to test it, just for 21 days. Each morning he closed his office door, took a few deep breaths, and said quietly, "My aura is gold, my energy is wealth, my presence is prosperity." He didn't believe it, but he practiced it, and that made all the difference. Around the second week, something curious happened. He noticed that meetings went differently. His voice carried more weight. People began asking for his opinion. His boss started introducing him to higher-level clients. By the end of the third week, a major client requested that Ethan handle their account personally. 3 days later, he was offered a promotion, one he hadn't even applied for. He told me, months afterward, "I realized I didn't have to fake confidence. I had to feel alignment. Once I stopped doubting my energy, everything else believed in me." Ethan still keeps a note taped to his desk that reads, "You don't change your world by force, you change it by frequency." 3 lives, 3 transformations, and not one of them began with action. Each began with alignment. They didn't rewrite their strategy. They rewrote their signal. They didn't push harder. They vibrated higher. And that, my friend, is the invisible science of wealth, that life does not pay you for your labor alone. It pays you for your vibration, because money is not chasing effort. It is chasing energy. And once your aura shines gold, you will never need to chase again. For many years, people have asked me, "Napoleon, how does faith create fortune? How can belief, something unseen, bring about results that are visible, tangible, measurable?" And I always smile, because the answer has never changed. Faith is not a wish. Faith is a vibration. It is a state of coherence between mind, emotion, and intention. When you hold a thought and believe in it, your entire nervous system begins to rearrange itself to support that belief. The heart rate changes, the breathing slows, the brain waves settle into order. The mind becomes still, the body becomes calm, and that calmness, that deep inner order, radiates outward as a frequency that the world can feel. This is not mysticism. It is science. Quantum physicists now speak of coherence, resonance, and frequency in ways that mirror the same truth I discovered through the study of the mind, that energy responds to belief, that vibration organizes matter, that what we hold within us is eventually reflected around us. The human aura, that luminous field surrounding every living being, is not merely symbolic. It is electromagnetic. It records the sum of our thoughts and emotions and broadcasts them into the field of possibility. like a signal searching for a matching station. You see, every thought is a pulse, every emotion is a wave, and faith is the amplifier that strengthens both. When you think of abundance but doubt it, your signal flickers. When you affirm success but feel fear, your signal fractures. But when you think it, feel it, and believe it with harmony, then your aura becomes a beacon. You stop sending mixed messages. You start broadcasting one clear truth: I am ready. That is when life begins to align with you. That is when coincidences multiply. That is when doors open without knocking. Because faith doesn't change reality directly. It changes your frequency, and your frequency changes what you perceive as possible. It tunes your awareness to new opportunities that were always there, but invisible to the doubting mind. When I wrote, "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve," I was not speaking in poetry. I was describing a scientific principle. The mind conceives the blueprint. Belief powers the engine, and the aura transmits the message to the invisible world of potential. That transmission, my friend, is what draws new ideas, people, and resources toward you. Think of your aura like an invisible Wi-Fi network. Your thoughts are the signal. Your emotions are the bandwidth. Your belief is the password. If your password is doubt, your signal weakens. If your password is fear, the connection fails. But if your password is faith, true, unwavering, embodied faith, then the entire universe connects to you without resistance. You begin to download inspiration, opportunities, synchronicities, and life starts to upload into your reality what you've been asking for all along. This is why faith must be trained as rigorously as skill. You cannot expect your aura to transmit wealth while your inner dialogue broadcasts worry. You cannot expect your field to magnetize abundance while your mind vibrates with fear. Faith is emotional discipline. It is the conscious decision to hold a higher vibration no matter what the outer world shows you, because the outer world is never first. It is always the echo. The cause lives within. The effect lives without. When your faith and your frequency align, the universe has no choice but to obey, not because it favors you, but because it mirrors you. And that, my friend, is the science of faith. It is not belief in miracles. It is belief as the miracle. It is not waiting for proof. It is becoming the proof. It is the invisible certainty that turns imagination into substance and desire into destiny. So I ask you, what are you broadcasting right now? And more importantly, do you believe enough to keep the signal alive even when the evidence has not yet appeared? Because the moment you do, you will discover that the world has been waiting, patiently, silently, for your faith to finally speak the language it understands. Vibration. Now, my friend, it is time to close this journey, not with words, but with experience, because knowledge without embodiment is noise. And tonight you will not simply understand abundance, you will become it. So take a slow breath. Let your eyes close gently. Let the world outside you grow quiet. And as you inhale, feel your body soften, loosen, and expand. Exhale, and imagine that every weight, every fear, every question begins to melt away. Now, in your mind's eye, you stand at the edge of a river. The air is warm. The sky glows with that golden light that appears just before sunrise, the color of promise. Before you, the water flows smoothly, glowing with a soft, radiant gold. This is the river of receiving. It is not made of water, it is made of energy, the living current of wealth, creativity, opportunity, and grace. It is the movement of the universe itself, flowing toward you, always patiently waiting for you to open your hands. You step closer. You can hear the gentle hum of the current. Each ripple sings softly, a song of abundance. You kneel down and touch the surface. The moment your fingers meet the golden water, warmth travels up your arm, calm, alive, powerful. The river recognizes you. It has known your name long before you spoke it. Take a breath. Inhale slowly, exhale completely. Now imagine stepping into the water. It is neither cold nor hot. It is perfect. It surrounds your feet, then your legs, and soon your entire body is immersed in this radiant current. The water glows brighter where you stand. You realize it is responding to your presence, your belief, your readiness to receive. You are not swimming against it. You are floating with it. It carries you effortlessly. as if it knows exactly where to take you. The sound of the river deepens, a low, comforting vibration, like the hum of life itself. It is the same sound that money makes when it moves toward its rightful home. Now breathe. With every inhale, the river flows into you, through the pores of your skin, through your chest, through your heart. It enters your body like sunlight through glass. It fills your lungs, your mind, your being. You feel it expand in your chest. Warm, peaceful, radiant. It moves through your veins, carrying with it a message that says, you are safe to receive. It reaches your stomach, the home of your confidence. It says, you are capable. It moves to your heart, the home of gratitude. It whispers you are worthy. It flows to your throat, the home of your truth. It declares you are ready. And as this golden current travels through you, you begin to glow from within. Your entire body radiates light, as if your aura has turned into the river itself. Now, imagine each breath synchronizing with the rhythm of the flow. When you inhale, the river moves toward you. When you exhale, the river flows through you. You are breathing abundance in and letting resistance out. Whisper softly to yourself, I receive with grace. Pause. Feel the truth of those words. I expand with peace. Pause again. Let the body relax deeper. I attract effortlessly. Repeat them slowly, not with the mouth, but with the heart. I receive with grace. I expand with peace. I attract effortlessly. And now, let those words become rhythm. The rhythm of the river. The rhythm of your own heartbeat. The current begins to shimmer more brightly now. You notice waves of light rising around you, spiraling upward like golden mist. They stretch into the sky, and for a moment you realize this river is infinite. It has no beginning, no end. It flows through galaxies, through time, through everything that exists. And you are a part of it. The boundary between your body and the river disappears. The water is no longer outside you. It is inside you, moving, pulsing, expanding. You are both the receiver and the flow itself. You feel a gentle heat in your chest, calm but powerful. It spreads outward, warming your shoulders, your arms, your hands. Every cell in your body begins to glow softly. You are radiating peace. You are radiating sufficiency. You are radiating wealth. Now visualize your aura surrounding you, vast, golden, alive. Each ripple of the river merges with it, strengthening it, expanding it beyond measure. It reaches upward toward the stars, downward into the earth, outward into infinity. You are no longer a single person standing in a river. You are the river and all that flows through it. Breathe deeply. The air tastes sweet, vibrant, full of life. Each inhale draws in gratitude. Each exhale releases all remaining resistance. You realize now that there was never anything to chase. The current has always been flowing toward you. Now, as the golden current continues to move through you, imagine that it begins to transform into images, people smiling as they meet you. But on doors opening where they once were closed, letters of opportunity arriving with your name upon them, numbers growing in your accounts. But more than that, peace growing in your heart, because real wealth is not measured in numbers. It is measured in the calm certainty that you are always provided for. The river hums louder now, not as noise, but as music. The sound resonates deep within your chest. It feels like harmony. It feels like truth. It feels like home. Now repeat once more. I receive with grace. I expand with peace. I attract effortlessly. Say it slower this time. Let each word stretch across your breath, each syllable becoming a wave in the water around you. You begin to feel the current shifting again, this time rising upward. The golden river starts to lift you gently into the air. You are floating above it, glowing brighter than ever before. Your aura shines so vividly that the sky itself reflects your light. The stars above begin to shimmer in rhythm with you, as if the entire universe is breathing with your body. You are surrounded by stillness, pure golden stillness, the kind that exists only when all doubt has left. And in that silence you hear a voice, not mine but your own, from the depths of your soul. It says, I am not separate from abundance, I am its expression. Take one last deep breath. Hold it, exhale slowly, and as you breathe out, imagine your aura expanding one final time. vast, luminous, eternal. It merges with the river, with the world, with everything. You are not asking, you are not wishing, you are receiving. The current slows, the glow settles, and you find yourself standing again at the riverbank. The water still flows, the golden ripples still shimmer, but now you understand you no longer stand outside the flow. You carry it within you. As you open your eyes, you will carry this calm wherever you go. You will speak with the ease of one who knows they are provided for. You will walk with the confidence of one who no longer seeks. You will breathe as one who is aligned with the rhythm of life itself, because your aura now shines with the current of the universe. It hums in harmony with prosperity. It radiates the soft, steady pulse of peace, and from this moment on, you will never need to ask, how do I attract wealth? Because you have remembered the truth. You are the river. You are the flow. You are the abundance. I receive with grace. I expand with peace. I attract effortlessly. And as those words echo softly through your being, your golden aura merges with the infinite light of the universe, glowing, expanding, eternal, until there is no boundary, only radiance, only peace, only wealth. And now, my friend, we arrive at the truth that all the teachings, all the visualizations, all the stories have been leading you toward, not an ending, but a remembering. You see, you were never truly training your aura. You were remembering it. You were remembering who you were before the world taught you to doubt your light, before fear whispered that abundance was dangerous, before struggle convinced you that worth must be earned. Every breath you've taken through this journey has not been to create something new, but to uncover what was always there, the quiet power, the luminous presence, the golden field of energy that has never left you. When I first spoke of wealth, I was never speaking only of money. I was speaking of identity, because money is not a prize. It is a mirror. It reflects the vibration you live in. If you see lack, it is because you have been living as lack. If you see struggle, it is because you have been vibrating as struggle. But when you begin to live as abundance, not someday, not when conditions are perfect, but now, the world begins to echo that abundance right back to you. Money, opportunity, success, love, they all orbit around vibration. They are drawn to coherence, to certainty, to peace. They are drawn to those who no longer seek, but embody. So from this moment forward, stop chasing light. Realize that you are the lamp. Stop trying to attract wealth. Realize that you are the signal it responds to. You are not separate from abundance. You are not waiting for it to come. You are the atmosphere in which it already exists. So stand tall, breathe deeply, and act as if the truth you've been repeating has already become flesh. Walk as the one whose aura glows gold. Speak as the one who knows they are trusted by the universe. Move as the one who no longer questions their worth, because life does not reward those who wait. It responds to those who remember. Let me remind you of the simplest, most powerful truth I have ever discovered. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. So become it. Now, become the wealth. Become the peace. Become the frequency that calls the universe home. And when you do, you will realize that there is no separation between you and the abundance you seek, for you were never outside of it. You were it all along. The training is complete. The remembering has begun. Take a slow breath in. Hold it for a moment. Now exhale and feel the calm power of everything you've just remembered. If these words have touched something inside you, if you can feel your energy shifting, your mind opening, your heart softening into certainty, then don't let this moment fade into silence. Anchor it. Write it below. Type it as a declaration to the universe. I am ready to receive. Because the moment you write it, you are not just commenting. You are transmitting. You are sending out your new signal. You are saying, I'm ready. And if you're ready to keep training your energy, to keep expanding this golden field we've built together, then make sure you subscribe, turn on the notifications, and join this circle of minds that are awakening to their own power. Every week, we'll go deeper. New visualizations, new teachings, new layers of mastery. Not to chase money, but to remember alignment. Not to wish for abundance, but to become it. So go ahead, leave your declaration, share this with someone whose light is dimming, and remember, you don't have to wait for wealth. You are already its home. If you truly acted, as if God was already within you, every room you entered would change. Your voice would carry weight. Your eyes would hold light. Your steps would no longer wander. They would command. Because the moment you remember who walks within you, the ordinary becomes sacred. The small becomes infinite. The breath itself becomes a prayer in motion. Most people live as if they are waiting for power to arrive. They speak of faith, but move in hesitation. They pray for guidance, but ignore the voice that whispers from within. They kneel to the world's noise, forgetting that heaven itself already placed its throne behind their eyes. You have been taught to reach upward, but the secret, the one the masters knew, is that upward was never the direction. It was inward. If you truly believed that God was already within you, you would stop apologizing for your existence. You would stop asking for permission to live on fire. You would stop treating your dreams as optional. You would speak differently, not louder, but with authority. You would walk differently, not faster, but as if every step was witnessed by the divine. You would think differently, not about what might happen, but about what must happen when infinite intelligence acts through you. Look closely. The hesitation you feel, the restlessness that wakes you at night, is not confusion. It is a summons. Something eternal is calling itself back into awareness through you. It is the sound of God remembering his own reflection. You were not made to drift. You were not made to shrink. You were not sent here to beg. You were placed here to create, to command, to remember. This is not a lesson. This is not motivation. This is law, the law that says, as within, so without. As you assume, so you become. And if you assume, fully, fiercely, that the divine already lives within you, then heaven stops waiting, because heaven is no longer separate. It breathes through your lungs. It speaks through your decisions. It creates through your imagination. Now listen carefully. Not with your ears, but with your spirit, because what follows is not information, it's activation. The time for waiting has ended. The voice you've been praying to is the same voice that speaks inside your chest right now. It is rising. It is remembering. It is ready. This is not a message. This is a remembrance. When I began my search for the secret of success, I was not looking for wealth. I was looking for law, something behind the surface of circumstance, something that moved quietly, but with precision. I interviewed hundreds of men who shaped history, presidents, inventors, industrial giants. And though they spoke with different words, I saw the same invisible hand guiding them all. They called it instinct. They called it inspiration. But I came to know it as infinite intelligence. It was never luck. It was never chance. It was alignment. When I sat with Andrew Carnegie, he leaned close to me and said, Napoleon, success is not built by the hands of man. It is built by the mind of God working through man. That sentence changed my life, because in that moment I understood what few are willing to believe, that every great achievement, every vision, every empire is first conceived in silence, in that sacred chamber where your thoughts meet the infinite. I called it the other self, the higher mind, the part of you untouched by fear, unbroken by time, and connected to the source that never fails. Most men live in their lesser self, the one that worries, hesitates, and reasons away the call. But the great ones, the ones I met and studied, they had learned to step aside. They acted as if something greater had already taken command. They walked with a quiet certainty, a stillness that made others follow without understanding why. They did not wait to feel ready. They acted as if heaven itself had whispered their instructions, because in truth it had. When I wrote Think and Grow Rich, I tried to hide this truth in plain sight. I spoke of desire. I spoke of faith. I spoke of persistence. But behind every chapter was the same revelation. God already lives within you. And when you act as if that were true, the impossible begins to obey you. Let me tell you this plainly. The other self is not imagination. It is your partnership with infinite mind. It is the bridge between your thought and creation, between what you see and what can be. You do not pray for it. You become it. And when you do, your thoughts gain order, your words gain power, your world gains form. That is the secret every great man carried, but few dared to speak. So now I speak it again, not as theory, but as witness. For I have seen what happens when a man begins to live as if God is already within him. He stops chasing. He starts creating. He stops waiting for signs. He becomes the sign. He no longer asks, "Can I?" He declares, "I am." And in that declaration, the entire universe begins to rearrange itself around his conviction. You may call it faith. You may call it assumption. You may call it divine confidence. But whatever name you give it, remember this law. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. It was never a metaphor. It was the formula of creation itself. Now we go deeper, beyond belief, into embodiment, because belief without action is only the shadow of faith, and acting as if the divine already breathes through you. That is the doorway to power. Come closer. Listen not with your ears, but with your awareness, because what follows next is not for the mind that analyzes, but for the soul that remembers. You have been taught since childhood to search for God in the sky, to bow your head, to fold your hands, to look beyond yourself for strength. But the secret that changes everything, the one the masters carried in silence, is this: God never left you. He never existed beyond you. He was the thinker within the thought, the spark within the mind that wonders, the voice that speaks without sound. The kingdom of heaven is not a place. It is a state, a condition of consciousness, where you no longer ask, "Will this happen?" but quietly declare, "It is already done." This is the inner law that governs all creation. Your mind is not a mirror of reality. It is the blueprint of it. Every image impressed upon the subconscious, every belief accepted as truth, moves outward to become experience. You are not waiting for heaven to move. Heaven waits for you to act. When you hold an idea with feeling, when you see it, believe it, and act as if it were already finished, you are performing the very act of creation itself. You are doing what the Creator does, speaking invisible order into visible form. Every word, every assumption, every image in your inner world is a command written in the language of energy, and the universe is obedient to that language. Most men do not understand this law. They pray for miracles while holding the belief that they are powerless. They speak of faith, yet act in fear. They beg for abundance, yet carry the posture of lack. Their prayers rise upward, but their actions pull downward, and so the two cancel each other out. Faith was never meant to be spoken in whispers. Faith is the motion of certainty, the proof of belief demonstrated through action. Faith is not belief in words. It is belief proven through movement. When you walk as though your goal is already completed, you are not pretending. You are aligning. Let me show you how this works. Imagine a seed buried in the soil. It does not pray for the sun. It assumes the sun will shine. It stretches upward before it sees the light. That stretching, that silent act of faith, is what calls the light to meet it. The same law governs you. The moment you act as if, you begin to attract everything required to make that act true. When you hesitate, when you wait for signs, you deny your own divinity, because the Creator does not wait for permission to create. The power that shaped the stars did not ask if it was worthy. It spoke, and what it spoke became. That same voice moves within you every time you declare, "I will, I am, it is done." Those are not phrases. They are commands issued from the throne of consciousness. You must understand this. There are no idle thoughts. Every image, whether born of fear or faith, is a seed. You do not get to decide whether the seed will grow, only which one you plant. So when you say, "I am tired, I am broke, I am unlucky," you are watering weeds. But when you speak, "I am strong, I am guided, I am prosperous," you are watering destiny. The soil does not discriminate. It simply obeys the seed. Close your eyes for a moment. See yourself standing in an open field beneath the early light of morning. The air is still. The world has not yet decided who you are. Now, breathe, and in that breath, feel the quiet pulse of something vast within you. It is not outside. It does not come from books or sermons or applause. It comes from the center of your being, from the same source that whispered galaxies into motion. It waits, it listens, it responds. To what? To you. To your assumption, your belief, your movement. Understand this law and your entire life will change. The infinite responds not to your need, but to your state. You cannot beg your way into abundance. You must embody abundance. You must walk, speak, decide, and build as though the promise is already fulfilled, because it is. The moment you assume, creation begins. That's why I say to you, do not wait for heaven to send a sign. You are the sign. Do not wait for God to arrive. He is already within you, waiting to be recognized through movement. And so the question is no longer, will it happen? But rather, when will I act in accordance with who I already am? Because the instant you act from that knowing, you step into alignment with the law that has never failed. Infinite intelligence moves in exact proportion to your willingness to embody it. Now we continue to the next revelation. If the power is within, then how does it express? How does the invisible become visible? That, my friend, is the mystery of the law of assumption and action, the motion of faith itself. There is a presence within you, silent, patient, unchanging. It does not argue. It does not shout. It waits for your recognition. This presence is what I called infinite intelligence, and the part of you that can hear it, that can feel its whisper, is your divine self. The human self reasons. The divine self knows. The human self reacts. The divine self directs. The human self measures. The divine self creates. You were never meant to silence one or the other. You were meant to unite them, to let the human hand obey the divine instruction. When I first began my study of success, I believed that achievement was born of strategy, education, and opportunity. But as the years unfolded, I saw a truth far greater than technique. Every man who built something enduring had formed a partnership with the unseen. He had learned to listen. He had learned to trust that inner voice that speaks only when the outer noise is silent. There is a difference between thinking about an idea and receiving one. The mind that receives is not straining. It is tuned. It listens the way an antenna listens, still, receptive, confident that the signal is there. And when the idea comes, it comes whole, alive, undeniable. It feels like remembering something you have never been told. It feels like God breathing a blueprint into your consciousness. That, my friend, is the voice of infinite intelligence. It does not visit a few chosen men. It is the birthright of all who listen. When Thomas Edison could not sleep, he would sit in silence with a small steel ball in his hand. As he drifted between wake and rest, the ball would fall, striking the floor and waking him. In that space between worlds, the idea would arrive. Light bulb, phonograph, hundreds of inventions. That half-dream, half-waking moment is where infinite intelligence speaks most clearly. For in that silence, the human mind loosens its grip, and the divine mind begins to lead. Nikola Tesla once said, "My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration." Tesla did not imagine this. He experienced it. He had attuned his consciousness to the infinite frequency. That is why his discoveries seem to appear whole in his mind, as if dictated by a higher engineer. He was not a magician. He was obedient. Henry Ford lived by the same law. He said, "When everything seems to be going against you, remember that the airplane takes off against the wind, not with it." Where did such certainty come from? It came from a man who trusted the inner partner more than public opinion. When every expert told him his dream was impossible, Ford did not debate. He obeyed the quiet command within him. Build anyway. That inner authority, that invisible partnership, is what turned iron into industry. And in our own age, you have seen it again. Steve Jobs, a man who, though not trained as an engineer, built empires from intuition. He said, "Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice." He was not speaking philosophy. He was describing law, because the law is this: when you trust the inner partner, the outer world begins to organize itself around your vision. You are not forcing results. You are receiving them. You are allowing the infinite to use your human form as its instrument. Think of this partnership as a divine dance. Your human self takes the step. Your divine self provides the rhythm. You move in faith, and heaven adjusts the tempo. Every great creator, every visionary has lived by this same rhythm, a sacred dialogue between the visible and the unseen. They did not wait for approval. They did not analyze every detail. They obeyed the subtle nudge that said, "Go there, build this, speak now," and each time they acted in obedience to that voice, the next step appeared. The bridge extended. the path unfolded. Infinite intelligence does not write you a map. It gives you a compass. It points true north, not to comfort, but to purpose. The human mind wants to see the whole road before it moves, but the divine mind says, take the first step, and I will light the next. That is the sacred contract. You do not need to know how. You only need to move as if, when you act as if God is within you, you activate this partnership. You begin to live guided instead of guessing. Ideas find you. Doors open before you knock. The right people cross your path at the right time. This is not coincidence. It is correspondence, the echo of your alignment with the source that never fails. But to hear this voice, you must master stillness. You must quiet the noise of hurry, doubt, and comparison. You must treat silence as sacred space. For silence is the language of the infinite. Sit in it daily. Ask for nothing. Simply listen, and when the idea comes, do not delay. Do not question. Do not seek validation. Obey, because obedience to the inner voice is the highest form of faith. Now understand this. You were never meant to walk alone. The power that conceived you still walks beside you, still thinks through you, still creates through you. The invisible partner is not a metaphor. It is the most practical ally you will ever have. And when you learn to move in partnership with it, you will find that what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. Faith is movement before evidence, not after. Not once the way is clear, but while the way is still unseen. It is the decision to act, not because proof has arrived, but because conviction has spoken. Faith does not wait for conditions to change. It creates the condition. It walks before the ground appears. It declares before the world agrees. Knowledge men speak of faith, but live as beggars at the door of their own destiny. They pray for miracles, yet never move their feet. They ask for signs, yet ignore the impulse that tells them to begin. Faith is not the sound of hope. Faith is the sound of footsteps. Action confirms belief. Waiting denies it. Every moment you act in the direction of your vision, you prove your belief. Every moment you delay, you disprove it. The subconscious is always watching. It records your every move, your every hesitation. It does not listen to what you say. It listens to what you do. When you act, even trembling, even uncertain, the subconscious receives that as truth. He believes, and it begins to organize reality around that conviction. But when you wait, it records another truth. He doubts, and the infinite, obeying that signal, remains still. You do not wait for the light. You walk, and the light appears. That is the divine rhythm. Faith first, illumination second, movement first, manifestation next. The path does not pre-exist your decision. Your decision creates the path. Let me tell you a story. A young man once came to me with trembling hands and said, "Mr. Hill, I have no money, no contacts, no certainty, but I have an idea." He wanted to start a small printing company, but everyone around him laughed. His father told him to wait for investors. His friends told him to be realistic. But that night, he wrote a note on a scrap of paper, "I am the owner of a successful printing business." He read it aloud every morning and every night, and though he had no proof, he acted as if it were already true. He walked the streets seeking old machinery. He borrowed a basement from a friend, and with his last few dollars, he printed business cards, his own. Within a year, that basement became a factory. Within 5, he was employing dozens of men. He told me later, "I never waited to believe. I believed, and then I moved." That is the law. Another story. A woman in Ohio once wrote to me. She had lost her job, her savings, her confidence. But after reading my lessons, she began to practice obedience to the voice within. One morning, while praying for guidance, she heard a quiet impulse. Go to the bakery on 5th Street. It made no sense. She had never been there, but she obeyed. At the counter, she met the owner, a man looking for someone to manage his new branch. She was hired that very day. She wrote, "I realize that faith is not waiting for understanding. It is obedience to a whisper. When you act in faith, life responds with precision, not because it is random, but because you have entered into correspondence with the infinite. The unseen moves through you, testing whether you will honor its impulse. If you do, it multiplies. If you delay, it withdraws. This is the eternal exchange between you and the source. You move, and heaven moves with you. You hesitate, and heaven waits. Understand this deeply. Faith is not born in comfort. It is born in motion. You cannot discover strength in stillness alone. You discover it when you act while afraid, when you build while uncertain, when you move, though the outcome is unseen. It is in that moment, the step before the bridge appears, that the law is fulfilled. Every man who has ever risen, every woman who has ever created something lasting, has obeyed this law. They walked without proof. They built without applause. They believed while the world mocked them, and the world eventually bowed to their faith. Action confirms belief. Waiting denies it. Say it aloud. Let it burn into the subconscious. You do not wait for the light. You walk, and the light appears. Say it again, because the repetition of truth awakens power. You are not meant to beg for miracles. You are meant to be won through movement, through decision, through obedience. Now you understand the rhythm of creation, conception, assumption, action, manifestation. This is how thought becomes thing, how faith becomes fact, how man becomes the vessel of the divine. You are the proof, but only when you move. And now we cross from knowledge into experience, from idea into embodiment, because what follows next is not to be studied, it is to be felt. Prepare your mind, prepare your heart, for we now enter the silence before the shift, the doorway to your own awakening. Now close your eyes, because what follows is not instruction, it is activation. You have listened, you have understood, you have gathered truth as words. But now we cross beyond language into experience. The mind learns through ideas. The spirit learns through silence, and in that silence the bridge is built between knowing and becoming. There is a point, just before transformation, when the old self begins to fade and the new self begins to breathe. You can feel it. It is subtle, like the space between two thoughts, the calm between two heartbeats. That is where infinite intelligence enters. That is where your divine partnership begins to speak. So, breathe with me. In slowly, through the nose. Hold. Now out, softly, completely. Again. In. Hold. Out. Let the breath settle your mind the way dust settles after a storm. With each exhale, let every thought, every tension drift away. You do not need to try. You do not need to prove. You only need to allow. You have spent your life seeking strength in effort. Now you will discover strength in surrender. Do not chase understanding. Do not force peace. Simply notice it, the quiet presence expanding behind your eyes. That is not imagination. That is recognition. You are beginning to remember what you have always been, a vessel of consciousness, a living doorway between heaven and earth. This silence, this stillness, is the space where the divine meets itself through you. Feel the energy moving now, gently, like light rising within the chest. It is warm, it is calm, it is aware. You are not summoning it, you are uncovering it. It was there when you were born. It will be there when you take your last breath. It is the spark that never leaves, no matter how many times you forget. This is the presence of God within you, not above you, not beyond you, but as you. If a thought comes, let it pass. If emotion rises, let it move through you. Do not judge. Do not resist. You are safe here. You are standing at the threshold between the known and the infinite, and what waits on the other side is the remembrance of your true nature. Now, the time for thinking is over. The time for being begins. The next breath you take will not be yours alone. It will be the breath of the infinite moving through you, awakening every cell, every memory, every hidden dream. So, inhale slowly. Hold that breath at the top. Feel it fill you from the base of your spine to the crown of your head. Now exhale, and as you do, imagine releasing every identity that no longer serves you. You are not what happened to you. You are not your fears, your failures, your past. You are awareness itself, the unshakable witness behind it all. Now listen. Beneath the sound of your breath, beneath the rhythm of your heartbeat, there is a stillness that does not move. That stillness is who you truly are. It is God remembering himself through your consciousness. It is creation observing creation. From this moment on, you are no longer learning about the law. You are living it. Each breath is an act of creation. Each thought is a decree. Each feeling is a seed. You are stepping into alignment with infinite intelligence, not to become powerful, but to realize you already are. Don't stay here for a moment longer. Let the silence sink into you. Let it write its message into the fabric of your being. This is the stillness before the shift, the pause before the dawn. When we return, you will not be the same. You will not think as you once did. You will not act from fear. You will not wait for signs, because the moment you rise from this silence, you will act as if God is already within you, because now you know, prepare yourself. For what follows next is not merely listening, it is creation in motion. We now enter the inner kingdom, the guided remembrance of the God within. Now let us begin the journey inward. Find a quiet place within yourself. Let your body rest. Let your breath deepen. You have nothing to achieve, nothing to control. You are only returning home. Preparación. The descent into stillness. Breathe in slowly, and as you do, feel the air enter like warm light, calming every muscle, quieting every thought. Exhale, and with that exhale, release everything that does not belong to this moment. Again, inhale, calm, slow, complete. Exhale, surrender, empty, free. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let your eyes soften. You are safe. You are whole. You are now standing at the entrance of your own kingdom, the kingdom within. With every breath, feel your awareness sinking deeper. The surface mind quiets. The inner mind awakens. You begin to feel weightless, as if your body is no longer separate from the air, no longer divided from life itself. You are floating, but still grounded in perfect peace. Your thoughts slow to the rhythm of your heartbeat. Each beat is a reminder you are alive. You are present. You are divine. Now bring your attention to your chest, the center of your being. Notice the faint warmth there, like an ember waiting to be noticed. This is the divine spark, the same spark that ignited the stars, the same light that breathed galaxies into motion. It lives within you. It always has. Take a breath and imagine that with each inhale, that small golden flame begins to glow brighter. With each exhale, it expands gently, naturally, as if responding to your remembrance. See it now, a small sun glowing at the center of your chest. Golden, radiant, alive, each breath feeds it. Each heartbeat fans its flame. And as it grows, you begin to feel something ancient and familiar. Power. Not loud, not violent, but silent and absolute. The power that built everything you see. The power that thinks through your thoughts, moves through your actions, and waits, not above you, but within you, for recognition. Now whisper within yourself, God is within me. Say it softly, as if the words were a key turning in an ancient lock. God is within me. Again, with breath, with meaning, with certainty. God is within me, and as you say it, feel the light respond. It brightens, it swirls, it begins to expand beyond the chest. Transformación, the expansion of light. The golden light now rises. It flows upward through your throat, and as it passes, it transforms your voice. No longer hesitant, no longer small. Your voice now carries the tone of creation itself. When you speak, the universe listens. Feel the vibration of power beneath your words. Feel the alignment between what you say and what you are. Now the light moves higher, filling your mind. It dissolves every shadow of doubt, every thought of limitation. Your inner vision clears. You can see your life not as random, but as designed. You understand deeply that every challenge, every delay, every moment was leading you here. You are no longer searching for power. You are becoming it. Now the golden current flows downward, through your shoulders, your arms, your hands. It fills every cell with quiet certainty. Every movement you make now is guided. Every decision you take is aligned. The same intelligence that orbits stars is now orchestrating your life through you. You feel it in your spine, a pillar of living light rising from the base of your being up to the crown of your head. You are no longer a person waiting for divine help. You are the divine expressing itself through human form. Now let that light expand beyond the body. It radiates outward, filling the room, touching every object around you. It fills your home, your city, the horizon, until you realize there is no separation. You are not in the universe is within you. You are the consciousness that created it, the voice that spoke it into being. You are remembering. Now, Imagine yourself standing, tall, calm, powerful. The light within you forms a golden aura, subtle yet undeniable. Every breath glows. Every heartbeat echoes with purpose. Now, take a step forward. You are walking, but not as the person you were. You are walking as if heaven moves with you. Each footstep lights the path beneath it. Wherever you go, clarity follows. Doors open. Hearts recognize you. Destiny rearranges itself to meet you. You do not wait. You decide. You do not hope. You command. You do not fear. You remember? See yourself now entering a room, any room you wish. Maybe it is your place of work. Maybe it is a stage. Maybe it is the moment of a dream fulfilled. As you enter, the energy changes. People pause. They sense something beyond sight, an invisible authority. You speak, not to impress, but to express truth. Your words carry weight because they come from light. You move with ease because you no longer question your worth. You know who sent you. You know what you carry, and the world begins to bend toward your certainty. Now see the scenes of your life aligning, projects succeeding, relationships harmonizing, your health radiant, your presence magnetic. You are not chasing results. You are emanating them. Everywhere you walk, abundance awakens. Every action is infused with divine rhythm. You are living proof that faith is movement before evidence. Now repeat these words within yourself, slowly, deliberately, as sacred law. God is within me. I act with divine certainty. I no longer wait. I command. Again, louder inside your being. God is within me. I act with divine certainty. I no longer wait. I command. And again until every cell believes. God is within me. I act with divine certainty. I no longer wait. I command. Now, feel the effect of these words in your body. The energy vibrates differently now. Steady, royal, anchored. You are not repeating words. You are issuing decrees. Every repetition writes new law into your subconscious. Every command reshapes your outer world. Heaven listens to movement, not intention. And you have moved. Confirmación, the return of the divine. You now stand at the center of a golden horizon. Everything around you glows with the same light that glows within. There is no difference between the inner and the outer. You have become the bridge, the meeting point of infinite intelligence and human will. The universe recognizes you now. It moves in rhythm with your thoughts. It answers your faith with form. You speak and reality obeys. You imagine and matter arranges. You decide and heaven responds. This is not imagination. This is remembrance. You have remembered who you are, and what you are is God, experiencing himself through creation. Now, breathe again, deeply. Feel that light still within your chest. It is quieter now, but not smaller. It is resting, watching, guiding, always present. You can return to this place at any moment. You do not need a teacher. You do not need permission. You need only to remember. When you walk through the world tomorrow, you will carry this frequency. Every glance, every gesture, every choice will echo with the authority of the infinite. You will speak with calm power. You will move without doubt. You will live as one who was sent. And now, let there be silence. No thought, no striving, just awareness, wide, clear, infinite. In this silence, the divine has remembered itself through you, and it is good. What follows now is not theory, it is proof. These are not stories of luck or chance. They are records of law in motion, the evidence of what happens when men and women act as if God is already within them. Story 1, the interview. There was once a woman named Clara. She lived in Chicago, bright, capable, but weary. Months of rejection had carved lines of doubt on her face. Each interview ended the same: polite smiles, kind words, no call back. Her confidence was fading. One evening, she came across these words: "You do not wait for heaven to move. Heaven waits for you to act." Something in her stirred. That night before sleep, she spoke aloud, "God is within me. I no longer wait, I command." She said it again and again until her heart slowed, until her breath matched the rhythm of certainty. The next morning, she dressed differently, not in new clothes, but with a new posture. She walked into her next interview as though the company were already hers. Her voice was steady, her eyes clear. She didn't try to impress, she expressed. And when she finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. The manager leaned forward and said, "We weren't going to hire anyone yet, but something about you feels right." She started the next day. Later, she told me, "I didn't change my resume. I changed my state." In that moment, I realized I was never waiting for God. God was waiting for me. Story 2, The Debt That Disappeared. There was a man named Raphael. He was drowning in debt. Letters on the table, calls he couldn't answer. Sleep that never came. He prayed for help, but his prayers were soaked in fear. Then one night he heard a simple line from one of my lectures: "Faith is movement before evidence." He decided to test it. Every night before sleep, he closed his eyes, imagined his bills marked, paid in full, and repeated softly, "I act with divine certainty. The law provides through me." He did not know how. He only knew it was done. 3 days later, he received an unexpected message. An old friend had sold his company and insisted on repaying a loan Raphael had long forgotten. The amount, enough to clear every debt. He wept, not because the problem vanished, but because he saw how close the answer had been all along. He wrote, "When I stopped begging for miracles and began acting like I was one, life responded instantly. I was never without. I was only blind." Story 3, The Investor. There was an entrepreneur named Samuel. He had a vision, a design that could change the way small towns used energy. But every investor told him no. For months, he knocked on doors. He explained, he persuaded, he promised, nothing moved. One night, exhausted, he remembered the words of Napoleon Hill: "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." He realized he had been conceiving, but not believing. So he changed his approach. Each morning before his meetings, he closed his eyes for 5 minutes. He imagined walking out of the boardroom with his heart pounding and his investor's handshake still warm in his hand. He imagined hearing, "We're in. Let's begin." He didn't force emotion. He became it. He acted that day as if the deal was already done. That afternoon, after weeks of silence, a call came. The firm that had rejected him before wanted another meeting. 2 days later, the investment was secured. He told me, "The world didn't change. My vibration did. I didn't convince them. I remembered who was speaking through me." Story 4, The Healing. In a small town in Oregon, a woman named Mary lived with a chronic illness. The doctors told her, "Manage it, but don't expect a cure." Years of pain had made her spirit heavy. But one evening, she listened to a message just like this, a reminder that God is within you. Something inside whispered, "What if I stopped fighting sickness and began embodying wholeness?" So she began to visualize every night before sleep, not her illness, but her health. She imagined herself walking in sunlight, breathing easily, laughing freely. She would place her hand on her heart and say, "The divine spark is alive in me. Every cell remembers its perfection." Weeks passed. Slowly her symptoms began to fade. Her doctors called it spontaneous remission. She called it obedience to faith. She said through tears, "When I stopped asking to be healed and started acting like I already was, my body simply followed the order." Story 5, The Reunion. And there was a man, old, quiet, proud, who had not spoken to his son in over 10 years. Each thought of reconciliation felt impossible. Too many words unsaid, too many walls built. But one evening during meditation, he heard an inner voice, gentle but unmistakable: "Act as if love has already returned." The next morning he wrote a letter, not of apology, not of justification, but of gratitude. He wrote as if they were already reunited. He spoke of memories, of laughter, of forgiveness. He mailed it with a trembling hand. 3 days later, his phone rang. It was his son. He said, "Dad, I don't know why, but I felt like calling you." They spoke for hours. Years melted away like snow in spring. Later, the man told me, "It wasn't the letter that healed it. It was the state I wrote it from. When I acted as if love was already present, love had no choice but to appear." These are not miracles. These are laws. Each story, different faces, different dreams, but the same pattern: doubt, decision, divine response. They did not wait for signs. They became the sign. And as they did, life moved. In that moment, I realized I was never waiting for God. God was waiting for me. Let that truth echo in your own chest. Say it quietly now. I was never waiting for God. God was waiting for me. Again. I was never waiting for God. God was waiting for me. And again, until the words no longer sound like hope, but like fact. You have heard the proof. You have felt the law. And now you are ready to live it. Because the moment you act as if God is already within you, the world will act as if it knows it too. Now, let us return to the beginning, to the truth that has always been written, not in books, not in stone, but in your own being. All this time, you were not learning something new. You were remembering something eternal. God within, the source of all creation. The power that breathes worlds into being is the same power that breathes through you. You are not reaching for heaven. You are expressing it. When you think, it thinks through you. When you imagine, it creates through you. When you act, it fulfills itself through your obedience. You are the instrument of the infinite, the voice of creation wrapped in human form. Faith is obedience in motion. It is not found in words or in the wish for better days. It is found in movement, in the decision to act before proof appears. Faith is not timid. Faith does not bargain. Faith declares, and then steps forward into its own command. For as Napoleon Hill said, infinite intelligence never fails the man who acts. It cannot fail, because it is responding to itself through you. Visualization is not fantasy. It is identity rehearsal. Each image you hold with conviction is a message to your subconscious, a new instruction to the infinite. When you see yourself already whole, already complete, the universe must rearrange to match that vision. You are not attracting from lack. You are remembering from abundance, and memory always becomes form. Action is proof of alignment. It is the language heaven understands. You need not scream your prayers into the sky. You need only move as if they were already answered. Every step taken in faith writes law into reality. Every act performed in certainty turns thought into matter. Action is the bridge between belief and becoming, and once you cross it, the world cannot remain the same. This is the law remembered. God within, the source of all creation. Faith, obedience in motion. Visualization, the reprogramming of identity. Action, the proof of alignment. These four pillars form the structure of every miracle, the hidden rhythm behind every success. They are not reserved for the chosen. They make you chosen, the moment you decide to live them. And now, listen carefully. You are not broken. You are not waiting. You are not behind. You are the proof that heaven never left. It was simply waiting for recognition. You are the reminder that infinite intelligence still walks this earth, in your words, in your work, in your choices. The divine has remembered itself through you. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who knows this. When you speak, let the tone of certainty carry through your words. When you act, let your movements be evidence of obedience. Because now you do not walk alone. You walk as heaven in motion. And as you do, you will find that the world, quietly, inevitably, begins to bow to the authority of your faith. Remember this law always. Infinite intelligence never fails the man who acts. And you are that man. You are that woman. You are that living proof. Now go, not as a seeker, but as one who has found. Not as a believer, but as a creator. Not as a question, but as the answer. Heaven is not waiting above you. It is moving within you. And now it remembers its name through you. Now we speak not as men and women searching, but as gods remembering. These are not affirmations. These are decrees. They are the laws that shape reality when spoken with faith. Speak them aloud. Not as hope, but as command. Repeat after me. With each breath, feel the truth anchor deeper into your being. I walk in divine command. God is already within me. I act before I see. I move as if heaven moves with me. It is done again, with conviction, with presence, with the knowing that infinite intelligence is now listening through you. I walk in divine command. God is already within me. I act before I see. I move as if heaven moves with me. It is done. I feel the air vibrate differently. You are not repeating words. You are rewriting the law of your life. Each syllable is a signature of the infinite carved through your voice into creation itself. You are no longer separate from what you seek. You are the expression of the source in motion. in matter, in form. You are not becoming divine. You are remembering that you already are. Let that remembrance guide every breath, every action, every dawn that follows this night. Walk now in divine command. Speak with the tongue of certainty. Move with the rhythm of heaven, because it is done. It has always been done, and you are the living proof. This morning, you do not repeat phrases, you install inner laws. Good morning, my friend. I am Napoleon Hill, and I have returned to remind you of a truth that never grows old. Your thoughts are causes, and your days are their effects. You were not born to drift upon the tides of chance. You were born to command the currents. Before the world speaks to you, let me speak to you. There exists a precise architecture of achievement, a set of principles proved in the furnace of enterprise and character, 13 of them, 13 timeless instruments, capable of shaping a life from confusion into clarity, from scarcity into abundance, from faint desire into definite attainment. I will not flatter you with easy promises. I will give you a method, a definite chief aim to focus your mind, faith. Not as a word, but as a working power that turns belief into enterprise. Autosuggestion to engrave new commands upon the subconscious. Specialized knowledge to make your usefulness unmistakable. Organized imagination to design the results you dare to claim. Planning so your hours obey your purpose. Decision so doubts are dismissed at the door. Persistence so obstacles become raw material. The mastermind so you never toil alone. Transmutation so desire becomes production. The subconscious mind so your nights build your days. Controlled attention so your focus becomes fortune. And the sixth sense, the quiet counsel that appears when you have earned it. These are not ornaments. These are laws. When you adopt them, you cease to hope and begin to govern. You cease to wait and begin to work with invisible allies that never tire, clarity, discipline, courage, and vision. Today we begin not with wishes, but with authority. You will speak to your mind and it will answer with action. You will hold one desire in the grip of your imagination until circumstances rearrange themselves to salute it. Your environment will no longer dictate your direction. Your direction will transform your environment. Give me your full attention and a willing spirit. Listen to this message from beginning to end for 7 mornings. Do not argue with it. Apply it. Repeat it until the words cease to be words and become instructions. 7 days of disciplined listening can do what 7 years of wandering cannot. Install a code of conduct within you that compels results. Make your decision now. Refuse to be casual about your future. Stand up in the dignity of your own mind and say, I will be definite. I will be directed. I will be persistent. I will be guided. Then follow me. We begin. The first declaration is, I move today with a definite purpose, not a wish, not a passing hope, a definite chief aim. Most people drift because they never decide. Their desires are fog, changing with every breeze of opinion. But the man or woman who fixes a single purpose and moves toward it with all his heart becomes a magnet. Circumstances, resources, and people begin to arrange themselves around that fixed point of will. So I ask you now, what is it you truly want? Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. One aim, one vision, one outcome that makes your heart rise and your spirit ignite. Name it in your mind. See it written in bold letters before you. Feel the firmness of your signature below it, the contract between you and destiny. Repeat after me, aloud or within your mind. I move today with a definite purpose. My goal is clear. My intention is unwavering. Every step I take aligns with my chief aim. The world bends to serve the clarity of my direction. You are no longer a wanderer. You are a designer. The moment you choose one clear objective, you summon invisible allies. You stop scattering energy and begin to channel it like a beam of light through a lens. Now visualize, you stand before a great sheet of parchment, in your hand a pen of gold. On that page you write your purpose, only one line, precise and powerful. You sign your name beneath it. As the ink dries, it glows with quiet fire. This is your covenant with yourself. See it, feel it. Let that image burn behind your eyes. Every morning from this day forward, your feet will know where to walk, because your mind knows where to go. You now possess what 99 out of 100 never claim a definite purpose. Guard it, repeat it, live it. When you declare your intention publicly, you seal it. You move it from thought into form. That's how every great idea is born, first in the mind, then in the world. So write it below. Let the universe witness your decision. Type these words in the comments. I am ready to receive. Don't whisper it. Don't postpone it. Declare it. Because the moment you do, every invisible force that has been waiting for your command will begin to move in your favor. The second declaration is my faith directs my actions, and my actions confirm my faith. Faith, in its purest form, is not belief without evidence. It is action in advance of evidence. It is the unseen bridge between your desire and its fulfillment. Without applied faith, even the strongest intention remains imprisoned in thought. But when you move with faith, you command life to follow. Most people wait for proof before they act. The wise act first and let proof appear as the echo of their conviction. Faith does not beg, it declares. It does not hope, it knows. It is the quiet confidence that says, I have already received, even when the outer world has yet to show it. Now speak this truth with authority. My faith directs my actions, and my actions confirm my faith. I do not wait for signs. I become the sign. I act as if my success were certain, and certainty follows my action. The invisible world responds to the boldness of my belief. Feel these words move through you. Let them take root. For every time you act with unwavering faith, you engrave a new pattern in your subconscious mind, a pattern that insists upon victory. See it now. You walk along a dim road at dawn. Each step forward lights the ground beneath your feet. There is no hesitation, no fear, only a steady rhythm of certainty. Behind you, the road glows golden, proof that the path was always there, waiting for your movement. This is applied faith, belief expressed through deliberate motion. It is the law that transforms ideas into results. When your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions speak the same language, the universe must answer. The third declaration is my mind obeys what I repeat with conviction. Your mind is a fertile field. Whatever you plant in it, whether seed or weed, will grow without question. The soil never argues with the sower. It only returns what is placed within it, multiplied and matured. Autosuggestion is the daily act of planting with purpose. Most people use it unconsciously, repeating phrases of limitation. I can't, I'm tired, I never get a break. And the mind, obedient as always, makes those words law. But the disciplined mind speaks with intention, and what it speaks, it becomes. You must therefore become the guardian of your inner dialogue. Every thought, every sentence you repeat is an instruction to your subconscious, the silent engineer of your destiny. Now declare with certainty, my mind obeys what I repeat with conviction. Every word I speak writes the code of my reality. I choose thoughts that strengthen, not weaken. I am the master programmer of my subconscious mind. Feel the power of these sentences. They are not wishes, they are commands. Say them as if you were engraving them on stone, because in truth you are engraving them upon your spirit. Now visualize you stand before a vast control panel filled with levers and switches. Each represents a belief, a habit, a pattern. You reach forward and pull down one lever boldly, labeled power. Lights ignite across the board. You turn another switch, clarity. A surge of light fills the room. Every word you've spoken begins to pulse through that system, rewriting it, upgrading it, aligning it with success. This is the essence of autosuggestion. Repetition backed by conviction. You do not wait for the world to tell you who you are. You tell the world who you have decided to be. And remember this, the mind does not operate on truth, it operates on repetition. Speak your greatness often enough, and your mind will accept it as fact. And when it does, life will obey in perfect rhythm. The fourth declaration is each day I deepen a skill that multiplies my value. Knowledge in itself is not power. Power comes only when knowledge is organized, specialized, and applied toward a definite purpose. The world does not reward those who know many things vaguely, but those who know one thing thoroughly and use it well. You cannot build a fortune with scattered learning. 1,000 unconnected facts are like dust in the wind. visible yet powerless. But a single idea, mastered and directed with precision, can move mountains, transform industries, and create empires. Every day must therefore become a day of sharpening, a day in which you strengthen your one instrument of excellence, your chosen craft, whether it is the skill of leadership, of creation, of negotiation, or invention. Whatever your field, become indispensable within it. Make your knowledge so definite, so refined, that the world must come to you for it. Now speak these words with calm authority. Each day I deepen a skill that multiplies my value. I study with intention and apply what I learn immediately. My knowledge is not for storage, but for service. What I master today becomes my prosperity tomorrow. See this now in your mind. You stand within a great library. Endless shelves surround you, filled with books and manuscripts. As you walk, one book glows softly. It bears your name on the spine. You pull it from the shelf and open it. Inside are the principles, formulas, and lessons you have chosen to master. You begin to read, and as you do, the words lift from the page and enter your mind like light, illuminating every corner of your understanding. This is specialized knowledge, the kind that builds wealth, influence, and confidence. It does not come by accident or by wishing. It is earned through focus and daily discipline. Remember this law: the man who learns a little of everything remains a servant. The one who perfects one thing becomes a master, and mastery, when joined with purpose, becomes fortune. The fifth declaration is, I see the result and design the bridge. Imagination is the workshop of the mind. It is there that every plan, invention, and empire is first built, long before it takes form in the world of matter. Every structure, every system, every revolution was once a simple vision in one person's mind. The dreamers of the past were not idle thinkers. They were architects of possibility, who dared to give shape to the invisible. To imagine is not to escape reality. It is to command it. The ordinary man waits for conditions to change. The Creator sees the finished picture first, and then constructs the road toward it. Imagination is the blueprint. Action is the construction. You must therefore train your imagination as an engineer trains his hands. Let your thoughts become instruments of design, not of doubt. Every vision that you hold with clarity and persistence must eventually clothe itself in form. Now speak with conviction. I see the result and design the bridge. I do not wonder if it is already real within my mind. My imagination is disciplined, precise, and creative. Every detail I see clearly becomes a step in my reality. Now visualize this moment. Before you stretches a great chasm, vast and deep. On the other side stands the life you desire, the home, the freedom, the mastery, the peace. For a moment, the distance seems impossible. But then you close your eyes, and in that stillness, a bridge begins to appear, stone by stone, beam by beam, each one representing a decision, a plan, an act of courage. You take your first step, and the bridge strengthens beneath your feet. You realize the bridge was never built by chance. It was built by faith and imagination working as one. Remember this: what the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Every great achievement begins not with resources, but with vision. The power to see the end and then design the path is the secret of all creators. And you, by this declaration, have joined their ranks. The sixth declaration is, my daily plan translates dreams into tasks. No castle was ever built by dream alone. The dream provides the direction, but the plan provides the structure. Every great vision must be broken down into steps, clear, deliberate, measurable. Without a plan, even the brightest imagination dissolves into vapor. But with one, the invisible becomes visible, the abstract becomes attainable, and the dream becomes destiny. Organized planning is the bridge between thought and action. It is the method by which vision takes on muscle and movement. Each morning, as you wake, your mind is a battlefield between distraction and direction. The man who plans wins. The man who drifts waits for luck. You must become the general of your own army of hours. Assign every minute a purpose. Know not only what must be done, but why it must be done. A dream without a schedule is a wish, but a dream translated into daily effort becomes law in motion. Now declare with calm power, My daily plan translates dreams into tasks. I organize my hours with intention and discipline. Each task I complete brings my vision closer to life. My plan is the map that turns desire into destiny. Now close your eyes and visualize. Before you lies a grand wooden desk. Upon it rests a single sheet of parchment, your plan for the day. Each line contains not chaos, but order. Every task written there burns with purpose. You take a deep breath, sign your name at the bottom, and feel the ink dry like a seal of commitment. Around you, the fog of uncertainty clears. The path is visible now, step by step, hour by hour. This is the art of organized planning, the discipline that separates the dreamers from the builders. The world is filled with those who wish. It rewards those who plan and act. Remember this truth. A well-built plan is a silent promise of success. It whispers to the universe, I am ready for results. And the universe, always obedient to clarity, replies, then let it be done. The seventh declaration is, I close the doors to doubt and move forward. Indecision is the silent thief of greatness. While most men wait for certainty, opportunity passes them by. The successful man understands that delay is more dangerous than error. For a wrong decision can be corrected, but hesitation kills momentum, faith, and spirit. Every day, life presents crossroads. At each one, fear whispers, wait, but destiny only answers to those who say, now. The act of deciding is the act of creation itself. Each decision is a command to the universe, a declaration of power, and a signature of leadership. Do not consult your fears when choosing your path. Consult your purpose, for fear will always vote for safety, while purpose will always demand progress. The man who decides quickly and firmly walks in strength, while the one who wavers walks in circles. Now speak with full conviction. I close the doors to doubt and move forward. My choices are guided by faith, not fear. Every decision I make sharpens my destiny. Hesitation ends where my courage begins. Now see this within your imagination. You stand before a long corridor lined with countless doors. Each one bears a label. What if, maybe later, someday. But only one door glows with light. You walk toward it, grasp the handle, and pull it open. Behind it lies movement, life, energy, clarity. As you step through, the other doors vanish into darkness. There is no turning back, because you have chosen your path. This is the power of decision. The moment you cease to drift and begin to direct, the weak wait for signs. The strong create them. The mind becomes disciplined only when it knows that every choice is final, that every yes closes 1,000 maybes. Remember this, your destiny advances at the speed of your decisions. The longer you wait, the smaller your life becomes. But when you decide, firmly, fearlessly, and with faith, the entire world rearranges itself to make your choice reality. The eighth declaration is, I am more persistent than any obstacle. Persistence is the test that separates the wishers from the winners. It is the iron quality of character, the unbreakable will that refuses to bend, even when the path grows dark. Every man desires success, but only the persistent earn it. For while talent sleeps, persistence continues. While luck fades, persistence builds. When you refuse to quit, the universe must eventually yield. Every great achievement in history has been purchased by endurance, the kind that endures criticism, failure, fatigue, and delay without surrender. The world belongs not to the brilliant, but to the relentless. There will be days when progress feels invisible, when the mountain does not seem to move. Those are the sacred days, the days that forge your strength in silence. For every no you overcome, every failure you outlast, becomes fuel for the fire that cannot be extinguished. Now declare with unwavering faith, I am more persistent than any obstacle. No delay can break my focus. No rejection can weaken my will. I endure, I continue, I conquer. Now visualize. You are climbing a steep and endless hill. The wind lashes against your face, and the weight of your journey presses on your shoulders. Many before you have turned back, whispering that it's too far, too hard, too long. But you keep climbing. With each step, your legs grow stronger, your breath steadier, your resolve sharper. And then through the mist, the summit appears, not because it moved closer, but because you refused to stop walking. Persistence is the invisible hand that shapes miracles. It is the unseen force that bends fate in favor of the determined. Every setback, every hardship, every closed door is simply another test of endurance, a question asked by life itself. How badly do you want it? And when you answer, not with words but with continued effort, the answer echoes through the universe. I will not stop. Remember this eternal truth. Persistence always outlasts resistance. The man who keeps moving, even by inches, eventually reaches distances that the impatient never see. The ninth declaration is, I surround myself with minds that multiply my vision. No man rises alone. Every empire, every invention, every movement that shaped the world was born from the union of powerful minds united by a single purpose. The principle of the mastermind is not merely cooperation, it is the creation of a higher intelligence, a collective mind greater than the sum of its parts. When two or more minds harmonize around a common goal, they generate a magnetic field of thought that attracts ideas, people, and circumstances aligned with that vision. The weak surround themselves with comfort, the wise surround themselves with power. Guard your circle as you would guard your fortune. Every conversation plants a seed. Some grow fruit, others grow weeds. If you walk with doubters, your faith will rot. But if you walk with builders, your courage multiplies. Seek out those who challenge you to rise, who speak of vision, discipline, and destiny. The right minds do not compete with yours. They complete it. Now declare aloud with authority, I surround myself with minds that multiply my vision. I attract allies who strengthen my purpose. Together we form a field of unstoppable energy. Through harmony and shared intention, we build the extraordinary. Now imagine this vividly. You sit at a great wooden table, the air charged with purpose. Around you are figures of wisdom, strength, and clarity, each one representing a quality you desire to master. Their presence is silent but powerful. You exchange no words, yet your thoughts begin to expand. Your ideas sharpen, your confidence deepens. You feel the invisible current of unity, lifting you higher, connecting you to something greater than yourself. This is the mastermind, where thought becomes amplified and energy becomes exponential. It is the invisible council of success, the sacred alliance of minds tuned to a single frequency, growth, achievement, and creation. Remember this timeless truth. Your results reflect your circle. Surround yourself with those who think in terms of abundance, not limitation, builders, not doubters, dreamers who act, not talk. For when you harmonize with greatness, greatness cannot help but find you. The 10th declaration is, I channel desire into creative production. Within every human being lies a reservoir of immense power, the force of desire. It is the same energy that builds civilizations, composes symphonies, writes books, creates fortunes, and moves nations. Yet, in the undirected mind, that same power scatters, wasted in indulgence, distraction, and fleeting pleasure. The great secret understood by few is the transmutation of sexual energy, the art of converting raw desire into creative genius. Desire is not to be suppressed. It is to be refined, redirected. It is the spark of life itself. When you master it, you stop being ruled by impulse and begin to command inspiration. The energy that once sought expression through the senses now flows through your imagination, your purpose, your work. It becomes vision made visible. Napoleon Hill called this the greatest single discovery among all the principles of success, that the same force which drives passion can, when disciplined, drive achievement. The men and women who changed history were not devoid of desire. They were masters of it. They learned to raise it from the physical to the creative, from the personal to the universal. Now affirm with conviction, I channel desire into creative production. My passion becomes power. My energy is sacred fuel for creation. I do not waste it. I direct it. Now see this clearly in your mind. A current of golden light moves through your body. It rises from the base of your spine to the crown of your head, illuminating every cell. The warmth is not chaos. It is focus. It is the transformation of raw force into refined purpose. You feel yourself becoming a vessel of pure creative energy, calm yet powerful, restrained yet radiant. In this state, your mind is sharp, your ideas flow freely, your hands move with purpose. The same force that once pulled you outward now drives you inward, toward mastery, toward creation, toward lasting legacy. Understand this. Every great achievement is born of transmuted desire. When your passion finds direction, it becomes unstoppable. What others waste in indulgence, you invest in building, writing, creating, achieving. You become not a slave to desire, but its architect, shaping it, channeling it, commanding it. And in that mastery, you discover the greatest secret of all. Energy does not need to be controlled, only guided. When your heart burns with purpose and your body obeys the mind, you become an instrument of creation itself. The 11th declaration is, my night programs my day. My morning confirms the script. The subconscious mind is the silent engine of destiny. It never sleeps, it never questions, and it never argues. Whatever you impress upon it with emotion and repetition, it accepts as truth, and then it moves heaven and earth to make it real. While the conscious mind debates and delays, the subconscious executes with absolute obedience. Every thought you fall asleep with becomes a seed planted in fertile soil. The mind, like a garden, produces what is sown. Not what is desired in passing, but what is felt deeply, vividly, repeatedly. That is why the moments before sleep are sacred. They are the gateway between imagination and manifestation. When you end your day with faith instead of fear, gratitude instead of complaint, your subconscious spends the night constructing conditions to match that vibration. Napoleon Hill taught that the subconscious mind works continuously while you are awake and while you sleep. It draws upon the infinite intelligence of the universe, assembling ideas, people, and events to reflect your dominant thoughts. The wise man understands this and treats his mind as both a workshop and a temple. Now declare with complete assurance, my night programs my day, my morning confirms the script. As I rest, my mind aligns with my highest vision. As I rise, I act in harmony with what I have already created. My subconscious is my silent partner in success. Visualize now. It is night. You lie in your bed and your body grows still. But your mind, your deeper mind, begins its work. You see your future in motion, the places, the faces, the success that already belongs to you. You do not chase it. You remember it. You drift into sleep with certainty as if returning to a home already built, and then morning comes. The air feels different. The world seems to lean toward you. What was imagined last night begins to take form today. Each action, each coincidence, each whisper of intuition is proof that your subconscious has followed your command. Understand this truth. You are never off duty. Even in sleep, your mind builds. Even in silence, it speaks to the infinite. When you master your nighttime thoughts, you master your tomorrows. So tonight, before you close your eyes, write your script, and when you wake, live it. The 12th declaration is, I guard my focus as a millionaire guards his fortune. Your mind is your greatest asset, the command center of every creation, every success, every empire ever built. Yet most men treat their attention as if it were endless, scattering it across distractions, noise, and trivial pursuits. But the wise understand this law. Whatever captures your attention captures your life. The brain is not a storage device. It is a transmitter and receiver of thought. It vibrates at the frequency of your dominant focus. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. And where your energy flows, results grow. To protect your focus, then, is not an act of defense. It is an act of wealth creation. Distraction is the enemy of destiny. Every time you allow your focus to fracture, you trade gold for dust. The average man spends his attention cheaply. The master invests it wisely, on study, on work, on silence, on creation. He does not chase 1,000 ideas. He builds one with precision until it becomes unshakable. Now speak with calm power. I guard my focus as a millionaire guards his fortune. My attention is sacred, and I spend it with intention. What I focus on expands. What I ignore dissolves. I choose clarity over noise, mastery over distraction. Now visualize this. You stand within a vault made of light. Inside it lies your attention, pure, radiant, priceless. Around you shadows move, calling for you to look, to listen, to wander, but you do not move. You know that every glance, every unnecessary thought, Every wasted second leaks power, so you close the vault door. The world falls silent, and in that silence, your energy condenses, sharp, precise, unstoppable. You begin to work, to think, to create, and your focus feels like fire. Every thought hits its mark. Every action carries weight. Time stretches and bends to your will, because you are no longer scattered. You are singular. Understand this eternal truth. The man who controls his focus controls his world. Wealth, invention, genius, and peace all spring from the same source. A mind unbroken by distraction. Protect it. Guard it. Treat every minute of attention as a coin from a sacred treasury. For when your focus is whole, your power is absolute. The 13th declaration is, I honor my intuitions, and I support them with action. There exists a wisdom beyond reason, a quiet voice that speaks not in words, but in certainty. Napoleon Hill called it the sixth sense, the faculty through which infinite intelligence whispers its guidance to those prepared to listen. It is not superstition nor accident. It is the highest expression of harmony between the conscious and the subconscious mind. Intuition is the language of alignment. It does not shout. It does not argue. It simply knows. It appears as a nudge, a sudden thought, a calm conviction that feels older than logic itself. But intuition, unacted upon, dies in silence. To honor it, you must move, for only through action does insight prove its truth. The greatest creators, inventors, and leaders in history learned to trust this inner compass. They combined logic with intuition, reason with revelation. They understood that when a man's mind is disciplined and his heart is clean, he becomes a receiver for divine direction. Now declare with deep certainty, I honor my intuitions, and I support them with action. I am guided by wisdom deeper than thought. I act upon inspired ideas immediately and with faith. The universe speaks to me because I have learned to listen. Now close your eyes and see this. You are standing in stillness, the world quiet, your breath steady. Within the silence, a thought arises, clear, direct, undeniable. It feels not like something new, but something remembered. You smile because you know this is your next step. You move with faith, not because you see the entire path, but because you trust the hand that guides you. Every decision led by intuition strengthens the bridge between you and infinite intelligence. With each act of trust, the signal grows clearer. Coincidences begin to appear. Doors open with ease. People and opportunities arrive with perfect timing. You begin to live as if life itself were collaborating with you, because it is. Remember, intuition rewards the disciplined mind. It does not visit the chaotic, nor serve the indecisive. It speaks to the calm, the focused, the faithful, those who act when others hesitate. When logic reaches its limits, intuition takes command. And when faith meets action, miracles cease to be miracles. They become methods. Close your eyes, my friend. Slow your breathing. 5 counts in, 5 counts out. Let your chest rise and fall with calm certainty, as if each breath were the turning of a great wheel. Now imagine yourself standing at the base of a vast mountain. The air is clear, sharp, alive. Above you, the peak gleams in the distance, not of stone, but of purpose. This mountain is called definite desire. Every soul who seeks greatness must climb it. Few ever begin. The path before you is narrow, carved by those who dared to dream and to act. Along the way are 13 doors, each one marking a principle, a power you have awakened within yourself. Your journey will take you through them, one by one. Take your first step. The ground beneath your feet feels firm, ancient, like it remembers the footsteps of those who came before. You reach the first door, purpose. On its surface, your goal is written in golden letters. You touch it with your hand, and it feels warm, alive. You whisper your aim aloud, and the door opens. Behind it, you see yourself in motion, walking with clarity, certain of direction. You feel the satisfaction of knowing why you rise each morning. You continue upward. The second door, faith. A soft light glows from within. As you open it, you see yourself acting boldly. Even when no proof appears, you sense a deep peace, the kind that comes only from believing in something unseen yet certain. Step higher. The third door, autosuggestion. Carved upon it are the words you speak daily. You open the door and hear your own voice echo. I am capable. I am guided. I am victorious. The sound fills you, rewriting every doubt. The fourth, specialized knowledge. Within you see yourself studying by candlelight, mastering a skill with devotion and discipline. Each page you turn, each thought you refine, becomes a brick in the structure of your fortune. The fifth, imagination. When the door swings open, you see yourself creating, not with your hands, but with your mind. Ideas swirl like sparks in the dark, forming bridges between dreams and reality. You smile, knowing this is how all great things begin. The sixth, organized planning. Inside, your vision becomes blueprint. You see lists, dates, steps. The abstract becomes tangible. You feel the power of structure, the secret rhythm behind every masterpiece. The seventh, decision. This door is heavy, carved from iron. You push it open, and the sound echoes through the valley. Inside, you stand tall, unshaken, choosing without hesitation. You feel the world itself align to your command. The eighth, persistence. You walk into wind and rain, your clothes torn, your muscles burning, but your eyes, they do not waver. And then, through the storm, you glimpse sunlight. You understand no force on earth can stop a man who refuses to stop himself. The ninth, the mastermind. You enter a hall where others sit, men and women of vision, wisdom, courage. They nod as you arrive. Their thoughts blend with yours, forming a pulse of shared intention. You leave that room 10 times stronger than when you entered. The 10th, transmutation. Behind it, you find a fountain of golden energy rising from deep within you. You guide it upward, into your heart, into your mind. Desire becomes creation. Passion becomes progress. You feel purified, powerful, calm. The 11th, the subconscious mind. This chamber is silent, vast. You see yourself asleep, yet your mind is awake, building, connecting, designing the days to come. You realize that even in stillness, you are creating. The 12th, the controlled brain. The air here hums like a living instrument. Thoughts move in perfect harmony. You focus on a single point of light, and it grows, sharpens, expands. Every distraction falls away. You know now, focus is wealth. The 13th, the sixth sense. The final door stands before you, tall, radiant. You open it slowly. A soft wind passes through you. In the center of the room, there is no sound, no voice, only knowing. You understand that every step you've taken has led you here to the quiet certainty that the universe walks beside you. Now step beyond that last door. At the summit, you find a stone altar. On it lies a single page. Upon that page, write in your mind your definite desire, the one aim that burns brighter than all others. Beneath it, write the date by which you will see it fulfilled. Feel your hand sign your name across the page. As the ink dries, a golden light sweeps across the mountain, sealing your vow to yourself. Now stand tall, breathe deeply. 5 in, 5 out. You have walked the mountain. You have opened the 13 doors. You have written your destiny in the language of the mind. From this moment forward, let every thought, every word, and every act confirm that promise. And know this: your desire, once defined, is no longer a wish. It is a command. As the golden light fades from the summit, your eyes slowly open. You return to the room, yet something within you remains on that mountain, clearer, stronger, awakened. Now listen closely, for what you have just envisioned, others have already lived. Real men and women who took these same principles, spoke these same words, and turned thought into substance. Their stories are the proof that imagination, when joined with action, becomes reality. Let us begin with the first. He was a craftsman by heart, a man with ideas but no motion. For years, his notebooks filled with inventions, business plans, and sketches that never saw daylight. Each night he whispered, "Someday," but someday never came. His greatest pain was knowing he had the vision, yet lacked the will to decide. One morning he began his routine of declarations. I move today with a definite purpose. I close the doors to doubt and move forward. I am more persistent than any obstacle. Every dawn he repeated these words, and each night he visualized his hands signing contracts, his work bringing value to others. Slowly, His mind stopped playing the old record of hesitation. Then came what I have always called the bridge of incidents. A friend he hadn't spoken to in years sent a letter mentioning an exhibition for small inventors. He almost dismissed it, almost. But something inside said, go. He trusted that voice, the sixth sense, and took his first public step. Within weeks, his product drew attention. Within months, orders began to arrive. He now earns $12,000 a month, a figure once buried in his imagination. His lesson: decision is the birthplace of riches. He learned that wealth is not first earned in the bank. It is earned in the mind when one decides to act. And now, listen to the next. She was a student from a small town, working nights to pay tuition, her eyes often red with exhaustion. Her dream was clear, to study abroad, but her belief was weak. It's impossible, she thought. People like me don't get those chances. Then she found the 13 declarations and made them her nightly ritual. Before bed, she whispered, my night programs my day. My morning confirms the script. She saw herself stepping off a train in a foreign land, feeling confident and capable. Each morning, she acted as if that dream were already real. The bridge of incidents appeared in subtle ways. A professor mentioned a little-known scholarship that perfectly matched her studies. A friend helped her draft her application essay. The dates aligned with precision. What others called coincidence, she recognized as design. 30 days after beginning her routine, she received a letter sealed with gold. She had been granted a full scholarship to a university overseas. The measurable result: her life transformed by a single month of directed faith. Her lesson: faith, when applied, becomes fact. She discovered that when the subconscious is trained, destiny bends to meet it. And now, let us move to another, one who sold ideas for a living, yet first had to sell belief to himself. He was a salesman by profession, but not by spirit. Each rejection felt personal. Each failed call chipped at his confidence. His numbers fell until his manager warned him, one more bad month and you're finished. That night, instead of despair, he reached for discipline. He recited the declarations of decision and persistence. I close the doors to doubt and move forward. I am more persistent than any obstacle. He visualized each sale completed, the handshake, the signature, the gratitude in the client's eyes. Days later, he faced a client known for refusing every offer. But this time, he stood taller, his tone calm, his eyes certain. The man listened. The meeting ended with a sale, then another, then 10 more. Within 6 weeks, his conversion rate had tripled. The bridge of incidents had been built through persistence, call by call, refusal by refusal, until resistance broke. He ended the quarter as the top salesman in his division. His lesson: action dissolves fear. The world steps aside for the man who knows where he is going and keeps walking. And finally, listen to this one, a story of the body transformed through the mind. He was a father of 2, trapped in fatigue, overweight by 18 kilograms, and convinced that age had won. His greatest enemy was comfort, the quiet voice that said, tomorrow. One evening, he began his mental training. My plan of the day translates dreams into tasks. I surround myself with minds that multiply my vision. He wrote a schedule, simple yet sacred, rising early, walking, eating with intention, and reporting his progress to a small group of like-minded friends, his personal mastermind alliance. At first, progress was slow, but he persisted. The group held him accountable. Their belief became his. Each week, he visualized himself stronger, lighter, disciplined. 6 months later, the scale showed the truth. 18 kilograms gone, energy restored, confidence reborn. His bridge of incidents was not dramatic. It was daily. Tiny victories stacked into triumph. His lesson: success is a plan lived with persistence. He discovered that transformation is not a burst of effort, but the steady rhythm of organized planning applied with faith. And now, as we close this session, take a moment to breathe deeply, slowly. You have walked the mountain of desire, crossed the bridge of incidents, and witnessed proof that thought, when joined with faith, becomes fact. What you have heard today is not philosophy. It is law. And this law responds only to one command: action. So before you leave, I invite you to take that first step. the step of declaration, because when you declare your intention publicly, you seal it. You move it from thought into form. You tell your subconscious, this is who I am now. So write it below. Let the universe see your decision. Type these words in the comments. I am ready to receive. Do not whisper it, do not postpone it. Declare it. For the moment you do, the invisible forces that have been waiting for your command will begin to move in your favor. Remember, success is never an accident. It begins with one thought made definite, one belief made firm, and one action made today. Now lift your head, breathe in faith, and walk in certainty. Your future is no longer waiting. It has already begun. Your entire life is a reflection of your dominant thoughts. If you learn to think correctly, nothing will be impossible for you. Listen closely. I speak to you as a friend and as a fellow traveler, not as a lecturer. I have walked through the mills and the markets, the quiet streets at dawn and the lonely rooms at night, and I have watched one truth govern all men and all women. Thought is cause. Everything else, fortune, failure, freedom, or bondage, is the effect. You may look at your present condition and call it luck or fate. You may say the world has placed you where you are. But I say with the conviction of experience that your present station is the shadow cast by your habitual thinking. Change the thought, and the shadow must change. Hold the old thought, and the old pattern repeats itself as faithfully as sunrise. Most people do not know this. They rise with anxiety and retire with fatigue. They move as the weather moves. Their minds are like leaves in a gust, tossed by rumor, shaken by opinion, driven by yesterday's failures and tomorrow's fears. They do not think, they react. They do not choose their thoughts. Their thoughts choose them, but there exists another way. There is a calm center from which a man can govern himself, and by governing himself, quietly influence the world around him. I have called it definiteness of purpose. It is the royal seat of correct thinking, thought that is directed, selected, and obeyed, not mere optimism, not a painted smile, but disciplined mental command. Consider this: a craftsman who builds a fine carriage does not hammer at random and hope a wheel appears. He drafts a plan, chooses his timber, and sets his hand to the work with intention. Why should the building of your life be any different? Your mind is the workshop. Your thoughts are the tools. Your purpose is the blueprint. If you abandon the workshop to chance, you will assemble a life of scraps. If you enter with design and stay at your bench until the work is done, the result will bear the mark of mastery. I have sat at the side of magnets, and I have shared bread with men who had nothing but a strong back and a weak idea of themselves. The distinction was never merely education, nor inheritance, nor the acquaintances they kept. The ruling difference was always the quality and direction of their thought. The successful few cultivated the habit of commanding their minds. The many surrendered that command to circumstance. Correct thinking is not the act of chasing every pleasant fancy. It is the deliberate choice of a central idea and the unyielding refusal to entertain its opposite. It says, this I shall be, this I shall do, this I shall have, and I will hold the image until my hands are compelled to shape it in the world of fact. It is quiet power, patient and exact. It does not argue with failure. It outlasts it. Perhaps you say, but the world is noisy and the day is full of demands. Friend, there were demands yesterday and there will be demands tomorrow. There were roaring engines and telegraphs in my time, and there were bills, and there were mouths to feed, and there were doubters at every corner. Excuses are as old as fear. The one thing new, always new, is the man who this very hour decides to become the master of his thought. Look at your life. Count the places where you have yielded the helm, the conversation that soured your temper and ruled your day, the worry that paid no debt yet charged interest from your health, the hesitations that allowed another to take the opportunity prepared for you. These were not the works of fate. They were the fruit of unguarded thinking. Guard your thought as you would a treasure chest. Stand at the doorway of your mind as a sentinel. Admit only ideas that serve your definite purpose. When a thought of fear knocks, meet it with inquiry. Is this thought useful to my aim? When a thought of doubt whispers, answer, I do not feed what weakens me. When a thought of power arrives, hold it, warm it, give it bread and a chair by the fire. Make it your guest until it becomes your host. You may protest, Is thinking truly so powerful? Can a mere idea mend a life, build an enterprise, restore a household? I will tell you what I have seen. I have seen a clerk become a captain of industry because he first thought like one. I have seen a failing salesman double his fortunes after he learned to hold one clear picture of service in his mind before he spoke a single word to a stranger. I have witnessed timid men grow bold, not by accident, but by practice, until the world returned to them an image equal to the one they carried within. The world is a mirror. It gives you back the face you wear in thought. Now I do not promise you ease. Correct thinking is labor. It is the daily discipline of selection. It requires that you turn away from the gossip of the street, the bile of the cynic, the tale of the man who failed and wishes company. It requires that you sit even 10 minutes a day and give your finest attention to the picture of the life you intend to live and the service you intend to render. It requires that you decide, for indecision is the thief of every promise. But I do promise you this: the man who governs his thought will not be governed by circumstance. He will appear calm where others are agitated, steady where others sway, purposeful where others drift. Doors open to such a man, not through magic, but through the quiet magnetism of an organized mind. Listen once more, and let the words fall deep. Your entire life is a reflection of your dominant thoughts. If that reflection does not please you, do not shatter the mirror. Change the thought. Begin today. Begin now. In a moment, I will show you how to perform this noble work, how to choose a purpose that fits your soul, how to fashion a thought strong enough to carry that purpose, and how to impress it so deeply upon your inner mind that action becomes natural and results become inevitable. I will give you stories of men and women who have done it, and I will lead you through an exercise that plants the seed of mastery within you. I will not only teach you how to think correctly, but I will guide you through a process that rewires your mind and awakens your power. Average minds drift. Great minds direct. That, my friend, is the whole difference between failure and fortune, between a life lived by default and a life built by design. To think is natural. Every man thinks, but to think correctly, to think with purpose, precision, and command, that is an art, a science, and a discipline very few ever learn. Let me tell you the truth, as plainly as I know it: most people do not think. They merely rearrange their fears. Their minds are like weathercocks, spinning with every passing wind of opinion. They wait for inspiration, for luck, for signs from the world around them. They live from the outside in, never realizing that every circumstance they face is the echo of their inner world. Correct thinking begins the other way around. It starts within. It begins when you say, "I will no longer drift." It begins with the establishment of a definite purpose, a single dominant aim around which all your thought, emotion, and effort are organized. I have never known a man to rise to greatness without that first law: definiteness of purpose. You must know where you are going, or the currents of life will carry you anywhere but there. A ship without a port drifts until the rocks claim it. A man without a goal becomes the servant of those who have one. Correct thinking is the process by which you align every idea, every decision, and every emotion with your chosen purpose. When a thought enters your mind, you weigh it as a judge weighs testimony. Does this thought serve my purpose, or does it lead me astray? When the answer is clear, your life becomes clear. Now there is a second principle: control over the subconscious mind. You may think that your daily opinions, your passing worries, and your private daydreams are harmless, but they are not. They are the seeds dropped into the soil of the subconscious, and the subconscious, faithful servant that it is, will grow them, whether they are flowers or weeds. If you think of poverty, it builds for you more of it. If you think of failure, it rehearses your defeat before life even begins to test you. If you think of opportunity, it sharpens your eyes to see it. If you think of health, your very cells respond to the suggestion. The subconscious does not reason. It obeys. It takes your dominant thought as command. That is why you must become the master of what you dwell upon. For what you dwell upon becomes your destiny. The third principle, perhaps the most misunderstood, is what I call the mastermind. No man, however great, achieves enduring success alone. When two or more minds unite in harmony toward a definite aim, a third invisible force is born, a power greater than either alone. I have seen humble men transformed when they entered into a friendly alliance with others who believed in them, shared their purpose, and lifted their faith. The right association multiplies your energy, your courage, and your vision. The wrong association drains them. Choose carefully the minds you mix with, for your thought is a living thing. It breathes, it absorbs, it becomes colored by the atmosphere of those around you. Spend an hour in the company of the defeated, and your confidence will shrink. Spend an hour with the purposeful, and your own heart will beat with fire. Correct thinking is contagious, but so is wrong thinking. Now let us speak plainly. The average person spends his day reacting to what his neighbor said, to the rise and fall of markets, to the rumor of politics, to the weather, to his own moods. His thinking is conditional. He allows the world to write his thoughts for him. The great thinker, however, writes his own script. He acts from principle, not impulse. When others complain, he asks, "How can this serve me?" When others see loss, he searches for the lesson. When others talk of bad luck, he asks, "What thought brought this result?" That is the essence of correct thinking. It does not deny reality. It directs it. A story: years ago, I met a man who had lost everything in the panic of 1907. His business gone, his savings vanished, his spirit nearly broken. He sat across from me and said, "Hill, everything I've worked for is gone." I asked him, "Then what remains?" He looked puzzled. I told him, "Your mind remains. Your ability to think remains. Your power to choose remains. Rebuild from that." He took the advice. Within 5 years, that man had restored his fortune and surpassed his former success. He later told me, "It began the moment I stopped thinking about what I lost and started thinking about what I could build." That is correct thinking in practice. Understand this well. Thoughts are instructions. Each one whispers to your subconscious, "Build this." Each one tells the unseen forces of your mind where to labor. Think carelessly, and you send your inner workers to construct confusion. Think deliberately, and they will lay the foundation for greatness. Your life at this moment is the visible evidence of your most consistent thoughts from yesterday. Your future will be the evidence of the thoughts you choose today. Correct thinking is not a matter of speed. It is a matter of direction. A man running in circles accomplishes less than the one who walks steadily toward his destination. The great secret is not to think more, but to think better, to hold one image in mind long enough for it to take root. Average minds drift. Great minds direct. When you hold a clear purpose and think in harmony with it, you awaken unseen intelligence within you. Ideas begin to flow. Where once there was drought, opportunities appear. Where before there was emptiness, you find yourself guided, as if by an inner compass, toward the people, places, and conditions that serve your vision. This is not superstition. It is law, the law of cause and effect operating through thought. Now let me leave you with this truth before we go deeper. You cannot think correctly about life until you decide what you want from it. You cannot think correctly about wealth until you decide what wealth means to you. You cannot think correctly about happiness until you decide the form in which happiness must come. Definiteness of purpose is the starting point. All else flows from it. When you establish your aim, control your subconscious, and align with strong minds that lift you higher, you will begin to see evidence of a power that has been with you all along, the power to think correctly. And that power, when mastered, becomes the engine of destiny itself. Your thoughts are the architects. Your words are the builders. Every structure of success, every triumph of health, every story of transformation begins in that simple, unseen workshop of the mind. What you hold, you mold. What you imagine, you eventually become. Let us speak now of reprogramming the mind. For knowing how to think correctly is one thing, but training the mind to obey that knowledge is another matter entirely. The mind is not a blank slate. It is a living mechanism of vibration. Each thought you think carries a certain frequency, a tone that resonates through your body and out into the unseen world around you. When your thoughts are filled with fear, you emit confusion. When your thoughts are filled with faith, you radiate clarity and strength. This is not magic. It is law, universal, and unbreakable. Every vibration seeks its corresponding match. That is the law of correspondence. Your outer world reflects your inner condition. As above, so below. As within, so without. If your inner conversation is of defeat, life will echo it. If your inner dialogue is of triumph, the world will begin to shape itself around that belief. And here we reach a great secret, the law of belief. Whatever you believe with feeling and repetition becomes the pattern that your subconscious accepts as truth. It matters little whether it is true or false. Once believed, it begins to carve its path in your experience. The man who believes himself poor, even when surrounded by opportunity, finds proof of his poverty in every direction. The man who believes himself capable, even in ruin, finds a way to rise again. Let me tell you a story of such a man. I once knew a merchant who, after years of success, lost everything in a single season of misfortune. His warehouses were empty, his creditors were restless, and his family had little to eat. For weeks he walked through his home like a ghost, repeating to himself, "It's over. I've failed." One evening he came to me and said, "Mr. Hill, I cannot bear the thought of starting again." I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Then stop bearing that thought." He laughed, unsure whether I was jesting, but I was not. I told him, "As long as you think failure, your actions will match it. You cannot rise while repeating to yourself the story of defeat. Replace that story with another. Speak not of ruin, but of rebuilding. See your warehouses filled again. Speak as if it is already so." He left that day skeptical, but he began the exercise nonetheless. Each morning he declared aloud, "I am rebuilding my fortune. I am capable. I am grateful for the opportunity to begin anew." He repeated it until the feeling of truth replaced the feeling of loss. He began to act differently, more decisive, more creative, more hopeful. And within 2 years, he not only recovered but doubled his previous wealth. When I asked him what changed, he said, "Only my thinking. The moment I believed I could rise again, everything around me began to agree." Now a story of a woman I once met in Illinois. She had suffered for years from a chronic illness that left her confined to her bed. Doctors could do little for her. One day she read one of my earlier works and decided to conduct an experiment. She closed her eyes each morning and imagined herself walking freely through her garden, the sunlight warm upon her shoulders, her lungs filled with air. She would say aloud, "My body is whole. My strength is returning. Every cell in me is vibrant with life." Her family humored her at first, but within 6 months, she was walking again. Within a year, she was completely restored. When she wrote to me, her words were simple. "I realized that my mind had been keeping me sick. When I began to think health, my body obeyed." That, my friend, is the law in action. The thought creates the vibration. The vibration stirs emotion. The emotion moves you to action, and action, persistent and aligned, changes your world. Your thoughts are the architects. Your words are the builders. Each repetition, each spoken word is another brick in the invisible structure of your destiny. If your daily language is filled with worry, you are building walls of limitation. If your daily speech is filled with power, you are building bridges to opportunity. That is why you must become a guardian of your vocabulary. Speak only what you wish to see grow. I am capable. I am directed. I am wealthy in thought, and therefore in life. I command my mind, and my mind obeys. Say it not once, but until the sound of it becomes a song in your being. Now let me show you how this process truly works within. Every thought is a seed. When repeated with emotion, it is planted deep in the soil of the subconscious. The subconscious, being fertile and neutral, grows whatever is given to it. It cannot distinguish between a poisonous seed and a fruitful one. It simply grows what you plant. If you plant fear, you reap paralysis. If you plant faith, you reap courage. If you plant resentment, you reap loneliness. If you plant gratitude, you reap joy. The gardener who plants weeds cannot complain when the harvest is bitter. Yet men do this every day with their thoughts. They fill their minds with gossip, complaint, and self-doubt, and then wonder why their lives taste of struggle. Correct thinking means to choose your mental seeds with care and to water them daily with belief. I have met many who tell me, Hill, I've tried to think positively, but it doesn't work. And I tell them, it is not positive thinking that changes life, it is precise thinking. You cannot merely wish for health while holding in your mind the image of illness. You cannot say, I am wealthy, while believing deep down that money is scarce. The subconscious accepts what you truly feel, not what you merely say. That is why repetition must be joined with emotion. The thought must be felt. It must vibrate through every nerve, every breath, every heartbeat. When thought and feeling unite, the subconscious receives it as command, and the universe, in its perfect order, begins to rearrange itself around that vibration. And so, my friend, let us now take the next step together. You have learned what correct thinking is. You have understood how thought creates vibration, emotion, and action. You have heard the laws, the law of correspondence and the law of belief. You have seen their proof in the lives of others who have risen from ruin to riches, from sickness to strength, from despair to destiny. Now it is time for you to experience this truth. Now let's go deeper. I will guide you through a visualization, a process to rewire your thinking, to rebuild the architecture of your mind, and to awaken that infinite intelligence that has been waiting quietly for your command. Close your eyes and let us begin. Close your eyes and breathe. Take one slow, deliberate breath in and let it fall gently out. Again, breathe in and let go. With every breath, your body softens. The tension leaves your shoulders, your jaw, your hands. The world grows quiet. The room grows still. Now imagine, just for a moment, that every thought you have ever held begins to slow down like snowflakes drifting in the air before they touch the ground. Each thought pauses long enough for you to see it, to know it, and if you choose to release it, you are stepping beyond noise, beyond the clamor of the day, into the sacred workshop of your mind. Scene 1, the old mind. Before you stands the landscape of your old thinking. It looks like a room of gray walls and narrow windows. The light that enters is dim. You can hear the echo of restless thoughts. Old worries, old regrets, old fears, circling like tired birds in a cage. Each thought has a voice. I can't. It's too late. I'm not ready. They are better than I am. Listen to them for a moment, then realize these voices are not you. They are habits. They are shadows cast by yesterday's doubts. Now see yourself standing in the center of that gray room. Notice how heavy the air feels. Notice the weight pressing on your chest, the pressure of every thought that ever told you what you could not do. Now take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, imagine the air itself becoming light, luminous. See those gray walls begin to crumble. See the ceiling dissolve like mist. See the floor open into light. Each limitation melts away like ice under the morning sun. Each false belief loses form and vanishes into nothing. Every word of fear dissolves back into silence. Breathe and feel the freedom of release. You are no longer bound by those thoughts. You are the one who created them, and you are the one who releases them. Say quietly to yourself, I am not my old thinking. I am the master of my thought. Let that sentence echo softly within you. Scene 2, the new mind. Now imagine before you where the gray walls once stood, a horizon of golden light. It stretches as far as you can see, warm, endless, alive. This is the landscape of correct thinking. Every color is brighter, every sound is softer. The air hums with peace and order. In this golden space, your thoughts are clear and strong. They no longer drift aimlessly. They move with direction, with purpose, like gentle rivers returning to the sea. Walk forward into the light. Feel it on your skin, your hands, your face. It fills you, not from without, but from within. Now, repeat softly after me. I think clearly. Pause. Feel the truth of it. Let it settle into every nerve, every breath. My thoughts serve my purpose. Again, slowly, as if each word were a chisel, shaping the stone of your destiny. Every thought I hold builds my destiny. These are not mere sentences. They are laws. They are commands given to the subconscious mind, the silent builder that never sleeps. Feel how your body responds. Notice how your chest lifts, how your breath grows deeper. This is the vibration of power, the frequency of correct thought. In this state, you no longer ask, can I? You declare, I will. You no longer question the path. You know the destination. Stay here for a moment. Imagine streams of golden light weaving through your mind, rewiring each old pattern into new clarity. Every line of fear erased, every doubt replaced with calm certainty. Your inner voice now speaks differently. It says, I can, I will, I am. Hold that feeling. Let it grow until it fills every corner of your being. Scene 3, the future self. Now in the golden distance, you see someone walking toward you. Steady, confident, radiant. You recognize them. It is you. Not the you of yesterday, not the one burdened by confusion or doubt, but the you who thinks correctly. Watch this version of yourself move through life. Every decision firm, every action aligned with purpose, every word deliberate and kind. You see yourself entering rooms with quiet confidence. You see others drawn to your calm certainty. You see opportunities forming naturally around you, letters arriving, hands extended, doors opening, because your vibration calls them forth. This is your future self, but only by time, not by essence. That person already exists within you. You are meeting the part of yourself that has always known the truth, that thought held steadily becomes reality. Now step closer. Look into your own eyes. See the peace there, the power. Listen, for that future self speaks. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for holding the thought until it became flesh. Thank you for believing. Now let the two of you merge, old and new, present and future, until there is no separation. You are whole. You are aligned. You are thinking correctly. Feel it. Feel what it's like to live from clarity, to act without fear, to move through life knowing that every thought you hold is shaping your world. Hold the emotion of success now, before it arrives in form. Feel gratitude for what is already on its way, because in truth, it has already begun. Integration. Now, breathe once more, slowly, deeply. Let the golden light settle within you like warm sunlight resting on still water. You have entered the workshop of your mind and built a new design. You have torn down the walls of limitation and raised the structure of mastery. The blueprint is drawn. The foundation is laid. From this day forward, remember your thoughts are the architects, your words are the builders, and your purpose is the blueprint. You have now planted new seeds of power. Guard them, water them with attention, with gratitude, with faith. Let no careless word trample them, for in due season these seeds will rise into a life beyond anything you have yet imagined. Now, rest for a moment in silence. Let the quiet confirm what the words have built. When you open your eyes, you will carry this peace with you. And from this moment on, you will think correctly. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. I have witnessed this truth again and again in quiet offices, in humble homes, in the faces of men and women who once thought themselves lost. These are not fairy tales, nor are they accidents. They are records of ordinary people who learned the extraordinary discipline of correct thinking. Let me tell you their stories. The young man and his debts. He was 27 years of age, a clerk in a small hardware store in Ohio. His wages barely kept pace with his expenses. Each month he found himself deeper in debt, the figures growing like weeds in a ledger that never closed. One evening, in a moment of despair, he came across my writings on the power of definite purpose. He read the words, "Your circumstances may be unkind, but your thoughts need not be." That night he made a decision. Instead of repeating to himself, "I am drowning in debt," he began each morning with the declaration, "I am organizing my finances. Money flows through me because I use it wisely." He wrote the statement on a scrap of paper and carried it in his pocket. Each time worry rose within him, he touched the paper and repeated the words aloud. Within weeks, he found new energy for his work. He noticed small opportunities to save, to reorganize, to earn more through extra service. His employer took note of his attitude and soon promoted him to a position of trust. Within 2 years, he was debt-free. Within 5, he owned his own store. He wrote to me saying, "Mr. Hill, my change in fortune began the moment I changed my inner speech. I stopped cursing my condition and began blessing my potential. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." The woman who found peace. In Chicago, I met a young woman who had been suffering from constant anxiety and sleeplessness. Her mind was a restless sea, tides of fear, waves of doubt, and storms of self-criticism. When she first came to me, she said, I feel like a prisoner inside my own head. I told her, your thoughts have built the prison, and your thoughts will open the door. I taught her a simple nightly exercise. Each evening before sleep, she was to sit in silence and repeat softly, I am calm. My mind serves me. I rest in peace. I told her not to struggle against the worry, but to replace it with an image of peace, her favorite place by the lake shore, the scent of lilacs in the air, the sound of gentle water against the rocks. For weeks, she persisted. Slowly, her sleep returned. Her breathing steadied. The trembling in her hands ceased. Within months, she found herself living with a calm she had never known. She told me later, when I mastered my thoughts, I mastered my life. That is the law in motion. Change the inner pattern, and the outer must follow. The businessman and the collapse. Another case comes to mind, a manufacturer from Pennsylvania who came to see me after the financial downturn of 1921. He was on the brink of losing everything. His factories were silent, his workers restless, his creditors impatient. He said, Hill, I have tried everything. I have cut costs, negotiated terms, prayed for luck. Nothing seems to turn. I asked him one question. Do you still believe in your purpose? He hesitated. I suppose I've lost faith in it. I said, then it is not the market that has failed you. It is your mind. Revive your purpose, and the world will remember you. That evening, he went home and wrote his purpose anew. He declared, I manufacture quality goods that serve people honestly and well. I am a builder of industry and integrity. He read it aloud every morning and every night. The clarity of that purpose changed his entire bearing. He began to see solutions instead of obstacles. Opportunities where others saw only ruin. Within 6 months, orders returned. Within a year, he had recovered his business entirely. He said to me later, I thought I needed new machinery, but what I needed was a new mind. The widow in the garden. In Kentucky lived a widow who, after the passing of her husband, found herself alone and nearly penniless. The small plot of land she owned was rocky and barren. Her neighbors told her to sell it and move into town, but she had a quiet conviction that the land could still serve her. Each morning she walked her property, repeating, this soil holds promise. I will find what it can give. As she worked, an idea formed to raise flowers and herbs for sale to a local apothecary. She began with only a handful of seeds. Each day as she planted, she spoke aloud to the earth. You and I are partners. I give you care. You give me abundance. Within 2 years, her small garden became the finest in the county. Her herbs were sought after by physicians and traders alike. When I visited her, she smiled and said, Mr. Hill, I did not just grow a garden. I grew a new thought about myself. Correct thinking turns even barren soil into opportunity. The boy who learned to speak. There was a boy, the son of a man I knew well, who was born without the ability to hear or speak. The father refused to accept this as final. He would place the boy's small hand on his throat as he spoke, so the child could feel the vibration of each word. He told him daily, you will hear one day, you will speak. That belief became the father's purpose. Years passed. When the boy was in his teens, a faint sound came to his ears for the first time. With patience and training, he learned to hear, to speak, to study, and to rise far beyond what doctors had declared possible. That boy became a man of influence whose story inspired thousands. It was not a miracle. It was the deliberate power of a father's belief transforming into reality. The man who overcame fear. During the Great Depression, I received a letter from a man who confessed that fear had paralyzed him. He would walk the streets, hands trembling, unable to decide, unable to act. I told him to perform one act of courage each day, small but conscious. To begin by commanding his mind to move when fear said, wait. He began by greeting strangers on the street, then by seeking work though he felt unworthy, then by volunteering to speak in church though his voice quivered. Every act weakened fear's grip. Every thought of courage grew stronger. Within a year, he had secured a fine position in a firm and married the woman he once believed beyond his reach. He wrote, each time I acted against fear, I proved to my mind that I was its master. That is correct thinking in motion. The conversion of fear into faith through deliberate thought and deliberate action. The teacher who healed her classroom. Lastly, a school teacher in Kansas who faced a class of restless, disobedient students. Nothing she tried seemed to hold their attention. Then she remembered reading that thought is contagious, that what one mind holds strongly, another begins to feel. So she made an experiment. Each morning, before her students arrived, she sat alone at her desk and repeated, "These children are intelligent, eager, respectful, and kind." She held the image of them behaving exactly as she wished them to be. Within weeks, their behavior transformed. Her lessons became lively. The children responded with affection and curiosity. When I asked her how she managed it, she smiled and said, "I stopped fighting their behavior and began to think correctly about them." Each of these stories, though told in different voices, speaks of one law: whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve, not through luck, not through chance, but through deliberate thought organized around a definite purpose. These are not miracles. They are the natural results of correct thinking. There is a science beneath all this, a rhythm and order as exact as the turning of the planets. What we call mind is not a mystery to be worshipped from afar. It is a living instrument, and it obeys laws. The wise man studies these laws and uses them. The unwise man ignores them and calls his failure fate. Let us now look deeper into this mechanism by which thought becomes form. Your mind is not a single entity. It is a partnership, the conscious and the subconscious. The conscious mind is the captain of the ship. It issues the orders, chooses the destination, and determines the direction. The subconscious is the crew. It performs the work, handles the machinery, and never questions command. When the captain is firm, the crew obeys without hesitation. When the captain doubts, the ship drifts. Each thought you hold with feeling becomes an order issued to that invisible crew. If you say to yourself, "I am capable," the subconscious sets in motion the power to make it true. If you whisper, "I cannot," the same power is turned against you, and you unknowingly build your own obstacles. The subconscious mind communicates in a language of emotion and vibration. It does not understand the words alone. It understands the feeling beneath them. That is why a man who repeats, "I am wealthy," while feeling fear, is still planting the seed of poverty, for his vibration contradicts his statement. The great secret, then, is harmony between word and feeling. When thought and emotion agree, they form an electrical current that moves through the body and radiates beyond it. Science has begun to confirm what mystics have always known, that every cell in the body responds to the chemistry of emotion, and that emotion follows thought. A repeated thought changes not only the mind, it changes the very structure of the brain. Modern men of science call it neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself according to repetition. What you think habitually, you become neurologically prepared to receive. The grooves of thought become the grooves of behavior, and behavior becomes destiny. But I tell you this truth. I taught it long before the term was coined. The power to change your world lies in the power to direct your repeated thought. There is another harmony you must understand: the coherence between the conscious and the unconscious. Imagine a man who declares aloud, "I am successful," while in the secret chamber of his mind, he still clings to failure. The two minds are at war. His conscious voice says, "Go." His subconscious murmurs, "Stay." And the result is frustration, hesitation, confusion. But when both minds unite, when belief and thought march under the same banner, results follow swiftly, inevitably. This coherence is the key to mastery. It is achieved through repetition, emotion, and persistence. Each time you repeat a thought with conviction, you carve a deeper channel between the two minds until they are no longer separate, but one will, one belief, one direction. Now let us speak of vibration, that subtle language of the universe. Everything in existence is vibration. The chair upon which you sit, the air you breathe, the words I now speak, all are frequencies of motion, and thought is the finest, most potent of them all. When you hold a thought long enough, it begins to attract conditions that vibrate in harmony with it. This is the unseen mathematics of reality. Fear attracts confusion. Confidence attracts opportunity. Gratitude attracts more to be grateful for. This law operates whether you believe in it or not, just as fire burns whether or not you understand combustion. James Allen wrote, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Earl Nightingale said, "We become what we think about." Neville Goddard taught, "Imagination creates reality." And I, Napoleon Hill, tell you, these are all different doors leading to the same room. The understanding that mind precedes matter. You cannot alter outer conditions without first altering the thought from which they spring. You cannot hold thoughts of defeat and expect to live in victory. Correct thinking is a discipline, not a momentary act. It is a way of living, a conscious habit formed by daily effort. Just as the blacksmith tempers steel through repetition, so must you temper your mind through constant correction. Every morning, test your thoughts. Ask, does this serve my purpose? Every night, revise the day. Ask, what thought did I permit to rule me? And what thought shall I hold tomorrow? This is the true labor of self-mastery, the daily shaping of the invisible until it becomes visible. Some will say it sounds mystical. Yes, it is, but not mysterious. It is as natural as the seed becoming the tree. The seed does not struggle to grow. It follows law. The mind that thinks correctly does the same. It plants, it nourishes, it waits, and nature, obedient to the vibration, delivers the harvest. When you align your conscious direction with your subconscious belief, when your thoughts, emotions, and actions flow as one stream, life becomes simple, effortless, and abundant. That is the science behind success, the union of spirit and law. The mystic calls it faith. The scientist calls it vibration. The wise man calls it correct thinking. Now let us bring it all together. Let us unite philosophy, practice, and spirit into one grand experience. Let us move from knowledge to embodiment, from words to reality. In the next part, I will guide you through an integrated process, a ritual of thought and feeling that seals everything you have learned into the deepest chambers of your mind. From this moment onward, you shall not only know the truth, you shall live it. Close your eyes and take a long, steady breath. Let the noise of the day dissolve into silence. There is nothing to do, nothing to prove, nowhere to go. Only this moment, quiet, alive, waiting for you to shape it. Tonight, you and I shall begin a sacred exercise, the visualization of your definite purpose. It is not idle dreaming. It is deliberate creation. You are about to give your subconscious mind new instructions, and it will obey with precision, just as the earth obeys the seed. And now, we begin with the first step. We enter stillness. Allow your shoulders to drop. Feel the air passing through your nose, cool as it enters, warm as it leaves. With every breath, your thoughts slow, your body softens, your mind grows quiet. You are entering the sacred chamber of thought, the inner sanctuary where creation begins. In this stillness, whisper to yourself, I am the master of my mind. Let the words echo slowly. Again, I am the master of my mind. Each repetition strengthens your command over the invisible forces within you. You are no longer a servant of thought. You are its ruler. And now we move to the second step. We will summon the image of your definite purpose. Do not force it. Allow it to reveal itself. Perhaps it is your work, your calling, your art, your legacy. Whatever it may be, let it rise naturally in the theater of your imagination. See it clearly. See yourself living that purpose, not someday, but now. See the surroundings where you work, the people you serve, the satisfaction in their eyes. Hear the sounds of your success, the murmur of conversation, the rhythm of industry, the laughter of gratitude. Smell the world around you, the scent of effort, of creation, of life unfolding exactly as you have envisioned it. Touch the instruments of your purpose. Feel their weight, their familiarity. Now say softly, this is my life. This is who I am. It's already mine. Do not wish. Do not wait. No. You are now impressing this image upon the very substance of your mind. And now we move to the third step. We awaken the emotion of achievement. You have seen the image. Now feel the fulfillment. Imagine you have already arrived at the summit of your desire. Feel the calm certainty of victory, the quiet pride of accomplishment, the warm gratitude that overflows from your heart. Let that gratitude expand through your body, up from your chest, through your throat, your face, your hands. You are filled with the vibration of completion. Say it softly. I am grateful. I am complete. My thoughts and my purpose are one. Remain there. Let the feeling become real, so real that no evidence from the outer world could convince you otherwise. This emotion is the bridge between your conscious command and the power that fulfills it. And now we move to the fourth step. We will plant the image deep within. Imagine the picture of your purpose shrinking into a golden point of light in the center of your chest. Each heartbeat sends it deeper into the soil of your subconscious mind. Each breath waters it, nourishes it. The light grows roots that spread through your being, through every nerve, every cell, every corner of your inner world. This seed will live on after tonight. It will work quietly, constantly, even as you sleep, for the subconscious never rests. It builds, aligns, and draws all things into harmony with the image it holds. Whisper now, I am the master of my mind. I think with purpose. I live my vision now. Hold those words for a moment, then let them fall softly into silence. And now the final step. We release and trust. Let the image go. Do not cling to it. You have already impressed it. It is now in motion like a seed already placed in fertile ground. Your task is not to dig it up in doubt, but to let it grow in faith. Breathe deeply once more, in and out, in and out. Say to yourself quietly, it is done. Again, it is done. Let those words settle like dust on still water. Nothing more is required. As you drift toward rest, know that your subconscious mind is already arranging the pieces. Ideas will come, people will appear, paths will open, and each will be drawn to the vibration you have created tonight. When morning comes, rise with quiet confidence. Walk as one who already possesses the vision. Speak with assurance. Act with calm decisiveness. For the universe is now conspiring to reflect your thought. You have done what few dare to do. You have thought correctly. You have brought emotion, belief, and purpose into perfect alignment. And now, nature, silent, obedient, and exact, will fulfill its promise. Rest now, dream deeply. Let the dream take root in the infinite soil of your mind. And remember this truth as you fade into peace. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Take a deep breath and listen closely. Your journey tonight has revealed a simple, eternal truth. Your thoughts create your world. Correct thinking is the bridge between confusion and clarity, between wishing and achieving. It is the discipline of the mind that turns invisible ideas into visible results. Remember this always. Your mind is not your enemy. It's your empire. Rule it with purpose and life will follow your command. When you master your thoughts, you master everything. So from this moment on, reject weakness, think with intention, and act with certainty. And let these final words echo within you. Think correctly and your life will correct itself. If this message has spoken to your soul, listen again tonight and tomorrow. Rise and act from the power you have awakened. Have you ever caught yourself delaying the very thing you knew would change your life? Have you ever sat at your desk determined to begin, yet found yourself lost in trivial distractions, straightening papers, reading letters, wandering through idle thoughts until another day slipped away? You call it laziness. You call it lack of motivation. But my friend, what you are experiencing is not weakness. It is hypnosis. There exists a silent enemy, more destructive than poverty, more cunning than failure, and more fatal than ignorance. It does not shout. It does not threaten. It whispers gently in your ear. Tomorrow will be a better day to begin. And with that simple lie, it steals your life, one decision at a time. I have met men of great talent, brilliant minds who could have transformed nations, yet they died poor and forgotten, slaves to the habit of postponement. I have seen others with no special education, no fortune, rise to the highest ranks of success because they mastered one single art, the art of acting now. Procrastination, my friend, is not merely a bad habit. It is a mental prison, a state of drifting where your will is asleep while your fears command your destiny. And unless you wake up, unless you seize control of your thoughts, this invisible enemy will continue to rob you of every great dream you ever dared to hold. In the next 30 minutes, I will destroy this enemy within you. I will show you how to awaken your sleeping will and reclaim the authority of your own mind. You will learn how to think with precision, decide with courage, and act with power. You see, the man who conquers the world first conquers himself. Your greatest battle is not against time, not against circumstance, not even against failure, but against the quiet, persistent voice that says, "Not yet." Today we silence that voice. Today we begin the process of reprogramming your mind for decisive action. And when we are done, procrastination will no longer have a home in your thoughts. So I ask you, before we proceed, make a solemn promise to yourself that for these few moments you will give me your full attention, not as a passive listener, but as a partner in transformation. Because what you are about to hear is not mere theory. It is the formula that built empires, wrote fortunes, and turned ordinary men into giants of achievement. Are you ready? Then take a slow, deep breath. Clear your mind of every wandering thought, and prepare to meet the one force that has held you captive, and the power that will set you free. Listen closely. The force that thwarts your progress is not idleness, and it is not a defect of character. It is a pattern of thought, a carefully trained habit of postponement. Procrastination is self-sabotage, wearing a gentleman's coat. It bows, it smiles, and it says with perfect politeness, "Not now." And each time you grant it passage, it takes something from you. You do not feel it at once, but the theft is certain. A day gone, a chance missed, a power weakened. Understand this. Procrastination is not the absence of work. It is the presence of mental conditioning that persuades you to delay the one action that would advance your purpose. A man may be busy all day, answering letters, rearranging his desk, polishing his plans, visiting acquaintances, and yet accomplish nothing that moves him 1 inch toward his chief aim. Busyness, in such a case, is only procrastination in respectable attire. It hides beneath noble disguises. It dresses itself as comfort. It tells you the chair is too hard, the evening too late, the body too weary. You will think more clearly after a rest. It murmurs, and so you rest. But the rest does not strengthen you. It dulls you. The muscles of decision, like all muscles, grow by use. The more you postpone, the softer they become. It dresses itself as safety. It speaks in the language of prudence. Do not risk embarrassment. Do not risk the criticism of your peers. Wait until conditions are more favorable. Yet the conditions it requires never arrive. The field of life has never been free of wind. Men who conquer do so with dust in their eyes. It dresses itself as perfection. This is its most flattering costume. You are a man of high standards, it tells you. Do not begin until you can begin magnificently. Do not send the letter until it is faultless. Do not publish the plan until it is beyond reproach. And thus perfection becomes the most elegant form of delay. The world crowns men who finish, not men who polish endlessly. Every delay is a chain on your potential. 1 link seems light. 10 links are noticeable. 100 links bind you to the floor. A single postponed decision is a grain of sand. 1,000 postponed decisions are a desert in which your aspirations are buried. Think of your will as a locomotive at rest. Some small wooden chalk before its wheel will hold it fast. But once in motion, even a wall of stone will not stop it. Procrastination is that wooden chalk, small, respectable, and absolutely sufficient to keep great power from moving an inch. I have written elsewhere of a sinister principle I call drifting. The drifter is a man who permits outside forces, custom, fear, idle conversation, the opinions of neighbors to determine his daily course. He is carried along as a dead leaf on the current of a stream. Ask him why he has not begun, and he will produce 100 reasons, none of which he has examined, all of which he has accepted. Drifting is the religion of the undecided. It is procrastination formalized into a way of life. To drift is to surrender the helm of your mind. The devil, by which I mean the collective power of fear, doubt, inertia, and ignorance, claims dominion over every man who refuses to choose his thoughts and direct his hours. The devil cannot command you. He can only persuade you to postpone. He whispers of the comfort of later, and while you sleep on that pillow, he robs your future. Mark this down. Procrastination is never alone. It travels with 5 companions: Fear of criticism, fear of failure, indecision, overcaution, and habitual excuse-making. Together they form a council that meets in the back room of your mind. Whenever a bold idea knocks at the door, the council convenes, indecision stalls the vote, overcaution raises objections. Fear of criticism recalls the laughter of small men. Fear of failure paints ridiculous catastrophes, and excuse-making drafts a polite letter informing your ambition that the meeting must be adjourned until a more convenient season. If you permit this council to sit in judgment, they will condemn your greatness to life imprisonment. Procrastination also feeds on vagueness. A man without a definite chief aim is like a ship without a destination. Any wind will do, but none will serve. The uncertain man says, I will do something today. He ends by doing nothing that matters. The accurate man says, I will write 3 pages before noon. I will speak to one prospective partner before supper. I will set aside 30 minutes to plan tomorrow's work. Precision slays delay. Vagueness fattens it. Procrastination is not removed by scolding, nor by shame, nor by the lash of self-contempt. Those instruments only increase fear. And fear is procrastination's mother. This enemy is defeated by understanding, decision, and immediate action, repeated until the habit of promptness becomes as automatic as the habit of postponement once was. Consider this comparison. A field left uncultivated will soon become the property of weeds. They require no invitation, no plow, no seed. They arrive by neglect. The mind works the same way. Leave it without a definite purpose, and neglect will plant procrastination everywhere. But let that same field be plowed with a plan, seeded with clear intentions, watered by daily effort, and guarded by discipline, and it will choke the weeds at the root. The soil has not changed. The culture has. You may ask, why have I allowed this enemy to prosper in me? The answer is plain, because procrastination pays you a small wage every time you hire it. It gives you temporary relief from the discomfort of beginning. It spares you from the possibility of imperfect work. It gives you the pleasant illusion of control. I choose to wait when in truth the waiting chooses you. Like all counterfeit currency, its payment feels good in the hand and proves worthless at the market. Observe how insidious it is. It never announces, I intend to ruin you. It suggests only a pause. After luncheon, when the weather clears, once I have read another book on the subject, shortly when I feel more inspired, and while you are waiting for inspiration, the man of lesser talent but greater resolution has finished the task, secured the contract, won the partnership, and retired to bed with peace of mind. Burn this sentence upon your memory. Action is the antidote to fear. Men do not act because they are brave. They become brave because they act. Every prompt decision strengthens the will. Every completed task, however small, builds the fortress from which you may command larger enterprises. Promptness is not a temperament. It is a training. Now I set before you a plain choice, disguised neither by romance nor by apology. You may continue to drift, respectably, politely, with good intentions and fine excuses, until the habit tightens around you like a coil, and your best years are spent in the service of later. Or you may seize the helm of your thought, declare a definite chief aim, and begin at once, thereby breaking the first and the heaviest link of the chain. Which shall it be? Do you choose to be master of your mind or its obedient slave? Now that you have come to recognize procrastination as an enemy of the mind, it is time to uncover its root cause and the law that destroys it forever. Every form of hesitation, every act of postponement, every hour wasted in idle thinking can be traced to one origin: indecision. In my years of study, after interviewing more than 500 of the most successful men in America, men whose names are written across the pages of industry and invention, I discovered one truth that stood above all others. All success begins with a decision. Not with talent, not with luck, not with favorable circumstances, but with a single definite act of will. You will find this truth written plainly in Think and Grow Rich. I did not invent it, I merely observed it. Every fortune, every invention, every movement that ever altered the world began the moment one man said within himself, I will. Those two words are the axis upon which destiny turns. Indecision, on the other hand, is the breeding ground of fear. When a man allows doubt to sit upon his mind, fear grows from it like mold upon bread. The longer he waits, the thicker it spreads, and fear, once born, will not remain idle. It will whisper reasons, create obstacles, summon phantoms, and finally convince him that action would be folly. Thus, the man who hesitates becomes the man who fails, not by accident, but by design of his own thought. You have heard men speak of their failures as though fate had conspired against them. Yet in every case I have examined, the hand that wrote their misfortune was their own. They could not decide. They lingered between two courses, never committing to either. And while they waited for certainty, opportunity passed by, indifferent and unrecoverable. The successful men I studied were not spared from uncertainty. They simply refused to be ruled by it. Henry Ford, for instance, was told by engineers, bankers, and even his friends that his vision of a motor car for the common man was impossible. They laughed at his persistence. Yet Ford made a decision. He would produce that car, and he never reversed it. When funds were low, when ridicule was high, he kept to his decision with the same calm determination with which one keeps his faith. The world remembers the automobile. It does not remember the 1,000 men who hesitated. Thomas Edison, too, embodied this law. When he set out to produce light through electricity, he failed more than 10,000 times. A lesser man would have doubted his path, altered his plan, or abandoned the ideal altogether. But Edison's decision was final. He did not reconsider it each morning according to his mood. He had decided once, and that was enough. That single act of commitment made him impervious to discouragement. Understand this. The mind cannot entertain both faith and indecision at the same time. One must perish when the other is born. When you decide, truly decide, fear has no soil in which to grow. The moment you fix your purpose and close the door behind you, the mind rallies its entire power toward that end. The heavens themselves seem to rearrange circumstances in your favor. But when you waver, your energy scatters. You invite confusion, and confusion is the parent of delay. There is a peculiar thing I have observed in human nature. A man will spend weeks, even months, weighing a decision that could be made in seconds. He imagines he is gathering wisdom, when in truth he is gathering hesitation. The wise do not rush, but they do not linger. They act while the vision is still warm, for they know that inspiration, like iron, must be struck while it is hot. Let me offer you a small experiment, what I call the instant decision test. Right now, wherever you are, call to mind one task you have postponed. It may be a letter you have delayed writing, a plan you have avoided beginning, a conversation you have feared to have. Fix that thought firmly in your mind. Do not analyze it. Do not weigh its merits. Now give yourself 5 seconds to decide. Will you do it? Yes or no? Do not count. Do not reason. Simply decide. There, do you feel it? That sudden stirring in your chest, that quickening of the spirit, that is your power returning to you. In that brief moment of decision, you broke a small link in the chain that bound you. You declared mastery over your own thought. That is what every great man feels when he resolves to act. It is the taste of freedom. If you could but repeat that exercise daily with larger and larger matters, your entire nature would change. For every prompt decision reinforces your confidence, just as every delayed one weakens it. Soon you would find yourself incapable of drifting, as naturally decisive as the sun is bright. Indecision is the mother of fear, and fear is the father of failure. When a man decides, truly decides, his doubts dissolve as mist before the morning sun. The mind cannot serve two masters. It cannot at once seek progress and seek comfort. You must choose. I have watched men paralyzed by the smallest choices. Whether to begin a venture, to move to a new city, to speak their conviction, they tell themselves they need more time, but time, my friend, does not grant wisdom to the undecided. It only deepens their hesitation. The man who waits for the perfect moment discovers too late that perfection exists only in action. The successful man does not require perfect conditions, he creates them. He does not wait for opportunity. He summons it through motion. Once you have decided, providence moves with you. The air itself seems to change, and events unfold in harmony with your intent. I have seen it too often to doubt it. So understand this principle as you would understand a law of gravity. Indecision breeds fear, and fear breeds delay, but decision, swift, definite, and unwavering breeds courage, and courage breeds results. Now, as you sit there, reflect upon the countless hours, the countless opportunities that indecision has stolen from you, and then decide here and now that you will no longer tolerate the habit of hesitation. Decide that from this day forward, your default response to opportunity will be action. Decide that you will think quickly, choose firmly, and stand by your choice with faith until it bears fruit. Remember this above all else. It is not genius that separates the successful from the mediocre. It is decision. The world will forgive your mistakes, but it will never reward your hesitation. So I ask you once more, quietly but firmly, what will you decide tonight? Will you continue to drift, or will you claim the one power that has created every great achievement since the dawn of time, the power to decide and to act without delay? You have now seen the face of your enemy. Let us go deeper still to the root from which that enemy grows. For if procrastination is the weed, indecision is its seed, and fear is the soil in which it thrives. Every man who fails in life fails because he could not decide. I learned this truth from the greatest minds of my age: industrialists, inventors, statesmen, leaders of commerce and vision. I questioned them one by one, and every single one told me the same thing in his own words. Success begins with a decision, not a wish, not a hope, not a resolution made in comfort and broken at the first sign of resistance. A decision, final, unshakable, and made in the quiet authority of one's own mind. Indecision is the true thief of time. It whispers, wait, think it over. And while you think, another man acts. He fails perhaps once, twice, even 10 times. But he learns, adapts, improves, and while you are still waiting for certainty, he has moved mountains. The man who waits for the perfect time will die waiting. Conditions are never perfect, and if they were, they would not last. Opportunity is like a swift horse. It passes by those who hesitate to mount. Fear is born of indecision. When the mind hesitates, fear slips in to fill the void. It begins to question, what if I fail? What will they think of me? What if this is not the right moment? And fear, once allowed to speak, becomes the master. The man who cannot decide becomes a slave to every doubt that crosses his path. You cannot think your way out of fear. You can only act your way out of it. Henry Ford understood this. When he first dreamed of building a car that any man could afford, the world laughed. The experts said it could not be done. His investors abandoned him. His first company collapsed. But Ford had made a decision, and he never reversed it. He told me once that his greatest advantage over his competitors was not mechanical but mental. They changed their minds too often, he said. I did not. Thomas Edison shared that same quality. He decided to produce light from electricity. A mad idea, they said. He failed hundreds, even thousands of times. But because he had decided, each failure simply brought him closer to success. He did not say, perhaps I will try. He said, I will do it. The difference between those two sentences is the difference between genius and mediocrity. A man's power begins the moment he decides. Until then, he is divided within himself, one part desiring, another part doubting. The undecided man walks in circles, exhausting himself and arriving nowhere. But when decision is made, his energy gathers into one mighty current. Obstacles that once seemed immovable crumble before him. Try this right now. Think of one task, just one, that you have postponed. It may be large or small. It matters not. Fix it clearly in your mind. Do not think about it. Decide in 5 seconds. Choose. Will you do it or will you not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there. That pulse you feel, that quiet surge of clarity, is your will reawakening. You have just reclaimed command of your mind. If you could repeat that act daily, with larger and larger matters, indecision would soon die of starvation. The muscles of will grow only through exercise. Each time you decide promptly, those muscles strengthen. Each time you hesitate, they wither. Indecision breeds fear. Fear breeds delay, delay breeds regret, and regret is the dull companion of the man who waits. But decision, swift, definite, and faithful, breeds courage. Courage breeds action, and action breeds results. Do not mistake this for recklessness. The wise man considers carefully, but once he has considered, he acts at once. To delay beyond that point is not wisdom. It is weakness disguised as caution. You may fail when you decide, yes, but failure under decision is education. Failure under hesitation is decay. The man who acts learns. The man who waits only wonders. I have known men of rare intellect, men whose minds were like fine instruments, capable of great works, yet they lived and died in mediocrity because they never learned to decide. Their ideas came and went like ghosts in the fog, unrealized, unformed, unfinished. Meanwhile, ordinary men of common ability, but uncommon decision, built fortunes, wrote books, raised empires. Understand this. The mind cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve both doubt and destiny. One must perish for the other to live. Therefore resolve now, this very hour, that you will no longer permit indecision to make a fool of your days. Begin with small matters. Decide what hour you will rise, what work you will finish, what promise you will keep, and keep it. Soon you will find that your very nature has changed. You will no longer seek motivation to act, for action itself will have become your nature. Remember, the power that moves great men is not genius, nor fortune, nor luck. It is the quiet, steady habit of making decisions promptly, definitely, and once for all. So I ask you again, as I have asked thousands before, will you continue to drift, or will you choose? Will you allow fear to think for you, or will you seize the power that was yours from the beginning, the power to decide? For in that single word, decide, lies the secret of all achievement, the destruction of procrastination, and the birth of your freedom. There is a secret law that governs all achievement, and yet few ever come to understand it. I have called it the law of motion in the mind. It declares that once a thought or action begins to move in a definite direction, it gathers power as it continues. Just as a train, once set in motion, becomes almost impossible to stop. Picture that locomotive at rest. A child could hold it in place with a wooden block placed against its wheel. But when that same train has gained speed, no wall of stone could stand before it. Such is the power of momentum, and such is the power of a man who has learned to keep himself in motion. Most people never experience that power, because they never get past the first inch of movement. They wait for a burst of inspiration before beginning, not realizing that inspiration does not precede action. It follows it. You do not move because you are motivated. You become motivated because you move. A man sitting in idleness may read 100 books on success, may fill his mind with noble intentions, yet accomplish nothing. But let that same man take a single small step, write one page, make one call, begin one plan, and the entire machinery of his mind begins to awaken. The human mind, my friend, is not unlike a great engine. It requires friction to awaken its heat. Inaction is cold metal, silent, heavy, unresponsive. But once you exert the slightest effort, the smallest decision to act, the wheels begin to turn. Energy flows through every part of your being. Ideas come more swiftly. Courage grows stronger, and the very air around you seems to carry life again. Do not despise small beginnings. The world is not moved by the man who dreams of grand leaps, but by the one who takes a steady series of deliberate steps. The greatest builders began with a single brick. The grandest symphonies began with one note. The habit of action is not born from heroic effort. It is born from consistency. I have seen men paralyzed by the enormity of their own goals. They say, I cannot begin. The mountain is too high. But no man climbs a mountain in a single stride. He begins with one step, then another. And as he ascends, his lungs grow stronger, his rhythm steadier, and his spirit more certain. Momentum carries him upward, long after his strength should have failed. When a man acts, even in the smallest way, he sends a command to his subconscious mind. The command is simple. We are moving, and the subconscious obeys without question. It begins to search for means, resources, and opportunities to continue that movement. The mind loves direction, it hates idleness. Once it has tasted forward motion, it hungers for more. If you have ever begun a task reluctantly, cleaning your desk, writing a letter, organizing a plan, you have felt this truth. At first there is resistance. You tell yourself, I will only do a small part. But once you start, something happens. You find yourself continuing almost effortlessly. Minutes pass, then hours. What seemed impossible becomes natural. That is the law of motion in the mind at work. The first step, therefore, is always the hardest, because it must overcome inertia. But once taken, the second comes easier, the third easier still. Soon you are no longer pushing yourself to act. Action itself is pushing you. You are carried forward by a power greater than your conscious will. That power is momentum. Think now of your own life. Picture every unfulfilled plan, every abandoned goal, every moment where hesitation won the battle. All those lost dreams lie at the bottom of the hill, unmoved, gathering dust. And there you stand before them, strong, capable, but unmoving, waiting for the perfect hour to begin. My friend, the perfect hour has never existed. Only the present one does. Now imagine for a moment that you take a single step toward one of those forgotten goals. The moment your foot moves, the ground beneath you stirs. A spark of light appears before you, faint but unmistakable. As you take another step, the light grows brighter, illuminating the next few feet of your path. You cannot see the entire road, but you can see enough to take one more step, and that is all you ever need. Each action lights the way for the next. That is how progress feels. That is how it looks when a man conquers his own inertia. The path reveals itself only to those who move. If you could see, as I have seen, what happens inside the mind of a man who begins, truly begins, you would never again fear starting small. Once motion is established, something divine enters the process. Ideas connect. Events align. Helpers appear. Circumstances bend to the rhythm of your will. It is as though the universe itself recognizes a moving soul and hastens to keep pace with him. But if you wait for perfect clarity, if you sit idle until every condition pleases you, the gears of your mind rust. Opportunity passes by, and momentum, that sacred power that multiplies effort and lessens resistance, dies before it is born. Therefore, the cure for paralysis is movement. Not great leaps, not dramatic gestures, but simple, deliberate action taken now. Do not ask, can I do it all? Ask instead, what can I do next? And then do it. The smallest action done today is infinitely more valuable than the greatest action imagined tomorrow. Keep your body in motion, and your mind will follow. Keep your thoughts in motion, and your results will multiply. A man who begins, even clumsily, is already far ahead of the one who still plans perfectly. Remember this, motion creates motivation. You do not wait to feel ready. You begin, and readiness meets you on the road. So let us begin to build your momentum, right now within the mind itself. You have learned to decide. Now you will learn to sustain. We shall take the next step together, and I will show you how to awaken the deepest part of your nature, the part that craves progress, the part that cannot rest until it moves forward. Now let us reprogram your subconscious to crave action. Now that you understand the law of motion in the mind, it is time to discover the law that governs the direction of that motion. I have called it autosuggestion, the mechanism through which every man writes his own destiny upon the fabric of his subconscious mind. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. That is not poetry, nor a pretty phrase meant to comfort dreamers. It is a literal description of how the mind operates. Every idea you allow to take root in your subconscious becomes a command to your body, your emotions, your circumstances. The thoughts you repeat are seeds, and your outer life is nothing but the harvest of your inner planting. Most men sow carelessly. They do not realize that every word spoken to oneself is a form of prayer. And the mind grants what is repeated with emotion, whether it is good or ill. The man who tells himself, I am lazy, will remain lazy. The man who sighs, I never finish what I start, will continue to abandon every project halfway. The mind does not reason. It obeys. It takes those statements as instructions. If you say to yourself, I cannot concentrate, Your mind accepts the command and constructs distractions for you. If you say, I am always late, your subconscious adjusts your behavior to make it so. But if you declare with conviction, I act instantly, your mind begins to reorganize its energy around that identity. The subconscious does not argue. It serves the master that speaks most often and most loudly. So the question is simple. Who do you wish to become? The master who commands, or the servant who repeats his fears? When I wrote Think and Grow Rich, I did not teach men how to make money. I taught them how to make belief. For belief is the foundation of all creation. Action follows thought, as surely as day follows dawn. But thought must be definite, repeated, and charged with emotion to penetrate the depths of the subconscious mind. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine your mind as a great field of fertile soil. Each word, each image, each emotion is a seed dropped into that earth. The soil does not care what is planted. It will produce weeds as readily as wheat. If you plant fear, doubt, and complaint, you will harvest delay, confusion, and poverty. But if you plant courage, faith, and decisiveness, you will reap confidence, clarity, and success. The problem is not that men cannot achieve their goals. The problem is that they plant failure with their own tongues day after day without realizing it. Now, I will guide you through a brief experiment, one that has the power to change the pattern of your thought, if you repeat it with sincerity. Sit comfortably and allow your body to be still. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose and let it out slowly through your mouth. Feel your mind settling, as though the surface of a pond were becoming calm after a passing wind. Now, in that calmness, I want you to speak within yourself, not as one who wishes, but as one who commands. Speak slowly, deliberately, with conviction. Repeat after me, I act immediately. I think clearly and decide without hesitation. Every idea that comes to me is followed by action. I no longer wait for the perfect time. I create it. Action is my nature. Progress is my habit. Each day I grow stronger, faster, more certain. I do the thing I fear, and fear disappears. I move with purpose. I act with faith. I am a man of decision. I am a man of action. Now let those words sink deeply into you. Do not merely hear them. Feel them. Feel them echo through every fiber of your being. Each repetition is a stroke of the farmer's plow, cutting deep into the soil of your subconscious. You are turning over the old ground, breaking apart the hardened crust of doubt and hesitation. And in that fresh, open earth, you are planting new seeds, the seeds of a mind that moves, that decides, that acts. If you could see this process from above, you would behold your mind as a great field, dark and fertile. The old weeds of procrastination lie withered upon the surface. Beneath them, new roots are forming. Roots of energy, roots of confidence, roots of discipline. You are reprogramming yourself right now, in this very moment. You are giving your subconscious new orders, and it will obey them faithfully. It cannot do otherwise. It was created to serve, and it serves the image you give it most vividly. Say once more, aloud if you can, I act now. Notice how the sound of that phrase feels, strong, certain, alive. Each time you declare it, you build a new identity. You are no longer a man who delays. You are a man who moves. No longer one who drifts. You are one who directs. Repeat this ritual each morning upon rising and each night before sleep, for it is in those hours between wakefulness and slumber that the mind is most receptive. The gate to the subconscious stands open, and every word enters unchallenged. If you will guard that gate and send through it only thoughts of strength, action, and purpose, your entire life will change with astonishing speed. Modern science will one day confirm what I tell you now, that the mind builds new paths within itself according to the thoughts that are most often traveled. The more frequently you affirm, I act instantly, the wider and smoother that path becomes, until the act of hesitation feels unnatural, even impossible. You will rise in the morning, eager to begin. You will meet challenges with a quiet thrill. And where once you felt resistance, you will now feel an almost magnetic pull toward progress. That, my friend, is the power of autosuggestion. Not a mystery, but a mechanism. So let this be your command to yourself. Now and forever, I am a man of decisive action. Say it again, softly, as though engraving it into your own soul. I am a man of decisive action. Let it echo. Let it settle. Let it become a truth too strong to doubt. Because once you have convinced your subconscious of this identity, your actions will flow from it naturally. You will not need to force yourself to move. The movement will occur as the outpouring of who you have become. That is the secret known to every great achiever since the dawn of civilization. They did not act to prove who they were. They acted because they knew who they were. And now, you are becoming such a man. Keep your eyes closed a moment longer. See your mind again as that fertile field, freshly turned, rich with new possibility. See yourself planting these words like golden seeds. I act instantly. I act with faith. I act with power. And see in your mind's eye those seeds sprouting, small at first, then growing strong, their roots deep, their leaves reaching upward to the light. You are the gardener, and this is your season of planting. In the days to come, you will begin to see the harvest. The urge to act will rise in you as naturally as breath. The habit of delay will wither from neglect, for the soil that once fed it has been renewed. This is the miracle of autosuggestion, not an illusion, not a superstition, but the deliberate re-education of your subconscious mind. You have begun the transformation. And now, to make it permanent, we must anchor this change with a deeper experience, a guided journey into the realm of imagination where thought becomes reality and belief becomes action. Now, we will move together into that next phase. Now we'll anchor this change through guided visualization. Sit quietly now. Let the room grow still around you. Allow your body to rest in the chair or upon the bed where you sit. There is nothing you must do. There is nowhere you must go. This moment belongs to you and you alone. The door of the outer world is closed. The noise of duty and distraction has faded. You are safe here and you are free. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose. Hold it for a moment and let it out gently through your mouth. Again, inhale calmness. Exhale tension. With each breath, you feel your shoulders release their burden. The muscles of your neck grow loose and warm. Your hands, resting easily upon your lap, grow light, almost weightless. Your eyes, though closed, seem to open inward, turning toward the vast landscape of your mind. And you breathe. Imagine that each exhalation is a breeze sweeping through an old house, clearing away the dust of long-forgotten thoughts. With each breath, the air grows purer, the light within you brighter. You are descending from the surface of the conscious mind into a deeper, quieter chamber, the place where every habit, every pattern, every belief was first written. In your imagination, see yourself standing now at the entrance of a great hall. It is vast, with high arches and smooth marble floors that reflect a faint golden light. Along the walls stretch countless mirrors, tall and ancient, their glass glimmering softly. This is the hall of the mind, the place where every thought you have ever repeated has taken form. You begin to walk slowly through this hall. Your footsteps echo gently. In each mirror you see an image of yourself, not as you are, but as you have been. One reflection shows you sitting before a desk, papers scattered, your head bowed in fatigue, whispering, "Tomorrow I will begin." Another shows you pacing, planning, but never starting. Another still, watching the clock, waiting for courage that never came. Each mirror is a memory of a moment surrendered to hesitation. Pause before one mirror now and look closely. The glass begins to ripple, and from within it a shadow takes shape. It is the voice you have known all your life, the quiet, persuasive tone that has so often said, "Wait, not yet." Listen to it. It sounds calm, even kind. It tells you that you are not ready, that you must prepare more, that others have it easier, that one more day will make no difference. But look at it carefully. See the emptiness behind its eyes. See that it is not alive by its own power. It feeds only on the strength you have given it. It has lived on your belief in it. Now step closer. Feel no anger, only understanding. Speak softly but firmly. You are not my master. You are only a habit, and I am the hand that formed you. The shadow stirs uneasily. You continue. You have served your purpose. You tried to keep me safe, to spare me from failure, but your time is finished. I no longer need you. Raise your head. Take a breath deep into your chest. With that breath, a spark of light flickers inside you. Small, bright, steady, the shadow recoils. You feel the warmth of that light spreading through your ribs, rising into your throat, your face, your mind. This is the fire of decision, the sacred flame of will. It has been within you all along, waiting for recognition. See it now as it grows stronger. The light expands outward, filling the hall, touching every mirror. One by one, the old reflections, the tired, waiting versions of yourself, begin to dissolve. The man who hesitated, the man who doubted, the man who waited for permission, they fade into mist and vanish. What remains is you upright, calm, radiant with purpose. The shadow that was procrastination begins to tremble. It shrinks, its edges fading into the golden air. You do not fight it. You simply stand in your light, and the shadow disappears. The hall is silent now, but it is no longer empty. It is filled with the quiet hum of strength returning to its rightful owner. From the far end of the hall, you see 3 great doors. Each one bears an inscription carved in shining letters. The first reads action. The second reads discipline. The third reads focus. Walk toward the first door, action. Place your hand upon the handle. It is warm, pulsing faintly with life. When you open it, a brilliant wind rushes toward you, not a cold wind, but a living force. Step through and find yourself in an open plain beneath a vast sky. The air smells of rain and iron. Before you lie countless paths, each one leading toward a different dream. Without hesitation, you begin to walk. Each step you take feels easier than the last. The earth itself seems to rise beneath your feet to meet you. You do not think of how far you must go, only of the joy of moving forward. Now the plain fades, and you stand before the second door. Discipline. You enter, and you are in a great forge. The air glows red with heat. Sparks fly upward like tiny stars. You hear the ringing of hammers. In the center stands a vast anvil, and upon it lies a single glowing piece of metal, your will. Each time you lift the hammer of your intention and strike it, it grows stronger, purer, more resilient. You realize that every small act, every morning you rise on time, every task you complete, every promise you keep, is one more strike upon that anvil. Discipline is not punishment. It is craftsmanship, the art of forging your mind into a tool fit for greatness. Now walk through the final door. Focus. The forge fades, and you find yourself upon a mountain path at twilight. The air is cool, the sky deep blue. You can see far below, the world of noise and distraction, the endless chatter, the rush of men chasing everything and catching nothing. But up here, the air is still. The only sound is your breath and the beating of your heart. Each step upward clears your mind further. Your thoughts align into a single current, sharp and pure. You are no longer pulled in 10 directions. You are one man, moving in one direction, toward one goal. As you climb, you see the horizon begin to glow with dawn. The light spills across the peaks, golden and endless. You reach the summit and stand there, tall and calm, breathing in the air of mastery. You look around and realize there is nothing left to chase, nothing left to prove. You have already become the man you were seeking to be, a man of decision, of movement, of action. Now look within again. The fire of decision still burns in your chest, steady and bright. It no longer flickers. It blazes. Its light flows outward, reaching down the mountain, across the plain, through every chamber of your mind. It touches the place where the shadow once lived, and there is only peace. Breathe deeply. Let that fire spread through every nerve, every muscle. Feel it warm your hands, straighten your spine, clear your thoughts. With each breath, say silently to yourself, from this day forward, I act, I decide, I move. Again, with more strength. From this day forward, I act, I decide, I move. Now once more, with complete conviction, letting the words echo in the quiet of your mind until they feel carved into the substance of your being. From this day forward, I act, I decide, I move. Stay in that feeling for a while. The calm certainty of a man who has reclaimed command of himself. There is no tension in it, no strain, only quiet, steady power, the kind that builds empires, the kind that changes the world silently through consistent will. The music of your own breathing fills your ears like the rhythm of a forge. Inhale, strength. Exhale, doubt. Inhale, clarity. Exhale, Fear. You stand now not as the man who hopes, but as the man who knows. You are the master of your time, the architect of your action, the governor of your destiny. The fire within you will not die when you open your eyes. It will live in every choice you make, every word you speak, every step you take. Take one last deep breath. Let the air fill you completely. Hold it for a moment. Feel your chest expand with power and then release it slowly, knowing that with that exhale you have released the final remnants of procrastination. The shadow is gone. The hesitation is gone. What remains is only forward motion. Now, when you open your eyes, carry this fire into the waking world. Carry it into your tasks, your work, your ambitions. Let every action, no matter how small, become an offering to this new self you have forged. And when the voice of delay tries to speak again, you will smile, because you will know it no longer has any power over you. For from this day forward, you act, you decide, you move. There is a certain kind of silence that follows transformation, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of peace. I have heard it in the voices of those who have awakened to the truth of their own power, the men and women who once lived at the mercy of procrastination and fear, but who now stand as masters of themselves. Their stories are not legends told to inspire. They are the natural results of the laws you and I have discussed, laws as immutable as gravity, laws that reward faith expressed through action. I remember Anna. She lived in a small town, in a modest home, warmed more by her will than by her means. She was a mother, alone with 2 young children, her husband gone and her dreams buried beneath the daily struggle to survive. Each morning she would wake before dawn, make breakfast, prepare the children for school, and then sit by the window with a cup of coffee that had gone cold before she could drink it. She had once dreamed of opening a small shop, a bakery, filled with the scent of bread and cinnamon, but for years that dream had lived only as a thought. Each day she told herself, someday when the children are older, when I have more time, when I have more courage. When she first came across my teachings, she read one sentence that struck her deeply. Procrastination is the assassin of opportunity. She told me later that those words felt like a verdict. She realized she had not been waiting for the right moment. She had been hiding from her own power. That night, when her children had gone to bed, she sat at the same kitchen table, took out a piece of paper, and wrote at the top, "My bakery." Beneath it, she listed everything she needed to do to make it real: rent, ingredients, equipment, licenses. It seemed impossible, but for the first time she did not let her mind drift toward fear. She remembered another phrase she had read: a plan, once written, is a promise made to the self. The next morning she rose at 5 and began baking bread in her small oven. At first it was only for neighbors, then for the school, then for the market. Within 6 months, she had opened a small shop. Within 2 years, she was supplying bakeries across her province. When I spoke with her later, she said something I have never forgotten. When I stopped negotiating with my fear, everything changed. I didn't become stronger overnight. I simply stopped waiting to be stronger. There was another man, David, a scholar by training, a thinker by temperament. For 15 years, he had remained in a position that no longer stirred his mind or soul. He told himself it was security, but deep down he knew it was fear disguised as reason. Every time he imagined changing his course, the voice of hesitation whispered its familiar tune. You have responsibilities. You are not ready. What if you fail? Then one evening, after reading Outwitting the Devil, he understood that his hesitation was not prudence. It was drifting. He saw that indecision was not safety, but slow death. He decided that very night to write his resignation letter, though he did not yet know where he would go. He told me later that his hand trembled as he wrote it, not from fear, but from release. In the months that followed, David began to study a craft that had always fascinated him: architecture. He apprenticed himself to a firm despite being twice the age of most trainees. Within 3 years, he had designed a structure that would become the centerpiece of his city's new library. I learned, he told me, that the mind is like a compass. It cannot find north while spinning in doubt. The moment I made a decision, everything within me aligned. And then there was Maria. She was a teacher, soft-spoken, her life orderly and quiet, but within her there lived a story, a great story she had carried for years. One she dreamed of turning into a book. Every evening she promised herself she would begin. But when the day ended, fatigue and self-doubt came like old companions. She would tidy her desk, prepare her lessons for tomorrow, and whisper, "Tomorrow night, I will begin." One evening, she heard a recording of my voice where I said, "Do not wait for courage. Act, and courage will come." That phrase stayed with her. That night, she sat at her desk again, and instead of planning, she wrote one page, just one. The next night, she wrote another. Within 3 months, she had 100 pages. Within 6, she had completed her book. When I met her, she was holding the first printed copy in her hands. She said, "I used to think I needed inspiration to write. Then I realized inspiration was waiting for me to write the first sentence." Do you see the pattern, my friend? These were not exceptional people. They were not born fearless or gifted with uncommon strength. They were ordinary souls who discovered an extraordinary truth: that procrastination is not a monster outside us, but a habit within, and habits yield to new thought as easily as darkness yields to light. Each of them faced the same question that you face now. Will I continue to drift, or will I decide? And when they chose, their entire world rearranged itself around that decision. There was a man I once counseled, a craftsman, weary and aging, who told me he had wasted his best years. "It is too late for me," he said. I asked him, "Too late for what?" He replied, "To begin." And I said, "If you can breathe, you can begin. The mind does not count the years, it counts the use you make of them." That man began that very week to teach his trade to young apprentices. He wrote to me months later saying, "For the first time, I wake each morning with purpose." You may believe that these stories are exceptional, but I assure you they are not. The principles they followed are the same ones you now hold in your hands, or rather within your mind. They are the same principles that govern the world itself: thought, belief, decision, action, and persistence. Every success ever achieved, from the smallest task completed to the greatest empire built, has followed this sequence. The difference between those who succeed and those who drift lies not in opportunity, nor in luck, nor in education. It lies in decision. The moment a man or woman declares, "I will act now," the universe begins to respond. Doors open, circumstances align, helpers appear. It is not magic, it is law. Listen now to the echo of these testimonies. Hear Anna's voice as she whispers through time, "I stopped waiting." Hear David's steady tone, "When I chose, fear vanished." Hear Maria's quiet triumph, "I wrote the first page." These are not merely their words, they are invitations. They are torches extended to you saying, "Follow the light, walk forward. We were once where you are." There is a power in testimony that no argument can surpass, because it carries the weight of lived truth. Each of these souls found liberation, not through chance, but through the deliberate application of thought and will. Their transformation began not with wealth or knowledge or strength, but with a single unwavering decision to move. If you close your eyes for a moment, you may even see yourself among them, standing on the same threshold they once faced, the same doorway between hesitation and creation. You have already lit the fire of decision within you. Now, all that remains is to act. Remember, every testimony began the same way, with a moment of surrender to action. The instant you take that first step, your story begins to write itself. Someday another man or woman may hear your name spoken in a room like this, told as one of the stories of transformation. Perhaps they will say, "There was a man who once doubted himself, but he decided to act, and everything changed." And they will be right, because after all the principles, after all the laws, after all the visualization and affirmation, there remains one truth, the most important of all. The next great testimony is yours. Now, as we draw nearer to the close of this journey, I want you to understand something vital, something so simple and yet so easily forgotten. The battle against procrastination is not a war fought in a single day, nor a fleeting moment of enthusiasm. It is the steady claiming of territory within the mind, an inch each morning, a mile each week, until the habit of hesitation has nowhere left to hide. Action, my friend, is the true measure of faith. Words may move the lips, but action reveals belief. A man may say he trusts the laws of the universe, but unless he acts upon that trust, his words are empty wind. Faith that does not express itself through movement is not faith at all. It is hope wearing the mask of surrender. You have seen for yourself, in the stillness of your mind, how easily the shadow of procrastination fades before the light of decision. You have walked through the halls of your own consciousness, witnessed the illusions that held you, and felt the fire awaken in your chest. That fire is not a passing inspiration. It is the beginning of a new identity. You are no longer a procrastinator. That man has ceased to exist. You buried him when you chose to act. From this moment forward, you are a doer, a mover, a builder of destiny. You no longer wait for permission. You create opportunity. You no longer delay. You decide. And in every small act, every letter written, every task begun, every morning risen with purpose, you are proving to yourself that this new self is real. The transformation of the mind is not a matter of force, but of repetition. The subconscious does not argue. It obeys the pattern you feed it, and repetition, charged with emotion, becomes law. I tell you with the authority of experience, whatever you impress upon the subconscious through feeling and persistence becomes the truth of your life. So I ask you to continue this practice. As faithfully as a craftsman returns to his tools each day, each night before you rest, close your eyes and repeat the visualization we performed together. See the hall of mirrors once more. Stand before the shadow of delay and watch it dissolve before the flame of your decision. Walk again through the doors of action, discipline, and focus. Feel the fire in your chest and affirm, from this day forward, I act, I decide, I move. Do this for 7 nights, not as a ritual of superstition, but as a training of truth. 7 nights of repetition will begin to etch this pattern deeply into your subconscious. You will feel it even in your waking hours, a quiet pull toward motion, a steady impulse to begin. You will notice how tasks that once felt heavy now feel simple, even inevitable. You will begin to act not from struggle, but from instinct. Remember always, transformation is not achieved through great bursts of effort, but through the gentle, persistent turning of the mind in a new direction. You are not fighting procrastination anymore. You are outgrowing it. You are stepping into a higher order of being, where decision is natural and action is joyful. Each time you act, the pattern strengthens. Each time you move without hesitation, the old identity fades further into memory, and soon you will look back and marvel at how far you have come, wondering how you ever waited, how you ever doubted your power to choose. Your subconscious will not resist this change. It craves it. It was designed to serve you, to make effortless whatever you command with emotion and consistency. So speak to it gently but firmly as a master to his apprentice. We act now. We finish what we begin. We move forward with faith. There will come a morning, perhaps soon, when you will rise and realize that you no longer think about beginning. You simply begin. The mind that once hesitated now flows toward action as naturally as the river flows toward the sea. That is when you will know the transformation is complete, but withheld. So tonight, and for the next 7 nights, repeat the process. See the vision, feel the fire, speak the words, and remember, the world does not reward those who wish. It rewards those who move. You are now among that rare company of men and women who act while others wait. Carry this truth with you like a torch in the dark. You are no longer bound by delay. You have crossed the threshold. You have become the kind of person who shapes his world through decisive thought and unwavering movement. And as surely as the sun rises, this new self will become permanent. Each repetition is a hammer strike upon the forge of your identity. Each breath you take while affirming your power is one more layer of steel upon your will. The fire you lit will not go out, because it is no longer just a flame. It is who you are. You have stepped into the circle of those who act, those who decide, those who create. And from this moment on, your every movement is proof that the transformation has already begun. Now, take one last deep breath. Feel the calm certainty in your chest. Whisper to yourself, not as a command, but as a fact already fulfilled. I act. I decide. I move. Let it echo through the chambers of your mind. Let it become your rhythm, your heartbeat, your creed. And as the days unfold before you, remember this: the man who acts cannot be stopped. And you, my friend, are that man. You have arrived at the end of this session. And by reaching this point, you have already won half the battle. For most men, the fight against procrastination ends before it begins. They never make it this far, but you did. You stayed. You listened. You faced the shadow within your own mind and walked through the fire of decision. That, my friend, is proof enough that you have already begun to change. Take a moment to let that truth settle within you. Feel the quiet pride of a man who has kept his promise to himself. You did not drift away. You remained. You did not postpone this journey for another day. You chose to finish it now. And in doing so, you have demonstrated the very principle we have spoken of all along, that success begins not with opportunity, but with decision. From this moment onward, every choice you make will carry new weight. Every small action, rising on time, writing that letter, completing that task, will serve as proof of your transformation. The subconscious mind, now awakened, will respond to your will with growing eagerness. You are no longer training yourself to act. You are remembering that action is your natural state. But remember, this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new chapter in your life. One that you will write, not with hesitation, but with motion. The fire of decision you ignited here must be fed with daily action. Begin today, before this hour ends. Choose one task, something you have delayed, something that has waited too long, and do it now. Do it not for the sake of the task itself, but to honor the man you have become. And when you have done it, I invite you to return here and share your victory. Write it down. One action you took today, one decision you made without hesitation. In doing so, you will not only affirm your own progress, but inspire others who still stand at the threshold you have crossed. Leave your comment. Tell your story. Speak your truth. Every act of movement, even this small one, strengthens the pattern of the doer's mind. And if this session has stirred something within you, if you felt that spark of awakening, then join me again for the next mental mastery session. There, we will continue to uncover the hidden laws of the mind, the forces that govern success, happiness, and destiny itself. For the work of the mind is never finished. It deepens, expands, refines. But for now, remember this: success does not come to those who wait. It comes to those who move. Let that sentence become your compass. Say it aloud once more, with conviction: success does not come to those who wait. It comes to those who move. That is the creed of the doer. That is the law of the mind, and that is the path you now walk. Go forth and move. Have you ever wondered why some people attract wealth effortlessly, while others fight endlessly just to survive? Have you ever looked upon a man whose hands seemed scarcely to labor, and yet whose barns were full, and then upon another who toiled from dawn to dusk and could not gather enough? I asked myself that very question in my earliest years of study, and I can tell you now, it was the doorway through which I stepped into a higher order of understanding. For a long time I believed, as many do, that money was merely a matter of figures, of ledgers and wages, of chance connections and fortunate wins. I believed it was earned by the sweat of one's brow alone, by the exactness of one's calculations, by hard bargains struck in crowded rooms. But life, when observed with a quiet mind and a listening heart, reveals a truer law. Money is not merely matter. Money is energy. Wealth is not a trick of arithmetic, nor the caprice of luck. Wealth is a reflection of inner vibration, of the tone of a man's thought, the faith in his spirit, and the definiteness with which he directs himself. I learned this not by hearsay, but by watching the world pour itself into the lives of those who had first prepared a place for it within. There are men who carry poverty in their faces, though they stand at the gates of opportunity. There are others who carry a secret music within them, and wherever they go, doors swing open. The difference is not fortune, it is frequency. The difference is not accident, it is alignment. A mind tuned to fear calls in shortage the way a bell calls worshipers to chapel. A mind tuned to confidence and calm expectation invites supply with equal certainty, for the universe is forever echoing the note we sustain. You may ask, but how, Mr. Hill, can a thought attract a coin? How can an inward feeling draw food to the table and a roof to the family? I shall answer you plainly. The unseen rules the seen. In every enterprise I have witnessed, the plans that prospered were conceived first as living images in the mind, bathed in the warmth of belief, held steady by decision, and advanced by persistent action. What we hold within becomes the mold into which Providence pours her material. If you have been taught to bow before circumstances, raise your head. If you have been trained to treat money as a stingy master, revise the arrangement at once. For money is a faithful servant, and it hastens toward those who command it with purpose and direct it with integrity. Think of wealth as the river and your mind as the banks. Where there are banks, clear, directed, confident the river flows. Where the banks are broken, fearful, doubtful, wandering, the water disperses into a helpless, thirsty ground. I do not come to persuade you with ornament or idle promise. I come as a friend, as a mentor, as one who has gathered the testimonies of great industrialists, inventors, builders, and quietly heroic men and women who proved a single truth, that the human mind, harmonized with a definite purpose and a spirit of faith, becomes an instrument through which abundance must answer. So let us begin. You and I, right where you are seated. Breathe once more. Allow the noise of hurry to fall away like dust from a traveling coat. Give me your attention and your consent to be guided. In the next 30 minutes, you will remember what your soul has always known, that abundance has always lived within you. I will show you how to attune your thoughts, to set your inner instrument to the pitch of prosperity, and to walk with the quiet confidence of a man who has found the spring at the very root of the hill. This is not trickery. This is not mere cheer. It is law. Law as certain as the rising of the sun. When your thought is definite, when your decision is honest, when your feeling is governed by gratitude instead of fear, the world cannot help but rearrange itself upon your path. You shall learn to carry the wealth state within you, so that wherever you go, wealth recognizes its own and comes home. Now, let us open the door together. Step out of the old idea that money is only numbers and toil. Step into the living recognition that money is energy, and that you, by the dignity of your thought and the discipline of your spirit, may call that energy to you in rightful measure. There is a poverty far greater than the absence of coins in a purse. It is the poverty of thought, silent, invisible, and yet more destructive than any famine known to man. I have seen it in the eyes of workers who rise before dawn and return long after sunset, their hearts weary and their minds convinced that life has already measured their portion. I have seen it in merchants, in clerks, even in men of learning, an unseen resignation that whispers, "This is all I can have. This is all I am worth." That voice, my friend, is the true enemy of wealth. It does not shout, it does not storm, it whispers. And because it whispers from within, most never recognize it as an intruder. It hides beneath modesty, beneath duty, beneath the language of caution and prudence, but its nature is always the same: fear. Fear that there is not enough. Fear that one is unworthy. Fear that if fortune comes, it will not stay. I call it the silent poverty of thought. Fear of poverty has destroyed more men than all the plagues of history combined. It robs a man of his initiative. It paralyzes decision. It blinds his imagination. And it convinces him that he must wait for life to improve before daring to think abundantly. But the law of life runs in the opposite direction. Life improves only when one dares to think abundantly first. You cannot attract the sun while hiding underground. You cannot receive wealth while clinging to the identity of one who is poor. When a man seeks money out of desperation, he sets up a vibration of lack that repels the very thing he desires. He becomes like a magnet turned the wrong way. He pushes away what he tries to pull near. I learned this in the company of great men, men who had once been penniless, but who had discovered the alchemy of thought. Andrew Carnegie told me once, "No fortune can stay long with a man who believes he must fight for every penny." He said this with a smile, for he knew that true riches are not conquered, they are courted. They come not through struggle, but through understanding. Yet the great tragedy is that most people chase wealth from fear, not from creation. They labor not because they are inspired, but because they are terrified. They seek to escape scarcity instead of advancing toward abundance. In doing so, they create a pattern of resistance. Their every thought of "I must have more" secretly declares, "I do not yet have enough, and the universe, always obedient, reflects back precisely that condition. This is the hypnosis of the masses. It is an invisible chain forged by inherited beliefs, the echo of parents, teachers, neighbors who said, "Money is hard to come by," or "Good people never become rich." These phrases, repeated without question, become laws in the subconscious, and the mind, loyal even to its own limitations, fulfills them perfectly. A man who believes that wealth is evil will unconsciously flee from every opportunity that might bring it. A woman who believes she is unworthy of comfort will find herself forever surrounded by circumstances that confirm her unworthiness. Thought is the architect, and life, obediently, builds according to its plan. When I traveled through towns and cities, gathering the stories that would become Think and Grow Rich, I found this pattern everywhere. A farmer would speak of bad seasons, yet his soil was rich and his hands capable. A clerk would sigh over low wages, yet he had never dared to imagine himself as the owner of the business. A young student would dream of invention but confess, "I am not brilliant enough." These confessions are the seeds of failure, for they carry within them the very vibration that prevents success. The truth is simple, though seldom accepted. The enemy is not circumstance, but consciousness. Poverty begins not in the pocket, but in the mind. It is a condition of vibration, a note of dissonance that repels harmony, opportunity, and flow. To those who protest, "But I must eat, I must pay my debts," I say this: your needs are real, but your fear of them multiplies their power. Face them with calm expectancy, and they will dissolve. Run from them with panic, and they will grow teeth. Fear feeds the very condition it dreads. When the mind is steady and the spirit confident, even a small coin seems to multiply. When the mind trembles and the heart doubts, even great fortunes vanish like mist. The outer follows the inner as faithfully as the shadow follows the body. You have been taught to worship the visible and ignore the invisible, yet the visible world is but the echo. The invisible, your thoughts, your beliefs, your emotions, is the sound that creates the echo. If you wish to change the sound, you must first change the instrument. Do not despise yourself for having lived in fear. Every man has walked through that valley. But understand that remaining there is a choice. The moment you decide to think differently, the moment you dare to feel worthy of abundance, you have already broken the first link of the chain. You may still see evidence of scarcity around you, but do not let it deceive you. The field remains barren until the seed is planted. Yet the farmer does not doubt the harvest simply because he cannot yet see the grain. He trusts the law, and by trusting, he works. So I ask you, as one soul speaking to another, will you continue to chase shadows, hoping that wealth will appear when fear has finished with you? Or will you finally become the light that attracts all things, the calm, confident, radiant spirit to which abundance must respond? For as surely as night yields to dawn, when a man conquers the poverty of thought, the riches of the world rush to fill the space his fear once occupied. There is a law so simple, so constant, that it governs both the planets in their courses and the pulse within your wrist. It is the law of vibration. Everything that exists, every leaf, every stone, every star, every thought, moves, vibrates, and lives according to this law. Nothing rests, and man, though he seldom realizes it, is not exempt from this order. His mind, his emotions, his very spirit are instruments constantly sending forth vibrations that return to him in kind. I have said before, and I will say it again, whatever you think and feel consistently, you will attract. A man whose dominant emotion is fear attracts situations that justify his fear. A woman whose heart burns with envy finds reasons to envy more. A mind clouded with worry cannot receive inspiration, for its frequency is too disordered to catch the finer currents of intelligence that flow from infinite mind. But one who holds peace in his heart and gratitude in his thoughts becomes like a well-tuned string. He begins to resonate with the melody of abundance. This, I discovered, is the secret bridge between desire and manifestation, inner alignment. You may desire all you wish, but until your emotions and your beliefs vibrate in harmony with that desire, you are like a musician striking the wrong note and wondering why the song will not play. When I first began to study successful men, I looked for outer patterns, habits, schedules, investments, and methods. But the deeper I went, the clearer it became. What united them was not their work, but their way of being. They did not simply act. They vibrated at a certain frequency of thought, calm, sure, unwavering. Thomas Edison, for instance, faced thousands of failed experiments while seeking the proper filament for his lamp. To the ordinary observer, those failures were evidence of waste. To Edison, they were progress, each one a necessary vibration of discovery. His faith was not loud or emotional. It was steady, rhythmic, like the beating of his heart, and that rhythm harmonized with the very law of creation until light itself had no choice but to answer. Henry Ford possessed the same inner alignment. Before the first automobile rolled from his factory, before his name was known beyond the farms of Michigan, Ford felt himself as an instrument of a great idea. Others laughed at his vision of an engine for every family. They mocked. They predicted ruin. But within Ford, there was no discord. He was already vibrating with the feeling of success. He had attuned his mind to the frequency of belief. And belief, pure, definite, and fearless, is the very magnet that draws resources and men into cooperation. And then there was a craftsman I once met in a small village, a simple man by worldly standards. His workshop smelled of pine and varnish, and his hands bore the marks of honest labor. He had no great fortune, no patents, no benefactors. Yet every piece of furniture he made seemed to carry a quiet beauty that drew customers from distant towns. When I asked his secret, he smiled and said, "Mr. Hill, I never touch the wood until I am in a good mood. If my mind is restless, the table will wobble. But if my mind is calm and thankful, the table will stand 100 years." That man understood vibration better than most scholars. He knew that energy, not effort, determines the outcome. You see, wealth does not respond to words alone. It responds to the feeling behind the words, the vibration that emanates from the soul. You may declare, "I am wealthy," but if your heart trembles with disbelief, your vibration cancels your declaration. You may work from dawn till dusk, but if your dominant emotion is fear of losing, your vibration calls for loss. This is why two men may perform the same labor, one becoming rich while the other remains poor. It is not the labor that differs. It is the invisible atmosphere each carries. The prosperous man approaches his task with faith and expectancy, and these vibrations invite opportunities. The struggling man approaches his with worry and resentment, and these vibrations repel them. I once said that faith is the starting point of all accumulation of riches. But I might also say that faith is the tuning fork of prosperity. When you strike that tone within yourself, when your thought and emotion sing in unison, the universe begins to hum the same note back to you. It is not necessary to understand the mechanism. It is only necessary to live in harmony with it. The farmer does not understand the full mystery of germination, yet he trusts the soil and sows his seed. So must you sow thoughts of abundance, gratitude, and purpose into the field of the mind, trusting the invisible law to bring forth the visible fruit. Do not underestimate the power of a single mood. A moment of irritation repeated daily becomes a vibration that shapes destiny. A moment of calm assurance repeated daily becomes a vibration that builds empires. The difference between the beggar and the builder is not opportunity but energy, the steady inner music each has learned to play. To live by this law, you must learn to govern the tone of your own being. Do not let outer events dictate your inner vibration. The wise man reverses the order. He decides how he shall feel, and the world arranges itself accordingly. If you would attract wealth, begin by cultivating the vibration of wealth. Peace, gratitude, generosity, confidence, not as pretense, but as practice. When your inner world grows rich, your outer world must follow. It is inevitable, for law cannot be broken. It can only be obeyed or ignored. So I ask you now, what is the prevailing vibration of your life? Is it scarcity, born of worry and doubt, or is it abundance, born of faith and purpose? Choose carefully, for the frequency you sustain is the invitation you send to the universe, and the universe, faithful to its design, always attends the call. There is a law in nature that mirrors the one governing the mind, the law of motion. Everything that lives must move. The river must flow. The wind must travel. The heart must beat. When motion ceases, decay begins. And so it is with wealth. Wealth responds to movement, not stagnation. In my years of study, I observed this truth again and again. Money, like blood in the body, must circulate to remain alive. It cannot flow into a vessel that is blocked by doubt, fear, or hesitation. Like a river, money cannot flow into a blocked channel. When a man delays, postpones, and questions the wisdom of his own inspired ideas, he dams the very stream that would have nourished him. Faith, therefore, is not merely belief. It is motion, it is action born from inner conviction. Every successful man I ever met possessed this quality. He moved even when the way ahead was not yet lit. He trusted that the next stone would appear beneath his step once the first was taken. Those who waited for certainty, for perfect conditions, for a guarantee of success before moving, were the ones who remained forever where they stood. When Henry Ford first conceived the idea of the moving assembly line, he had no assurance it would work. The engineers doubted him. Investors scoffed, yet Ford acted. He set machinery in motion before the skeptics could calculate its failure. And once that motion began, it gathered its own momentum. What began as a fragile idea became an unstoppable force that revolutionized industry. Movement itself breeds power. The smallest effort, when performed with faith, sets in motion unseen forces that conspire to assist you. There is a providence that moves when you do. The universe cannot steer a man who will not leave the shore. But understand this clearly. It is not frantic action that draws wealth, but purposeful motion. There is a vast difference between activity and advancement. Many men labor feverishly, but their energy is scattered. Their motion is circular, not progressive. True momentum arises from calm, deliberate steps taken in alignment with one's definite chief aim. When you act with faith, even in uncertainty, you establish a rhythm that harmonizes with opportunity. The doors open not because you force them, but because motion creates attraction. It is as if the universe recognizes your sincerity and meets you halfway. I recall a young inventor I once mentored, a quiet fellow named Samuel, full of ideas but plagued by hesitation. He would spend months perfecting his sketches, revising, improving, never daring to begin the construction of his device. One day I said to him, "Samuel, the world does not reward those who prepare forever. It rewards those who begin." He looked startled, but I could see the truth land upon him. The next morning, he built the first rough model. It failed, of course, as all first attempts do, but in that failure, he discovered the flaw that thought alone could never have revealed. Within a year, his design was complete and profitable. When I asked what had changed, he replied simply, "I stopped waiting." That, my friend, is the entire secret of momentum. You must stop waiting. Do not wait for the fear to vanish. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move despite it. Do not wait for knowledge to be complete. Understanding grows through motion. Do not wait for the right mood, the right season, or the perfect time, for perfection is an illusion that keeps men idle. Move, and life will adjust to your movement. Each morning when I rise, I ask myself one question. What single step can I take today toward my purpose? Not a dozen, not 100. One. It may be a letter written, a conversation sought, a plan reviewed, or a simple moment of gratitude before work begins. But I do something, for I have learned that progress, like fire, is maintained not by grand bursts, but by steady feeding. I would have you adopt this same practice. Each day, move toward one inspired idea. No matter how small, act upon it. Do not judge its worth in advance. The act itself builds the vibration of success. You may not see its results immediately, but unseen currents will begin to shift. Each decision, each effort, sends a signal to the invisible world that says, "I am ready." And when the world hears that signal enough times, it responds. I once compared the human will to a train resting in a station. To set it moving requires great energy at first. The engine strains, the wheels groan, the smoke rises. But once in motion, the same train travels miles with ease, carried by its own momentum. The mind operates in the same fashion. The first decision may feel heavy, the first action uncertain, but persist, and momentum will take command. The effort that once demanded all your strength will soon carry you effortlessly forward. Wealth loves momentum. It is drawn to those who move, for motion is the evidence of faith. Every fortune ever built began with a single movement, a letter sent, a call made, a dream committed to paper, a word spoken at the right time. It was never the grandeur of the act that mattered, but the spirit behind it. You do not need to leap. You need only to begin. Begin where you are with what you have, and let the law of motion complete the rest. Action, no matter how small, kindles the flame of destiny. So remember this: wealth will not chase you. You must begin to move toward it, calmly, confidently, decisively. The moment you do, you awaken forces that have been asleep, waiting only for your signal. Now we approach one of the most sacred principles I have ever uncovered, the principle of autosuggestion. This law is the bridge between the conscious and the subconscious mind, between mere wishing and true creation. It is the means by which thought becomes flesh, by which desire becomes destiny. For many years, I sought to understand why two men could read the same book, attend the same lectures, work in the same trade, and yet one would rise to fortune while the other remained in want. The difference, I found, lay not in their knowledge, but in the use they made of it. The successful man had learned how to plant ideas deeply enough into his subconscious mind that they became beliefs, living forces that guided every action and attracted every circumstance required for their fulfillment. That planting is achieved through autosuggestion. Now, let us be clear. Autosuggestion is not mere repetition of words. It is not a mechanical chanting of phrases like some charm against misfortune. No, it is emotional broadcasting. It is the deliberate sending of thought, charged with feeling, into the fertile soil of the subconscious. You are not asking for money when you affirm abundance. You are commanding reality through belief. The subconscious mind does not reason, compare, or doubt. It accepts. It accepts whatever is impressed upon it with emotion, whether true or false, whether helpful or destructive. If you continually speak of lack, it believes in lack and produces it. If you continually affirm abundance with feeling, it believes in abundance and attracts it. The law is exact. Most men misuse this law unconsciously. They affirm poverty all day long by the way they think and speak. They say, "I can't afford that," or "I never get a chance," or "it always goes wrong for me." Each statement is an order sent to the subconscious, which receives it faithfully and brings forth the evidence to match it. Thus their words become chains, and their thoughts the very walls of their prison. But once a man becomes aware of this power, he may reverse the process. He may reprogram his mind by feeding it new instructions, spoken with faith and feeling, repeated until belief replaces doubt. When I trained young businessmen years ago, I would ask them to write their chief aim on a small card and carry it always. Each morning and each night, they were to read it aloud, not casually, but with conviction, as though it were already achieved. At first, they felt foolish, but as days passed, something remarkable occurred. Their tone changed, their eyes brightened, they began to believe their own words, and when belief took root, events began to shift, fortunes grew, opportunities appeared. Men who had been timid became bold, because their subconscious had accepted a new identity. You see, repetition alone is not the magic. Emotion. Words without feeling are lifeless, but when spoken with desire, gratitude, and certainty, they become charged currents of creative power. Let me show you how this works. Close your eyes if you will, and imagine that your mind is a great field. Every thought you think is a seed. The soil does not question whether the seed is wheat or thorn. It simply grows whatever is planted. Your task, then, is to choose your seeds wisely. When you repeat an affirmation, you are not convincing the world. You are convincing the soil. You are saying to your deeper self, "This is the truth I now choose to live by." And the soil, obedient as ever, begins to arrange the conditions of your life to match that truth. Now, before we proceed to our visualization, I will guide you through a brief sequence of affirmations. These are not to be read hastily, but to be felt. Speak them slowly, inwardly if you prefer, and let each word sink into the silence of your being. Pause after each phrase. Let it vibrate through you like a note through a string. The universe rewards the one who moves. I am calm. I am centered in the flow of abundance. I am not chasing wealth, I am allowing it. The same intelligence that grows the trees and moves the tides now moves through me. I am in harmony with the law of supply. Every thought of gratitude expands my prosperity. Every act of faith strengthens my foundation. I am worthy of all that life can give. Money is not my master, it is my servant. It comes to me in increasing quantities, through sources both expected and unexpected. I handle it with wisdom. I share it with joy. I multiply it with purpose. I live in the vibration of peace, gratitude, and sufficiency. I am the source from which prosperity flows. Repeat these words each day with feeling, not to beg, but to remind yourself of truth. For wealth is not something to acquire, it is something to allow. When you feel rich in thought, the world must mirror that richness. When you feel abundant in spirit, money becomes a natural extension of your vibration. The beggar within you must die before the banker. Outside you can live. Understand this well. All great achievement begins in imagination. Imagination is the workshop of the mind where you shape the blueprint of your destiny. Autosuggestion is the hammer that forges it into form. As you persist in this practice, your subconscious mind begins to change its habits of vibration. Fearful thoughts lose their power. Doubt dissolves. You will notice that new ideas come to you. Ideas that carry energy, courage, and direction. That is your inner self aligning with the higher order of abundance. It is not a miracle. It is law. The subconscious, once reprogrammed, works continuously, day and night, to manifest the pattern you have impressed upon it. It draws people, opportunities, and circumstances to fulfill your mental command. And because it is tireless, it never ceases its labor until your outer world reflects the inner belief. So tonight, when the world is quiet, sit alone for a few minutes. Close your eyes and repeat your affirmations, slowly, rhythmically, with feeling. Imagine each phrase as a command written in light upon the walls of your mind. See them glowing there, permanent and true. Say to yourself, I am not waiting for abundance. I am abundance. I am not hoping for wealth. I am wealth expressing itself through me. I am not striving to become more. I am remembering what I already am. And as you do, you will feel something shift, a calm strength rising, a quiet certainty that what you seek has already begun its journey toward you. That feeling is faith. That faith is vibration. And that vibration is the language through which the infinite responds. Now, having tuned your inner instrument, you are ready for the next step, a journey into the deepest chamber of your mind where these ideas will take root and live. Now, my friend, let us go deeper. You have listened, you have understood, but knowledge alone is not enough. We must now feel wealth, not as a concept, but as a living energy moving through you. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, let the weight of the day begin to fall away. Inhale again, deeply. Hold for a moment and release. Each breath draws you inward, to that quiet chamber of your being where all power begins. Feel your body resting easily wherever you sit or lie. The muscles of your face soften. The shoulders release their tension. Your hands grow light and open. Your breath becomes steady and unhurried, like a tide that knows no fear of ebb or flow. Now, in your mind's eye, imagine yourself standing before a long golden corridor. The air is warm, luminous, serene. Each wall gleams faintly, as if dusted with sunlight. You take a step forward. The sound of your foot echoes softly, rich and full. You feel as though the very air is alive, each particle charged with purpose, waiting to welcome you. At the far end of this corridor lies a great doorway, and beyond it, the Temple of Wealth. This is no temple of coins or numbers. It is the dwelling place of abundance itself, pure, infinite, eternal. As you begin to walk, slow your pace. Feel the ground beneath you, smooth, radiant, solid. With each step, you leave behind one old belief. You step away from fear. You step away from doubt. You step away from every story that told you wealth belonged to others, but not to you. Halfway down the corridor, the air begins to shimmer. Out of the mist, 3 shadowy figures appear. Do not fear them. They are the remnants of your own mind, personified shapes of thought. The first calls itself scarcity. Its eyes are restless, its hands always reaching. It whispers, there is never enough, you must cling, you must fight. But as you gaze upon it, you remember what you now know. Money is not matter, it is energy, and energy is infinite. You raise your right hand, palm open, and from it shines a beam of golden light, calm, steady, unwavering. The light touches scarcity. It trembles, then softens, then dissolves into mist. You whisper, there is always enough. The second figure steps forth, shame. It lowers its head, speaking in a trembling voice. You are not worthy of wealth. You have made mistakes. You do not deserve it. But you, remembering the truth of your divine origin, step closer. You place your hand upon its shoulder and say, I am forgiven, I am learning, I am worthy, because I am part of life itself. Shame begins to fade, melting into the same warm light that surrounds you. The third figure emerges slowly. Guilt. It carries heavy chains of the past, memories of loss, of selfishness, of fear. Guilt looks at you and says, if you prosper, others will suffer. But you answer gently, when I rise, I lift others. When I am abundant, I become a giver of light. And with those words, the chains fall and guilt becomes radiant, joining the light around you. Now the corridor grows brighter. You can see the great doorway ahead. Vast, carved from white marble, adorned with ancient symbols. Upon it is written in golden letters, enter as a seeker, leave as a source. You place your hand upon the door. It feels warm, alive, almost breathing. It swings open silently. You step inside. Before you lies the Temple of Wealth. The space is immense. Pillars of crystal rise high into a vaulted ceiling that seems to shimmer like a dawn sky. Golden light pours from above, not harsh, but soft and alive, like sunlight made liquid. You hear no sound, yet you sense a deep hum, the pulse of abundance itself, steady, eternal, welcoming. At the center of the temple stands a great river of light, flowing gently, endlessly. It glows with hues of gold and silver, weaving and curling like silk in water. You walk closer, feeling its warmth upon your face. This river, you realize, is the very current of prosperity, the flow of life in its purest form. Money, opportunity, inspiration, all of it are but reflections of this one infinite current. It has always been flowing. You simply forgot that it was flowing through you. You kneel beside the river, touch its surface with your fingertips. The moment you do, the light enters you, traveling up your arm, through your heart, into your mind. You feel it cleanse you, awaken you, transform you. It whispers, you are not separate from me, you are the river. You rise now, luminous, your whole being radiant. As you stand, a figure appears before you, the spirit of prosperity. It looks exactly like you, but brighter, calmer, timeless. It smiles with knowing eyes and speaks in your own voice. Welcome, traveler. You have come far to meet me, but I have always lived within you. I am your highest self, the one who knows no lack, no fear, no limit. I am the presence that has guided you through every storm, the quiet faith that whispered, try again. You thought you were seeking wealth, but wealth was seeking you, for you are its home. You feel tears of recognition. You understand now that prosperity was never outside you. It was your own energy, awaiting your permission to flow. The spirit of prosperity reaches out and places in your hands 3 sacred symbols. The first is a golden key. It glows softly, pulsing with warmth. This, says the spirit, is the key of belief. It opens every door you once thought closed. It unlocks opportunity, not by force, but by vibration. Whenever you doubt, hold this key in your mind, and the way will appear. The second is a flowing river, small enough to fit in your palm yet alive, swirling gently. This, says the spirit, is the symbol of circulation. It reminds you that money is meant to move, to give, to receive, to flow without fear. When you hold tight, it stagnates. When you trust, it multiplies. And finally, the spirit places over your heart a heart of light, radiant, eternal. This, it says, is your true treasure. When you live from here, every action becomes magnetic. This heart will guide you to right people, right ideas, right fortune. Guard it, not with fear, but with love. Now the spirit steps back, its voice resonant and calm. Repeat after me, not as words, but as truth. And you speak slowly with your whole being. I am the source. I am abundance. Money flows through me as easily as breath. I do not chase. I allow. I do not beg. I believe. I do not fear. I remember I am the living current of prosperity. With each phrase, your body glows brighter, golden light streaming from your heart, your hands, your eyes. The temple hums in resonance, as though the walls themselves are singing your truth back to you. You feel vast, limitless, at peace. The spirit of prosperity smiles again. You are ready, it says. When you return to your world, the same laws will follow you. You will find doors opening, opportunities appearing, hearts welcoming, because you will have changed the vibration from which you live. The river beside you grows even brighter now, as if reflecting your awakening. Its light rises, surrounding you, enfolding you, until you and the river are one. You float within it, weightless, timeless, perfectly calm. And as you rest within that golden current, you hear a single truth echo softly in your heart. You have never lacked anything. You only forgot who you are. Now breathe deeply once more. Feel the current moving through you, from crown to chest to fingertips. Each breath expands you, strengthens you, roots you in serenity. The temple remains, but its light begins to soften, growing transparent, as if gently merging with the world beyond. You take one last look at the pillars of crystal, the river of gold, and the radiant figure who smiles at you, yourself. Then with gratitude you bow your head and step backward through the great doors. The golden corridor greets you again, but now it feels different, lighter, more alive. You realize it was never a corridor after all. It was your own mind, once dim, now illuminated. Each step you take toward waking life carries a new vibration, calm, confident, complete. You know now that wealth is not to be found but to be expressed, that prosperity is not earned by struggle but awakened through remembrance. Take one last breath, deep, slow, and steady. Let gratitude fill your chest. And now hear these final words, softly from my heart to yours. When you open your eyes, the world will respond differently, because you are different. You have entered the temple of wealth within, and once a man has entered it, he never again walks in poverty. In my years of study and in the quiet exchanges I have shared with those who have applied these principles, I have come to know one truth beyond all others. No transformation ever happens in the world of matter before it first occurs in the realm of mind. Every story of wealth begins as a story of awakening. Let me tell you 3 such stories, each one real, each one born from the law you have just practiced within your own imagination. Sophia, the artist who remembered her worth. Sophia lived in a small studio overlooking a narrow street. Her paintings were luminous, delicate, full of emotion, but they rarely sold. She would often sit by the window, brush in hand, whispering to herself, perhaps beauty is not enough. Her heart longed for abundance, yet her thoughts clung to lack. One evening, as the sun lowered over the rooftops, she heard a lecture, mine, that spoke of the law of vibration. Something in her stirred. That night, she decided to try the visualization I had described. For 30 days, without missing a single one, she sat before her easel in silence. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and imagined herself walking through her own temple of wealth. She saw her paintings hanging in galleries, buyers smiling with tears in their eyes, thanking her for the emotion her art stirred within them. But more than that, she felt it. Each time she breathed, she whispered, I am the source. I am abundance. My art is a channel of prosperity. At first, nothing changed, except Sophia. She began to paint differently, as though guided by unseen hands. Her brushstrokes carried joy, not desperation. Her colors glowed warmer. Within a few weeks, her studio felt alive, as if infused with invisible light. And then something extraordinary happened. A traveler passing through the city stopped by her window, drawn by the glow of a half-finished canvas. He purchased it for more money than she had ever dared ask. The next week, another sale followed, and then another. Within a month, her income had tripled. Not because she worked harder, but because her energy had changed. When she later wrote to me, she said, I did not attract money. I became someone who could receive it. I stopped painting to survive and started painting to serve. I smiled when I read her words, for they revealed the spiritual science at work. When one creates from the vibration of joy, money becomes a natural echo of that joy. The universe mirrors the emotion you embody. Sophia had aligned her frequency with abundance, and abundance answered. David, the father who transformed fear into flow. Then there was David, a father of 3, a modest man of honest labor. Each night he would sit at his kitchen table surrounded by bills. His hands would tremble as he calculated, erased, and recalculated. His entire body carried the vibration of fear. When he first came to me, he said, Mr. Hill, I am tired of worrying about money. I work all day, but my mind never rests. I told him something simple, something he could begin that very night. Replace your nightly calculations with gratitude. He looked puzzled. Gratitude, he asked. Yes, I said. Each time you would reach for a number, reach for a thought instead. Name aloud everything you already possess that cannot be counted in coins. That evening, David began. He sat again at his table, but this time he whispered softly, Thank you for my children's laughter. Thank you for the bread we shared today. Thank you for this roof, this chair, this breath. He practiced this each night, adding one new thing to his list. After a week, he told me something had changed. I sleep deeply now. I wake up calm. Within a month, his coworkers began to notice his composure. He stopped rushing, stopped fearing. His tone softened. His presence steadied. Soon after, his employer offered him a promotion without his asking. His finances improved. But more importantly, his relationship with money healed. David had discovered what few men understand. The emotion of gratitude is the highest frequency of wealth. It dissolves fear as the morning sun dissolves mist. When he replaced his vibration of anxiety with that of appreciation, he opened the channel through which prosperity could finally flow. Amira, the widow who forgave her past and freed her future, and then there was Amira, a widow who lived in a quiet village at the edge of the desert. Her husband had passed years before, leaving debts that bound her to a life of labor and grief. For years, she carried a belief inherited from generations before her. Our family was not meant for wealth. We survive by endurance, not by fortune. When she heard of my teachings, she felt drawn not by curiosity, but by exhaustion. I have tried everything else, she said. Perhaps I will try this too. But as she began her visualization practice, she found she could not feel abundance. Her mind was heavy with bitterness toward the world, toward the past, and most of all toward herself. I told her, forgiveness is also currency. Until you spend it, your heart remains closed. So she began to forgive. Silently, nightly, she forgave her late husband for the debts he left. She forgave her parents for teaching her fear. She forgave herself for believing she was powerless. With each act of forgiveness, she said, I release this weight, and I welcome new flow. One evening, as she performed her ritual beneath the dim lamp of her small home, she felt something shift, a peace she had not known since her youth settled over her. Tears came, but they were gentle, cleansing. Within weeks, strange coincidences began to occur. A neighbor offered her unused land at a fraction of its worth. An old friend reappeared, proposing they start a small business weaving carpets. Within 6 months, Amira had more than repaid her debts and was employing other widows from her village. When she wrote to me, her words were simple. Forgiveness opened the gate. Love let the river in. I have never forgotten her story. It reminds me that the heaviest chains around one's fortune are not made of iron or circumstance. They are made of resentment. When you forgive, you do not lose power. You reclaim it. Reflections. You see, in every one of these stories, the outer change was the effect, not the cause. Sophia changed her vibration through faith and creative joy. David changed his vibration through gratitude. Amira changed hers through forgiveness. In each case, they first aligned with the energy of abundance, and only then did physical wealth begin to appear. I often say, you do not attract what you want. You attract what you are. Each of these souls learned to become the frequency of wealth before seeing its reflection in their world. The spiritual science of prosperity is exact. When the emotion within you becomes harmonious, the conditions around you must reorganize to match it. This is not magic. It is law, divine and immutable. If you hold fear, life will give you reasons to fear. If you hold faith, life will give you proof of that faith. If you hold gratitude, you will live within its endless return. So ask yourself, as I ask them, what vibration do I live in each day? Do I dwell upon lack, or do I speak to myself with the voice of abundance? Because the universe, my friend, does not respond to the words you say, it responds to the feeling you live in. And so I leave you with this reflection. Sophia painted beauty and became beauty. David gave thanks and became gratitude. Amira forgave and became peace, and from beauty, gratitude, and peace, wealth cannot help but grow. In their journeys, as in yours, the transformation did not begin with money. It began with memory. The memory of who they truly are, sources of abundance, channels of the infinite, reflections of divine supply. That same current flows through you now. It is waiting, patient, and eternal for you to give it permission. Will you let it flow? Because once you do, once you begin to live in that current as they did, the world cannot help but mirror your new reality. For you are no longer one who seeks wealth. You are one who creates it. Now, as we reach the stillness that follows revelation, I would have you understand something vital, something that marks the difference between a fleeting inspiration and a lasting transformation. You are no longer a beggar in the kingdom of wealth. You are its architect. The shift has already begun. The very vibrations of your being have changed. You have walked through the corridors of your own mind and stood in the temple of wealth. You have met the spirit of prosperity face to face, and you have remembered what many live a lifetime without discovering, that abundance was never a treasure to be found, but a power to be remembered. In this moment, I ask you to speak these words within yourself, quietly, but with absolute conviction. I am not waiting for wealth. I am building it with every thought, every act, every breath. For as surely as a mason lays stone upon stone, so too does the mind lay thought upon thought, and from those thoughts your future is raised. The palace of prosperity stands not in the marketplace, but in consciousness. Remember always the law that governs every achievement. Action is the true measure of faith. Faith that does not move is not faith. It is a dream unborn, but faith that takes a single step, even in uncertainty, awakens the whole universe to assist it. Now that you have realigned the vibration of your mind, you must anchor it through repetition. The subconscious mind is like wax when warm, malleable, impressionable, ready to receive form. But once the impression cools, it hardens into habit. That is why I ask you to repeat the visualization, the journey to the temple of wealth, each night for 7 nights. 7 is the number of completion, of rhythm, of natural cycles. Each repetition deepens the imprint. The images will grow clearer, the sensations stronger, the emotions more real. And as this practice continues, the subconscious will begin to accept abundance, not as a vision, but as identity. You may find small changes at first, moments of ease where once there was strain, unexpected kindness, an opportunity arriving at just the right time. Do not dismiss them as coincidence. They are confirmations. They are the first ripples of a great current beginning to move beneath the surface of your life. As you lie each night before sleep, return to that golden corridor. See again the 3 shadows, scarcity, shame, and guilt, and let them dissolve as before. Step once more into the radiant temple. Feel the river of light flowing through you. Hold the golden key in your hand. Feel its warmth. Touch the heart of light upon your chest. Let it pulse with gratitude. Then repeat softly, I am the source. I am abundance. Money flows through me as easily as breath. Do this slowly, sincerely, until you feel the truth of it vibrating in your bones. And then as you drift into sleep, trust that your subconscious will continue the work. It will rearrange thoughts, dissolve old patterns, and open channels of intuition. You may awaken with new ideas, fresh inspiration, or an unexplainable sense of calm certainty. That is the law in motion, the invisible architect, building the structure you have designed in thought. Understand this clearly. Transformation is not an act of force. It is an act of permission. You are not commanding the world. You are allowing your higher self to express its natural wealth through you. From this point forward, speak, walk, and act as the one you have seen in your visualization. Let your posture, your tone, your choices reflect the peace and certainty of one who knows he is the source. If doubt arises, and it will, return to the breath, to the image of the temple, to the feeling of the river moving within you. Doubt cannot survive in the presence of repetition and belief. The more often you revisit this sacred space in your mind, the more natural it will feel, until one day, without realizing when, you will notice that the old vibration of lack is gone. You will speak differently, think differently, attract differently. The subconscious will have accepted its new command, and your world will begin to reflect it in perfect symmetry. Do not rush this process. Law works in its own rhythm, as seasons do. Trust that each night of practice strengthens the root beneath the surface. The harvest will come in due time, and when it does, it will be abundant beyond measure, for it will have grown from the soil of faith. As you continue, remember, you are no longer a seeker. You are a creator. Every thought you hold with feeling is a brushstroke upon the canvas of destiny. Every affirmation is a chisel carving new form from the marble of possibility. Every act of faith is a seed sown in the field of eternity. So let the old identity fade away like mist at dawn. The man or woman who doubted, who feared, who begged, let that self rest. In its place now stands one who knows. You are the living current of prosperity. You are the voice through which abundance speaks. You are the architect of wealth itself. And as you sleep tonight, may these words echo softly within your mind, like a gentle benediction. I build my fortune not by chance, but by choice. I walk in the rhythm of divine supply. I act in faith, and faith acts through me. Rest in that knowing. The work has begun. The law is faithful. And you, my friend, are now aligned with the infinite source of all that is good. My friend, you have already begun the transformation simply by staying with me until this moment. Do not underestimate what this means. To have listened, to have reflected, to have walked with me through the corridors of your own mind, this is not a small act. It is a declaration. It is the first unmistakable sign that the sleeping architect within you has awakened. For wealth, as I have told you, is not a reward for labor alone. It is a reflection of consciousness. The moment you begin to think differently, to feel differently, to believe differently, your life begins to shift accordingly. Even now, unseen currents have started to move in your favor, but thought without movement is a dream unfulfilled. You must now give form to what has been born within. Do not let this hour remain only as a beautiful memory. Let it become a turning point. Before this day ends, take one small but deliberate action in harmony with abundance. Write it down on a piece of paper. It need not be grand, only aligned. Perhaps it is a decision you have postponed out of fear. Perhaps it is a gesture of generosity towards someone in need. Perhaps it is an idea long kept in the shadows that you will now bring into light. Whatever it is, let it be done in the spirit of faith. Let it be your signal to the universe that you are ready to live as the source you have discovered yourself to be. When you act, even in the smallest way, the law of momentum begins to move through you. You will feel it. Confidence will grow where doubt once lived. Opportunities will arise where none seemed possible, for action, sincere and decisive, is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. I have seen this truth in every man and woman who ever rose from obscurity to greatness. The moment they acted in faith, the tide turned. It could not be otherwise. For the law of life is motion, and faith is its spark. So as you prepare to return to your world, remember this. You do not leave the temple of wealth behind. You carry it within you. It is in your breath, your thoughts, your words, your choices. Every time you speak with gratitude, every time you act with purpose, every time you choose calm over fear, you build its walls higher, you make its light shine brighter. And now, as you rise, breathe once more. Deeply, steadily. Feel the calm strength of certainty filling your chest. The journey you began in imagination now continues in reality. Carry this truth with you wherever you go. You are not waiting for the right moment. You are the right moment. You are not chasing success. You are walking in its rhythm. You are not hoping for abundance. You are living as abundance itself. Let this session be the dividing line between the life that was and the life that begins now. For remember, as I have written and spoken many times before, success does not come to those who wait. It comes to those who move. Now go and move with faith. The world is already adjusting to meet you.